Good afternoon, everyone. We used to welcome you over in the morning, but it is now Monday afternoon, June 16th, and we are on day number 4 of the Road to the International. The SCA closed qualifiers continue here with Seek and Strike and Winter bringing you the coverage here for the first half of the day. Thank you guys again for joining us. Winter, we're back with some more Dota. We had some long series yesterday as teams were fighting tooth and nail to remain in the qualifiers, and, well, I'm expecting some more good Dota today as well, to be honest with you.
Yeah, the SCA good Dota, everyone has their own definition of good Dota. In C, it is the never-ending killing of heroes, not killing of buildings, so the game goes for hours and, okay, I'm just kidding, not hours and hours, but under an hour. Usually the Dota games around 40, 50 minutes nowadays. Pretty difficult to end the game. High ground defense too strong, especially in SCA, because we never give up, so our towers do double damage. Try coming up our high ground.
Yes, that's very true. That's very true. We also had some long games yesterday as well, right? I mean, let's go ahead and just refresh ourselves, take a look at our results from yesterday. We started off in the lower bracket with 2 elimination matches, didn't we? Team Copite falling 2-0 to the hands of Tech Free Gaming. That was our fastest series, but not the fastest series of the day. That was coming up later. Following that, a long series where Castaway taking a game 1 off of Boom Esports, taking an hour. That was that Queen of Pain, that Weaver, that Tusk, where Boom kind of run out of momentum.
Bob the Slayer.
Bob the Slayer, and then unfortunately he turned Slade in the rest of the series as he did fall. Then we were into the upper bracket, and you can see those matchups as well. Turning out, I think, how most people, well, not really. I think the Nemesis match was a bit of a surprise for most people. How do you feel about that one?
That one was, I guess in a way, an upset, but I don't think it's an upset because they already showed they could beat Boom. And Boom is kind of like one of the favorites with talent. So I don't think it was that surprising for me. I mean, based on the players that they definitely have the capabilities to beating any of the strong teams here, or the upset of the strong teams. The top 3 teams are definitely Talent, Boom, and Execration. And Execration learned it the hard way, they managed to qualify to EWC, but here they're going to have to do it the long and hard way, now they're in the lower brackets today.
Yeah, absolutely. They had a bit of a rough game too as well. I was actually watching that one. They were leading by a bit. And then, unfortunately, it really snowballed out of control for them. Nemesis take the 2-0. Let's see how that impacts our bracket, of course, as we start to really slim this thing down, Winter. Our upper bracket final match is set. It's Talon Esports and Team Nemesis. That match actually later on today. But, of course, first, Winter, some more heartbreak, some more business to settle, as we have more lower bracket quarterfinal matchups ready for us. Just a reminder, all of our games here that you see on the bracket, every single one, including that upper bracket, lower bracket final, they're all BO3s. So that will be coming up later today, as mentioned. But first, we have Ivory taking on Boom Esports for elimination. Following that, it will be Execration and Tech Free Gaming. And then later on today with Mike and John, they'll be casting you some lovely Talon Esports versus Team Nemesis. And we'll see. Talon so far have been cruising through these qualifiers. We'll see if Nemesis is the team to give them a bit more of a challenge.
Well, they did drop one game to Copite, so I don't know about cruising, but yeah, they're definitely the strongest team here based on recent results. So the last series today, it's going to be interesting. Can Nemesis kind of shake them down a little bit, or at least give them a good fight, or even upset them, if they have some kind of a secret strat, remaining.
Yeah, I mean, it's time to pull out all the stops, right? I think we saw that for Boom yesterday, going back to the Tiny that had failed them previously. They get over that mountain. We'll see if Ivory are going to have more moves to make. Their series was pretty one-sided to the hands of Talon yesterday. Those were some pretty consistent games from Talon, very clean. Just not a lot to be done. They did try this, I don't know if you saw it, they tried this carry Underlord, which unfortunately into the Ursa just couldn't really fight. He could never build up those stacks to get the cleave. So I think that was a pretty cool idea, but of course needing to cover their gaps a little bit better with that one. But I don't know. You're right. I think it's always exciting here. Now they're in the lower bracket. Really time to pull out all the stops.
Yeah, carry Underlord is definitely fun. It's kind of similar to Sven. It's like you're playing Sven. You have your splash, your farming creeps. I mean, the build is also pretty similar. I think it's quite a legit strat. You know, we've already seen it a couple of times in like the EO teams doing it. I definitely feel like it has a lot of potential, and hopefully we see it again today. Maybe not, probably not all the games, but maybe one or two. Hopefully, I think it definitely has some potential.
Didn't Bob used to play that mid when he was on Execration for DPC? Or am I crazy? It was Cox.
I think
right?
you're thinking of Cox, yeah.
I'm thinking of Cox. Yeah, shame on me.
Yeah.
Mixing up the players like that, but it doesn't matter. There's no more Bob. There is no more Cox here, unfortunately, in the lower bracket. We only have Ivory. We have Boom Esports. We're down to only 6 teams here, Winter. And by the end of the day, we will whittle them down to 3, as only 2 will move on to represent the SEA region at TI14 in Hamburg. Thanks again for joining us, folks. Our first draft now underway live on your screens. We've got Ivory with last pick on the Radiance. So, Boom, first pick overall in the draft.
Yeah, everyone seems to like first pick, you know. I think first pick is just, this feels a lot easier to plan the draft around. With the opening pick and the 18 pick, obviously, we always talk about the 18 pick. And I also feel like sometimes it's better in the second phase to have 2 bans after you see the opening picks. I think that kind of plays into your advantage. Before, I didn't really think about that as much, but when I look at the draft sequence a lot more, I feel like having 2 bans in the second phase kind of feels better than having just 1, you know, because in the second pick side, you ban 4, and in the second phase bans, you only get 1 ban, you know. Sometimes you kind of need 2 in that phase after seeing the opening picks. So I kind of like that a lot. And now they're going to open with a Kanka, which is a pretty standard and solid opening. Very, very flexible hero. You can go to any lane. Bat Rider is still in the pool, one of the contested heroes as well. I think he's a pretty insane hero now. But they're going to go for the AA. I kind of feel like AA has fallen off a lot, you know, after the nerfs. It's not the same hero anymore. The number changes might be like very small, right? He got nerf for the AoE on Vortex, and they nerfed the shot by 10%, I think. And they nerfed the mana cost on something else. I think it was the chilling touch, but the hero doesn't really feel as strong. And not to mention the item nerfs, right? He really likes to buy Gleipnir. But we'll see what they decide to pair with the A. Usually we see like some magic damage hero or some setup hero like Storm, Ember, you know, with the A.
5 seconds remaining.
First time we're getting to cast Ivory here this event. Looks like they're boot camping as well. Obviously, you see Mushi on the prowl through the cameras here, ready to get this team through as they hope this qualifiers will go better for them. As our last bans,
that's
is Ember, Morph, and
very
Void.
Early Storm right away, yeah? You're not afraid.
Yeah. I'm shocked to see that as well. Into the Kunkka, who, you know, has methods of controlling him.
I mean, it's good into the Kunkka if Kunkka goes mid, but Boom have already shown that the Kunkka could be on jabs, you know, so I think it's a pretty big risk, you know, and right now, either they counter pick it right away, or they can just leave it to the 18, right, so that you don't run into counters. Say you want to pick Queen of Pain, right, you don't pick it now. You leave it to 18, so the next 2 picks will show, and you make sure they don't pick something to counter the Queen of Pain. I mean, they go for the Shaman, which is also another top tier support on the position 4 outside of Bat Rider. Still very, very strong. Against Storm, you definitely want to have a hex, a solid catch, you know. It's always useful.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, get that set up. Maybe even some shackles mid-fight. And honestly, even turning into a chicken, it makes this hero... Like it changed. I don't want to say it changes the fundamentally shifts the matchup, but Storm, he's this kind of zip to the back lines, immediately nuke his support and get the numbers advantage. Sometimes with that chicken facet, you know, where you have to click him again, it can be problematic for Storm to chase him down that extra bit further, especially when there's a save on the team, right? Like this Tusk.
Yeah, Tusk is also very good into A in the lane, and in the game you can kind of dodge the cold feet with your snowball in the lane, and you're also gonna be able to set up kills easily onto the A. And speaking of the Underlord is back here, you know. So they have the most likely position for slot. Underlord could be offlane, could be carry. And the route from the underlord is very, very good into the Tusk. We were speaking about the Tusk snowball being able to save against A, but now there's a route. So it's going to be complicated in the team fights, when he's trying to dagger or walk up to his teammate, trying to save his teammate because you get caught by the route.
Yeah,
I think it's a pretty nice pick here.
18th, Queen of Pain. We've seen 18th Quap quite a bit this tournament, haven't we?
Yeah, it's very good lane matchup into the Storm. You kind of pressure the Storm. I would say you both kind of fight and lose and trade all your resources. It's not like a lane where the Queen of Pain would be very rich, but you kind of make the Storm poor, and it's more important for, I think, the Storm to be poor than the Corp to be rich in some ways, I think it's overall you get 2 to 3 points in Shadow Strike, and then you just sometimes you get 2 if you think that you don't need the 3rd point to pressure. I think yesterday in that series, Amel got 2 when he was playing into the Bob Storm, the last game of their series. So we'll see again what he decides to do here. So they ban out the Enigma, which is telling me that the Conquer is not going to be the carry, it's the off lane. Because Conquer carry is very good into the Enigma lane. So they are going to pick something that's pretty bad into creeps, I can't clear creeps. So what am I thinking here? I mean, Ursa is one of those, but it's now immediately banned. So they are kind of on the same trail of thought here as me. We're banning the Ursa.
Right.
And they want a frontline hero, a frontline carry.
I just wanted to point out that Ivory adjusting very well after they experimented. I'm going to say quote unquote experimented because it's not so mainstream yet, I'll just say that for now. But experimented with the Underlord carry pick. Again, last time they played, I mentioned the Ursa that they needed to ban. They did ban it this time. But they also played against a position for Slark, which was super annoying, very slippery, like just taking stacks from him in lane,
Yeah.
Just wasn't
but
a good
the issue
time,
with the position for Slark is you don't really bring a lot of damage in the team fights. So if your early game it doesn't go well, I've seen a lot of games where you just don't do anything on the Slark because your team is just not doing well and you're super reliant on your team. At least you don't have to win the early game very hard, but at least you have to be able to survive the early game so you can be useful and running around dewarding. Because if you put yourself in the Slark shoes, right? In the team fights, your main contribution is actually the shot, the depth shot, and giving vision to initiate. But if your team is doing badly from the start, it means that you can only do so much because you have to set up for them. And if they don't have a game, you don't do really a lot as a hero. So there's always a risk there when you're playing a start position for.
There's actually a lot of AoE damage, like Sonic Wave, Torrent's Boat. They have a lot of stuff
they can kill you through your Shadow Dance easy, especially the Queen of Pain. I think Queen of Pain is one of those better heroes against a support slot or even a core slot for that matter.
10 seconds.
And now with the final ban, they have to remove something that's good against whatever they want to pick here. We already mentioned a frontline carry. They need a tank,
Radiant team picked.
Okay, that's the frontline. The brother of Underlord, they are both very similar in the way they function in the game right now. They both splash, they both jungle, they cleave. It's a pretty solid pick. Good lane, they have a pretty strong lane with the Shadow Shaman, a lot of disables. There's some armor, Warcry. I think pretty solid draft, all around. And they decide to lane the Underlord into the Sven because that's a pretty good lane for the Underlord and pick another carry. I think this is also another good change up. Or maybe they already intended to put the Underlord off lane. I don't know. But it seems like this is overall a very, very good decision. Underlord, you just get the Crimson Guard early this game. It's going to block a lot of the Sven damage and the splash from Kanka. And also there's a lot of physical damage from the Tusk and the Shadow Shaman, right? So I think Crimson is definitely going to be a very, very key item here to watch
Super
out
value.
for.
I agree. I like this... this how would you say, this switch up, this change up, if you will, from Ivory. I do think this Underlord...
the traps, Richie, the shot is going to silence the Tusk and the Shadow Shaman, especially the Shadow Shaman. I mean, we've been seeing this hero a lot, and one of the key things to beating this hero is having something to stop the channeling. Otherwise, you're going to suffer.
That's true. Yeah, and it's pretty long range as well, right? So you can support your Storm Spirit a bit longer. Make sure that Slark can save that shard cast for maybe something a little bit more important. That's something Sven is going to struggle with a little bit, right? I see a lot of heroes that can kite him fairly effectively, a little save for the backline AA. You know, a matchup he doesn't particularly love playing into. The TA can burst him even through like a BKB and stand her
Yeah,
ground a
but
little
at
bit
the
with those
same
reflection
time,
charges.
you have the shot, you have the wall cry, the shot on the wall cry. That's pretty nice against the TA, you know. But I think overall, both teams have pretty solid lineups. I wouldn't say one side clearly won the draft. I mean, you could have a preference, I think, but in reality, I think both sides have quite good chances this game. And if you're talking about timings, it's probably going to be a little bit better for the TA and Underlord. I think they are going to be a little bit faster compared to the Spence and needs more time to come online. So maybe they can use that to their advantage and get Roshan early, you know, because you have TA, and then try to snowball the game from there.
Yeah. I just love the solution of this Underlord offlane into Sven a lot. I think that for me is a really nice utilization of last pick.
Yeah.
You know, like you said, Winter, a lot of teams opting for first pick these days. So really take advantage of that to get a proper matchup, to be able to maybe snowball your lanes, get some early objectives with your draft, and take the fight to Boom here in game number 1. Let's go ahead and jump in game here as Ivory and Boom setting off in their BO3 elimination series. I like it, man. I like it more than the Underlord carry. I think this is a little bit more proven. We talked about these aura items. I think they're in for a pretty good game here, Ivory.
I mean, you could technically still go as carry on offlane. If you want, you know, you can just build the carry items if you want. I think it's fine if the game, you know, asks for it. You know, the game needs you to be a carry. So not necessarily every time you play Underlord offlane, you're just going to be an aura bot nowadays. I think there's always a choice. So you pick what is good for the game, and obviously in this game, we already mentioned the Crimson is going to be extremely important, but I don't necessarily think that he needs to build all the other aura items, right? Like the pipe and the mag. I think you just go Crimson and you probably just build core items, like scaling items. You can go Echo into Harpoon if you want, or you can just go a BKB so you can right click after the Echo Saber. So there are a ton of options here for the Underlord, you know. Maybe even go for a Shivas, you know, at some point. I think those are all very, very good options here for him this game.
I agree. I think he is going to be more of the aura bot, you know, than a carry. But like you say, there is some potential for him to flex in there. He also did go for Demon's Reach, like you said, from that offlane.
I think you always go Demon Reach now. You don't really take the other facet anymore. I think this is just straight up better in terms of, even if you're aura bot, you want to be able to farm and get your items. So I think the Demon Reach helps both type of playstyles a lot more. And as you can see, Jabs again, you know, blocking the creeps. This is starting to be a norm. Once you see the other support showing in the other side, you make sure there's no 3 heroes there, and you can do that, and you always use it to just block and get the creep equivalent back. And mid lane is obviously going to be the lane of importance here. You know, we saw how it impacted the game in the previous series between Boom and Castaway, and here I think it's going to be the same case again with the Storm having to have a good start, and the co-op is here to ruin his day with the Shadow Strike.
Yes, sir. That poison dagger. How effective
so you're not happy if I don't use the name, and so now you don't use the name, and you're calling it poison dagger.
We have to be a little bit consistent in our inconsistency, right? That's really the important thing.
Yeah, on the side lanes here, we are going to, I think at least for me, I'm going to expect the Underlord to do well on top. But at the same time, the lane is not that straightforward. You know, Shaman and Sven, they are pretty good at securing last hits.
Did he kill onto AA? No, not quite, but it was really close. Great control. Try to cut you off.
Yeah, this is the danger. A into the Tuskar matchup. You are always in, I think, at risk, you know, when you're trying to contest, you know, or you're pulling creeps and you get trapped by the shards, you can always die, you know. I mean, AA is just one of those heroes that's always an easy target in the lane. Now you start here, trying to trade Underlord here. Underlord here trying to hit him, and Slug can't really fight the Shaman at the moment. Still level 1. So has to back off here. But Underlord on the other hand is he's getting some pretty good CS in the lane. Not much the Sven can do to stop him. That's just the nature of the matchup with the Atrophy Aura.
Yeah, exactly. I think maybe because Atrophior is so good into this game in general and in the laning stage, yeah, that's why especially Demon's Reach is considered far better at the moment. Because the other one's what, like the Gate Invaders or whatever, right? That facets. Auto lane. Torrent is going to melt through those meld charges, confusing a little bit of alliteration there. Again, Aizen going to be just a little bit too quick. He's going to pick up those early boots just to make sure that he's going to be able to run away from this Tusk as needed. This Tusk, who, by the way, is still level 1, so giving a lot of solo XP to Jabs.
Yeah, that is actually, I think, generally what Teams does. You know, he gives a lot of solo XP to the offlaner. I think, in general, it's always good to give your cores more XP, so you can actually have more kill potential if the core gets level 3 faster. In top lane, Drake in a little bit of trouble here, gets his leap away, but he'll be fine for now. Just trying to contest the pull camp from the Shadow Shaman. But mid lane is going. I think it's still going okay for the Storm. He's 14 and 5 against his 17 and 6. There'll be a wave in front of the top tower. He's gonna pull ahead. But here we see Jabs. He's getting pushed back.
He's okay. No cold feet. But mid lane, it's Tims. He makes the rotation on over. Ice Shards tag team. The Shadow Strike all but guarantees that kill as Armel has his opponent slowed to a crawl, and a perfectly well-timed rotation from Tims. Not only does he secure the bottom room, he assists with a kill onto the safe laner.
Yeah, perfect play there. Perfect move. Kanka doesn't really need him. I mean, one thing you can actually... wait a minute, Drake here. He's going to fight General.
Yeah, he's not foul play ready though. All of a sudden, Jackie running on over the Slark with the Windlace is not going to be nearly as fast as he needs to be here. Oh, one more auto attack. Jackie takes a shortcut through the trees. Down he goes.
Yeah, Drake's going to pay a price there. Still level 2, you know, so he didn't have Dark Pack to dispel the sun.
What a cheeky bugger. This guy, he says, don't worry, Jabs. I won't take experience from you. I'll take experience from Ken. Lovely strat here. Really making use of that Observer Ward. He's like, why am I leveling so slow?
But does he even know? You know, not every player checks the XP bar. He's gonna know now.
Oh, he's not having a good time here, that's to be sure. Armel's rotated on over. He's saving the skill point. He actually has Sonic Wave. I don't think he needs it for the kill. He does not. The second point in Scream of Pain. Centaur Conqueror did his best there to steal a kill, but it's going to be a second death now onto the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very rough game for the Storm Spirit, and I think it's going to be a huge problem. Armel's going to be a huge force to be reckoned with at this rate. You know, he's already level 6.5, pre 6 minutes. Going to get the rune. It's going to be an arcane rune. They're going to need to send help for the Storm right now, and Slug is not the best helper, you know, when it comes to the 3v3 fights in mid.
No, he is not. What can he do here as the car
very
hit the tower? Nice
maybe
job
try and
there
clear
on
the
dark
creep waves, but that's pretty much it.
Look, and he's just in so much threat. Fortunately for him, the Ice Shards aren't perfect from Tims. It looks like with that, we'll be able to dispatch of that first wagon in the wave. So it's really interesting, right? Because it seems like the AA's got to stay down bottom. You can see that Jab's constantly harassing down here. He's taking a little bit of bullying himself, but he's just too tanky. Double bracer, the brown boots. So Ancient Apparition has kind of been anchored down here to make sure this TA doesn't go down. But I don't think we've seen Tims down bottom for like 4 minutes. He's going over now for the Wisdom Shrine, but goes to show you. All of a sudden, Armel Arcane Rune, they're going to try for something top lane now onto Rupido. Double Bracer with the Soul Ring and level 1 Atrophy Aura. Let's see what he can get done. The Shackles here. Johnwell tanking on the tower. The Jackie, he's going to have to back off. Sonic Wave and the last auto attack used for the kill. Cold Feet will not proc here. And, well, even though both supports rotated on over, it's a Slark and an Ancient Apparition. What can they do to stop Bob?
Nothing, Reggie.
Oh, down bottom now. Oh, no.
Once again, they can do nothing. They cancel the TP there. This is getting from bad to worse right now for Team Ivory here. I mean, they were kind of like forced to help the Storm a lot, and as a result, they kind of neglected their side laners, you know. It's not necessarily their fault, it's just the way the game has been playing, you know, because there's way too much pressure coming out towards the Storm Spirit, you know, and they're using TPs, they're moving around, and now they're getting ganked on the side lanes, you know, so I think this is just something that they have to deal with. They need to figure out how they can stabilize the lanes, try to use the runes. Oh no, Amel is going to get the next rune. He's going to get a regen rune. This is going to be a long ride, you know, if Ivory wants to stabilize the game for now.
Yeah, and check this move out. Johnwell, he's through the gate down bottom as they advance to see who they can pick up. The kill onto the Ancient Apparition is trivial. He will go down. Armel 4-0-0 on a dominating streak. 6 unanswered kills so far as we start to transition out of the laning phase a bit more. And yeah, Winter, it is a little bit troubling, right? Aizen's got good CS at the very least, but when you look at net worth, it is clearly Armel who is starting to run away with it.
Yeah, the hero kills matter more than the creep kills right now. He's also going to be able to use his runes to even further pressure. I mean, Ivory has nothing they can do right now, but just sit back and just try to gain XP. And people are gonna die in the side lanes, you know, and they just have to accept the casualties right now.
This person looks like Grimm's. Hold on, the Underlord's TPing in. He's gonna cancel that TP, but actually Aizen's gonna run on in. Suddenly it's 1v4. In comes the gate. Aizen is out of the Mel, does get the auto attack out, but they just hit right through those refraction charges. Rupido's like, actually, I think I'm gonna go back top lane.
Didn't he just cancel his TP? So he canceled his TP and then he used his ulti to come back down again.
Yes, indeed he did, Winter. Indeed he did.
That was... Yeah, talking about getting caught between two minds here. He doesn't know what he wants to do.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I think maybe it's because he wanted that invading force, you know, buff.
I mean, you still get it with the TP. You get it either way.
Oh. Okay, well, yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Yeah.
under
I felt like the first time what happened was he was tipping down and then somebody said, no, you don't come down. And then the TA walks over, I want to fight, you know, because remember the TA was around the Ancients area. He was like chilling, farming creeps, and then he decides to walk over to fight. I think that's when he used his ulti to come over. I think that's probably
Radiant's bottom tower is
what
under
happened there, you know, just not really sure what they needed to do. And now Grimm's here struggling to get his level 6. Still needs a couple more creeps here under the tower. And this is going to be a long ride, like I already said, you know, they have to try to get XP. I mean, they have a lot of potential with the lineup when it comes down to getting their item timings, especially the Crimson Guard on the Underlord, but they have to stabilize the game and don't bleed kills every minute. You know, if this continues, there won't be a mid-game for them.
That's very true. Ken's done a good job there of at least focusing down the wagon. Make sure his tier 1 tower doesn't go down with this amplified damage rune, but Armel, he will look elsewhere on the map for some action.
So yeah, Armel has
another bottom rotation.
He has all the runes so far. Arcane rune, AD rune, regen rune. I mean, this is the downside of having Slug, you know, I think as a position for when your game is not going well. He doesn't offer you a lot in terms of the rune fights, right? So you can't help secure the rune. And it might sound like a very trivial thing, like you can't fight for the rune, but it has a lot of impact in the game, you know. When the enemy mid laner gets a perfect rune for a gank, he kills your side laner and suddenly you feel like the game is destabilized and you can't really do much, you know.
Well, that's right. Yeah, I mean, we've yet to see the Storm make, I think, one aggressive zip. The most aggressive zip he's made was to kill the wagon there. But he's slowly getting his items online. He's holding onto those 3 galvanized stacks for dear life. to see if they can find an avenue, a foothold back in this game.
I mean, they have Ice
top-
Blast now, and
I was gonna say.
Rupido is going raw to toss, you know, so they need to set up something.
Oh, he's gonna Ice Blast him. Armel with the Blade Mail active. Ken rotating through the outpost. They actually get the cold feet to connect, and that is a kill.
Yeah, that
Ken,
was not worth it.
500 gold for the Storm.
Yeah, that was not worth it for Corp there. That was just a very risky play, and yeah, it pays the price, you know. Ivory are gonna be happily taking that kill. And I think he's probably the best person to get a kill, yeah, on the Storm there. He was gonna finish his Kaya next. I mean, slowly but surely they're gonna come back into the game. Rod of Atos completed. This is gonna give them avenue of catching and setting up on the side lanes, which is what Rapido wants to do here. AA plus Underlord can basically set up quite a lot of kills here because they have two global potential. The
Yep.
Ice Blast and obviously the Underlord ultimate, so they can move around the map, and you have a Storm which can kind of have a long distance reach as well. So there is a lot of potential of getting kills here as long as they have Ice Blast.
Yeah, I absolutely love the Rod of Atos and the Gleipnir build here for Underlord, just increasing all of your AoEs eventually. Used to have talents for that, but they've gotten rid of it, I believe. Careful, careful. Ice Blast on Armel. Ooh! That was a close one. Snowball now is only going to set up Tims for the Pit of Malice as Drake jumps into the Shadow Dance to make sure they can pick up the kill. Rupido may be left behind though as Jean-Noel into the shackles now onto him. By the Torrent, Jabs rotating on through, turned into a chicken again with the foul play, and it'll be a 2 for none as Jackie also runs into the Slark. Maybe Slark running into the Sven.
The Slug
Show
ran
the
into
order of
Sven.
operations there. And nicely timed ball lightning to avoid the X back, but does mean that this stack is going to be cleared up. General even drops the Serpent Wards.
Yeah, I actually kind of like it. I think they just needed to, because they needed to clear it quickly and run away. So maybe Sven is the one that's not happy. You know, hey, I'm around. You know, those who are mine. You know, I have my name on it.
Grims. He will be victim then to this boat as the Stormhammer stuns the two of them, as does that boat. But the Pit of Malice is pretty darn good. And actually turning on a Jackie. Big Sonic Wave. They do get off the Shadow Dance, but Storm has no protection as Slark is turned into fish sticks there. Armel turns with a double kill. I like the move kind of from Ivory, but a full 5-on-5 fight, it just feels like a tall order for them to win one of those at the moment.
Yeah, it's very difficult against the boat, the Sonic Wave. I mean, if they split them up on the map, just like how their lineup is supposed to accomplish with the Underlord, Storm playing the map, and then they pick them off, I think that's probably a better option here with their playbook. Yeah, but I gotta say, I like the fish fingers. Keropok lekor. I know those are kind of your favorites in
chips,
Malaysia.
that's right.
With some chili. Some sweet
indeed.
chili. Do you like the deep fried one or do you like the boiled one?
Winter, this is where I'm gonna have to make some enemies with you and in
Okay,
chat.
never mind. Okay, forget I asked.
Yeah. I like the Dafa fish flip. I like the dried, fish snack. I like that one a lot. But the lekor chips, sometimes they're, you take a look at them on the pasar malam and you're like, a bit fishy,
Of course
Fishy
they're gonna be fishy. They're made by
Here's another
they're
look
made
at
with
that
fish.
fight.
Okay, fine. This is how they turn Slug into a Keropok Lekor here. Sonic Wave
Yeah,
and a
yeah.
punch.
And this TA basically just left to flop around like a fish in that fight. I didn't notice, but Jabs has a full Heaven's Halberd. So even if he wanted to, I mean, Enizen was there, credit to him. He just couldn't do anything, man. He couldn't even attack. It's brutal. The atomization here is turning out to be very aggressive, very enabling for these early fights. With these big stacks now falling to Jackie, he is soon to have a Blink Dagger on top of the Mask of Bandis, Echo Saber. He wants to continue the aggression.
Yeah, I mean the Slug has a lot of work here to do. And right now they need to kind of split them up by using the Slug to control the vision and the Underlord to shove out the side lanes with the Storm, Force Boom to kind of go back to the lanes to deal with the lanes, and then that's when you pounce, with your Ice Blast and Underlord peeking around with the Storm jumping in.
Then, Mims is on the hunt.
Yeah.
Also down bottom, Drake forced to Shadow Dance away from Armel, who has that haste rune, but Tim's very persistent here. and not get a snowball here onto Ken nearly that quickly. Ken with a TP. He's going to choose to try and go through the twin gate, and luckily for him, Tim's actually... Whoa. Okay, Jabs comes through. They passed each other through the gate. They're actually going to go back the other side. It would be the next level play if Ken took the gate again, but he is going to remain in this top lane. So now 3 heroes are giving chase. He's going to get through another wave. He's wasting a lot of time here. Well done, lad. Oh, and he's going to even evade Jabs.
That was
Look
just
at that.
like me when I'm passing by Bukit Jalil, you know, I pass by your home, but I don't come and say hi, you know.
Thanks for the docs. I appreciate that. Really appreciate that. I was gonna say that that's you when I invite you to Turbo. You know, you go, oh, actually, no, I'm out. Hit by the ice blast. It's out that blade now. He's pretty tanky. Ken, big old zip, but not fast enough. He didn't want to commit too early, and now I don't believe he's gonna find this kill. Snowball back onto Ken as they've taken down the Ancient Apparition. Rupido storm hammered away, and there's the chicken fingers. Actually, it's just the Hex to stop Ken's TP away. Armel turns and burns with the Sonic Wave. And it was actually a really nice sequence of events, unfortunately for Ivory. Gonna slip through their fingers there.
Yeah, I think if they got the Storm in time, if he bought Lightning in time, they probably only lose. I think somebody's still gonna die. They're gonna lose like 1 or 2, but they at least secure the top. That would have actually been worth it. And that was a huge misplay there by Storm. He probably hesitated for a moment, yeah, because he, like you said, he was scared that it might be bad, and he didn't want to die. But he kind of went in a little bit late. But that was, yeah, that was really, really costly, you know. And then they all died, and they couldn't get a kill. You know?
There is no room to be late. There's no room for
there's
those
no room
kinds
to
of
hesitate
indecisions.
in Dota.
Especially when you're down, right?
No, when you're not just when you're down. When you're playing heroes that can initiate, you must be decisive.
Okay.
It's better to just go and die than to just be in the middle. You know, you want to go but you don't want to go, then everybody else dies. You know. I think it's something that I also struggled to learn back in my earlier days when I'm trying to learn, you know, the heroes that you need to be initiating on, like you're playing position for tanking back in the day, or tasks. You have to get in, and sometimes you see like it's an opening, but you are like overthinking. You are like, oh no, what if somebody is behind him, you know, and then you miss your opportunity.
Sometimes you just have to go. Sometimes you have to be the opportunity, and that can be a hard thing to do.
Sometimes
not
you
only
just
in Dota.
have to, you know, invite your friend to dinner, you know. Don't hesitate. He'll join you.
What is that? That doesn't... Hold on, I thought we were talking about Dota here. What's going on?
Of course, we're talking about Dota, you know. We meet up, we play some Dota, but we also have dinner. Like what normal people do, you know. And we have a drink. And we have some keropok leko with it.
That's right. That's right. And then you stir the pot at the LAN cafe.
Oh no.
Hold on, Jackie. Chasing after Drake, who was caught on underneath the Watcher. Don't believe he has the sustain to get through the shackles. Sven's done. Got him on pretty fast on the tip there, man.
Yeah, does he have the shot yet? Nope, he does not. So he's building into a Yule first to kind of stop the Shaman from handling his stackers, but the use is also useful in the game. I think as a Stark player myself, I like buying use against Corps so that you can dodge the Sonic Wave damage. Because that's something that will frequently kill you if you play enough Slug. You'll know.
I gotta say, Winter, I've been fairly impressed with how Ivory have been pushing out these waves. You know, yes, they are tipping the Slark. Yes, the Slark has died 4 times now, but they are kind of utilizing that vision as you kind of described, right?
Slark's supposed to die. When a game is like this, you're supposed to just go out, be 007 and risk your own life, you know, and just get whatever information you have for your team.
Agent 07 and 0.
Yeah, but in the movies, 007 never dies.
Agent 70. He's the guy that they send in first to scout. How do you think James Bond always has all that perfect information? Because they send in Agent 70 before.
Was it?
He has a mutation.
Wait,
he's
what?
like one of the X-Men where
Agent
he's just
70?
immune to bullets.
Are you making this up? Or is it based on the movies?
This is based on the movie. You haven't seen Agent 70?
No. I think they're talking about different movies here.
It was the prequel, you know.
It's a different MI6.
Sean Connery was in it.
John Connor. Damn.
Kind of Sean Connery.
Oh, Sean
Kinda just
Connery.
stumbled onto.
Sean Connery, that is. Dude, you're not even that old. Why are you watching Sean Connery?
What are you talking about? Those are good movies, man. I love watching, you know, From Russia with Love, and then you watch Agent 70 right after.
Yeah, that was widely regarded as the best Bond movie, yeah?
And this time, John Noel's waiting for him. This time, it's a well-deserved tip. This time, there will be no escape.
No escape. Yeah, the slug
right
needs
through
to be
him.
the the one that does that. You know, he needs to be on the receiving end of that. You know, not the storm.
Clark trying to run for it. He's actually already dark pacted, though. Oh, but he has got that shadow dance, so
Look
away
at how
he goes.
afraid he is. You know, he sees the succubus and he hides in his smoke.
Yeah, I would too, man. Are you kidding me? I'd be like, oh my god, it's a vengeful spirit with blink. Oh wait, it's Queen Pain.
What a vengeful spirit with blink.
She looks like Bench. Those blue
You're
wings.
talking about the cosmetic? This cosmetic? Or in general, she looks
Yes.
like Bench?
No, with this cosmetic especially.
Are they somehow, according to law, related? The Bench and the Corp?
I don't think so. Nice dodge there by Drick. Gotta kind of string it together a little bit better than that if you're hoping to try and catch a Slard, even if he is a support.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have his shot. I think he's going to start to be a little bit more useful now.
Is under attack.
He'll be good at sparing the Sven initiation, the Shaman, or even the Conquer. But I don't think it guarantees the save because there's a lot of like AoE damage. It could still die.
They just keep tipping Drick. I do wonder if there's some sort of...
You keep every slot player. Do you not understand? When someone tries to play position for slot, it means that they are trying to emulate 9 class, you know, they are trying to be the hero.
Is under attack.
So when things go wrong, you blame that person, you know.
Okay. Well,
Because
hold
instead
on.
of trying to
have...
play a more grounded hero like Tusk, he plays Slug, you know, and they pay a price. I don't know, I'm just trying to make up a story, you know, but...
Sure,
that's
sure.
usually-
No, I like it. I like it. Okay, we are smoking though. Aizen has genuinely hit a power spike here. He's got the triple D, this dagger, Deso, Dragon Lance, and the BKB. It's not that fourth D, not that Daedalus yet, but he's not going to wait even for Ken to get his own BKB. They got BKB Storm and 400 gold, Winter.
Who do they want to
They don't want to
kill
wait another
first?
moment.
The Slug, and not the Slug, sorry, the Shaman and the Tusk. I think they have to kill those first, especially the Tusk, to stop the snowball save. I mean, they have a lot of damage. If they catch the Queen of Pain, they can definitely fool to 0 a Queen of Pain.
That's true. She does have that Kaya and Sansa, the status resist, a lot of armor actually between the Cheetahs and the Blade now, but you're right. They can still fool to 0.
The armor is going to help against the PA, but not against the magic damage.
Not against that Ice Blast either. Serpent Wards drop down bottom. That's the problem playing into Shaman. You can always kind of just do this and force you to commit, but there is a BKB ready for the Storm Spirit, and in come the TPs. Initiating there on that Pit of Malice as just going to annoy Rupido here a little bit. A lot of damage there, catching that with Jackie, to be
so
quite
much
honest.
damage. Holy.
Yeah.
It's just a one
I want to be tanking
Firestorm.
that Firestorm.
Firestorm with Ice Vortex, actually. Not one spell, 2 spells.
Yeah, very good points. Yeah, percentage-based damage getting amped. Oof, ouch, owie.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Now, the issue is he's just TP'd back home with the X mark, and he's basically back to full HP. Still has that BKB that he's holding on to. And the snakes have demolished the tier 3 tower. The initiation, that's what you're looking for on your commitment heroes. Tim's wastes no time to blink in, Jackie to follow up, and they have the damage. Holy.
That was quick. And that was an underlord, you know, it was not an easy target. Yeah, but that's what you get, you know, for building Atos. You don't have Crimson, you don't have any defensive items, you know. It's all out offensive.
Another smoke. They're going to try and maybe hunt for Armel in the mid lane, but Jabs, he's here to break the smoke. Oh, they didn't get any vision. They will be left empty-handed. That could have been a pretty sweet opportunity there, Winter. But it's one that will pass them by. And now there's an AC on this Sven. He has just been non-stop farming. I mean, what are we at? A flawless game for Sven, a flawless game for Jabs. Jabs is Asian 007. He's 0011 right now. The perfect support game for him. But yeah, there's just a quick comparison.
I mean, I
Of
don't
course.
think any of the double O's are support players, you know, they're all the core players. The support players are the people behind the computers, you know, they're like watching in the cameras and everything, whispering in the ears. Go left, you know, take a left here. There's someone on your right. The double O's are all the main core players.
Jabs. And his own BKB now ready to go. Waiting for that Radiance purchase as well. As he continues to scale. Quick torrent there, has caught eyes, and he does have that meld, put into the tidal wave, hit by that walrus punch as well. Ken trying to get some damage in a jabs, but he's so tanky. He is so tanky, and both of your supports just finished off there. Your backline's falling apart, and John Noel, he's gone hunting. He's found a storm. Tim's leaping in, trying to cancel the TP of the Underlord, but will be forced to settle for the storm. And Winter, this one just never got off the ground, did it, for Ivory?
Yeah, this is going to be over soon. Fortunately for them, they don't have to suffer any longer. Jackie is here to finish them off. Yeah, I think it just all started from the lane, yeah, like the storm getting bullied so much by the co-op. And everything kind of snowballed from there. They had to help him, and they leave the side lane.
Well, look at this guy. John Noel's just in there. The Ice Blast is pretty good. It's going to connect on the two heroes, but in trouble's eyes and knocked back by the tidal wave into the Walrus Punch. No BKB to save him, and he dies. Rapido, he's got a BKB, but he's got to use it just to walk away. He doesn't have any other cores to play with. He doesn't have a bottom lane of barracks either.
This is just too much, you know. The hole they're in is just too deep. They have to dig themselves out for a very long time, and then guess what? Boom is not gonna give you the time, you know. Yeah, just here they mean business. They want to finish this as soon as possible. They don't want to waste any more time. And with the next BKB and God Strength up, they're going to run down a lane again. I think Ivory has to try to smoke and wrap around, because you need to get to the back line to kill off the Tusk and the Shaman. If it's a straight up head on, you go, you see them in front, they see you in front, you run at them. I think there's very little chance that's gonna work.
Look at this. Initiation, vision, dead hero, and there's no BKB on the Thunderlord. He's got a TP. Hey, this is so awkward. He does not.
Yeah,
oh god. No.
If they're getting caught at night, the game is just over. It's too much. During nighttime, it's supposed to be the time for you to strike with the position 4 slot. You have the vision advantage, and if you don't get an opportunity to do that, and it goes daytime with this sort of deficit, they're pretty much going to be just sitting ducks in the game.
Yeah, it's been 13-0-4. Quite the streak he is running. Yeah, still has not found a single kill yet. 0-0-14. Love to see that.
Yeah, what a big difference, yeah. Before he was the man with all the skills, now he's the man with no skills.
Right. That's, you know what that's called? Maturity. He's mature.
Maturity? I guess it depends on how you look at it. So you mean if I give you the kill, right? I see a kill and I intentionally let you get a kill, so I'm a matured player.
Yeah,
is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Even if I let you the kill because I'm having pity on you, you know, because you're like 0 and 10, I just want you to have a kill. So that's also maturity.
I can have a little snack. I deserve it. Listen, is it pity if your friend is about to get his first rampage, but you can steal the kill, and maybe you should?
You put it that way,
right?
Sure.
Is that pity?
Yeah,
no, it's mature. It's mature
right?
not to let him take the kill. Right? Listen, if you're at TI finals, take the kill. Make sure he doesn't get away. You know?
Yeah, sure.
But if you're playing your ranked game, you better let me get that rampage, bro. I'll be upset.
I'm gonna check how many rampages you actually have.
I think I have a pitiful amount. I'm a support player, bro. I'm not playing any big heroes like that. Here we go, though. Second Aegis. They've got the Roshan's banner, so even if they fortify on this Radiant side, they still need to get in there for the banner. The Serpent Wards, the Wagon. It's just going to be too much damage here, Winter. What do they have left? How can they take this fight? Maybe with the Daedalus. That could be the answer here. This TA 8-second BKB. Pretty big, but there's the tidal wave. Rubido is in so much trouble. Ken's gonna run on in. He's taking a ton of damage as well. Okay, Ice Blast here for the backliners. I think Tim's avoided it. No, he didn't. He's still frostbitten actually in that snowball. So I think he dies to these tier 4 auto attacks. Indeed he does. He will drop what you have left, though. No mid lane of Bear. Sees the counter initiation. John Well, he's in there immediately. Can they burst this TA before she gets off the BKB? Not quite. Great save there with the Depth Shroud, but can they continue fighting here? That's going to be the Aegis actually on Sven. He's got a BKB, but no God Strength. They don't have a snowball save. Is there anything left in the tank for Ivory? Unfortunately not. They're just so far back, Winter.
That was a good attempt. Gotta give credit to them, for trying that. I mean, they kind of killed two heroes, a Toss and Aegis. I mean, you see a lot of potential with their heroes, and they took the fight without the Underlord because the Underlord died right away, but they still killed two heroes, and they are 20k behind. If it's a more even game, they are going to have a much easier time bursting heroes, and yeah, the Storm is going to be able to kill more, in the team fight. I mean, that's why it's very, very important that against a hero like Storm, you have someone to shut him down in the lane, because this hero has a lot of potential if he gets a good game. He's like one of the best snowballing mid heroes, and whenever you are drafting against this hero, it's important to take into account that you want to slow the hero down.
Oh, they've caught a hero here. They've caught a hero. It's a pretty big one, too. Jabs, he is going to go down. They might be able to get the +1. They have trap vision up there, but Jackie's come back through the gate now on the other side. John Well, he's actually managed to catch Ken, so Jackie's going to turn back for him. Nukes him down. Oh no, the snowball to give chase on a Rupiter. They kill him through the BKB TP away. No Nightfall for you, sir. And Drick, he's up next. Jackie, with all 3 kills, extends his kill streak to 18. Oh my goodness.
They may
Jabs, unfortunately.
They may have killed Jabs, but they pay a price. A heavy price.
That's true. They pay the price. Jabs,
he took one for the team, so that's a sign of maturity.
Yes, sir. Look, he's so mature,
Radiant's top tower.
Yeah, back in the day, he would be the one standing behind, taking all the kills.
That's right. He'd be saying, no, guys, give me 18, give me 24. And now he says, it's okay. First pick my hero. I play Kunkka. I do whatever we need. Sure, I'll flex onto the Kunkka. I got you guys.
I mean, you know what? It's so funny because it's true.
Yeah. Guys, I'm not memeing. I've literally seen the evolution of Jabs. It wasn't even too long ago. It was our DPC seasons that we had here in KL when he was still, last picking Naga Siren, when that wasn't so common in the offlane, mind you.
Don't forget his Rubik and Keeper of the Light. Offlane core hero.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Nowadays he's very grounded here. He just picks the most reliable heroes by himself.
Gonna break the smoke here, prevent anyone else from dying. Uh-oh. Rick tried to run in there. Actually, he's already used the Depth Shroud. He's already used the Shadow Dance. Hey, good job there. They do have a Pit of Malice to cover his retreat. It's not quite megas yet now, Winter, but we are quickly approaching that mark. I wanted to highlight here. Wait, hold on. We might still see a fight. They're just gonna run in, are they? Are they really just gonna run in? I think they are. They're going to blink in. In fact, Jackie, look at how quickly he's melting this Underlord. 1 extra auto take. That's all he needs. They get through Tim's, though. And this BKB wearing off from Jackie. Okay, Ice Blast. No, it doesn't connect. He just gets away, Winter. And the auto attacks from TA are not enough. Slark from behind. He manages to escape. Does have that buyback. His fight actually still looking half decent, but the disarm on Aizen, he needs to TP away through the Sonic Wave. He will do so. It's Jabs now who's in trouble with the BKB. Can Drake get the job done? Absolutely. He chases him down for the kill. All of a sudden, Tim's having bought back on this Tusk in a bit of an awkward spot. Ken low on mana, but enough to catch up here to make sure that Blink Dagger stays on cooldown. And in comes the Slark. Oh, he's stolen 3 permanent Agi. He'll be up to an additional here with the dieback onto Tim's. It's been a heavy hold, Winter. 3 buybacks from Ivory. They will successfully defend the high ground.
That was actually so unfortunate. The 4-star actually allowed the Sven to survive for Ivory, He got pushed out by someone, so he dodges probably the Shaman.
Shaman, I think.
Yeah, he didn't get hit by the Ice Blast there, otherwise it would have been a perfect fight for Ivory here. And we're gonna see once again, the main thing they wanted in the fight is they killed the Tusk right from the get-go, right? I already mentioned the Tusk and the Shaman. Those are heroes that Ivory have to kill first in the team fights. They got him. He bought back, but he was late to the fight.
So close.
The Sven was low, he couldn't fight anymore. And then Jabs got picked off on the side here. I mean, the TA is just doing a lot of damage still, despite being 20k behind. And here manages to TP out.
TP away. So funny. Yeah, I mean, they were so close to actually connecting. If they actually land that pounce, that Sven is so dead. Ice Blast connects, and he's not escaping.
Yeah, I mean, that probably shook Boom a little bit. It's a dieback on the touch. They're probably thinking, maybe we should, sit back a little bit, wait for the rush, try to slow down a little. We are going too fast for our own good. I mean, they gotta respect, you go high ground against a Storm. He falls in, uses all his mana, he doesn't die, he goes back, he refills his mana, he's gonna come again, Yeah. That's the strength of the Storm on the high ground. He always gets a refill in the fountain, and you have to kind of fight him off 2 or 3 times.
Exactly. And now with Aizen, the huge, the mammoth lead that Boom had, all of a sudden, Aizen, with a few kills, he's extremely wealthy now. Most importantly, he's up to level 25. He's got that Refraction Instances talent, so he's extra talented.
That is very, very good into the Sven. Super good. Sven doesn't have any way of removing your refraction charges.
No, he does not. They've cut one additional wave mid. Top lane is shoving in. There's creeps through the base down bottom, though. They'll quickly dispatch of those.
Yeah,
We're in the Roshan window.
Maybe there's still hope.
What's that?
There is still hope.
Hope is the last thing you lose, they say.
Yeah, if they can get the Shaman and the Tusk again like that fight, I could see them still winning the fights here. Smoke up, this is going to be crucial. The break. Amel manages to beat
immediately to try and catch on Mel, but he's got that Outworld Hammer to be able to avoid a lot of damage. Tim, 4 steps on in, 10 up onto the cliff, dealing some damage. He actually going to get targeted with the snowball because they had vision up there. But with the BKB, he can turn and do the damage he needs. Jackie is getting kited around. That Outworld staff saving Rupido here, but that's so much damage. Again, the save up from the depth zone. They are kiting him perfectly. No more BKB, but still, Armel is in there to dish out the damage. But now it's Aizen's time to fight without the refraction charges. The cooldown back there, and no BKB to cover him. Is there a save in time? Jackie trying to fight through this one, but he's right-click down. Aizen's got the kill, but Aizen left without the refraction charges. He is taken on down. In the meantime, they've lost their top barracks to the Serpent Wards of Tim's. Rather make that John well, and GG just has to be dropped. Ivory, they gave him a run for their money there at the end, but Boom just too far ahead.
Yeah, that was a good call by Jana. He realizes his team is not doing so well in the team fight, and typically like every single Shaman player, guess what they do? They take matters in their own hands. He goes and ends the game, he gets the Rex. Yeah, I'm sure you ran into one of those Shaman players where, screw these guys, you guys are not winning the team fight, I don't trust you guys anymore, I'm going to do the work on my own. Just go distract them, I'm going to get the Rex, It's quite common for
Winter,
Shaman
what I
players.
really wanted to discuss in this post game, though, was the impact that Tim's and John Well had this game, right? Tim's rotating early on, right? Just completely altered
he
the
played
outcome of this game.
close to flawless early game. But not to mention, you have to give credit for the Queen of Pain. He played the lane extremely well. He pressured the Storm, which allowed the opening for the Tusk to come in and set up those kills and pressure the lane. And obviously, we've already mentioned this. The mid lane kind of caused the side lanes to get destabilized because Ivory had to help the Storm so much that they couldn't protect their side lanes, and Boom took full advantage of it and just somehow created a substantial lead from the laning phase. All they needed, on Ivory's side is just to have at least like a game, like a 50-50 early game, and then you could see the potential of their lineup, but they couldn't really get there, and they were always like playing catch up, right? Always behind, always trying to dodge, use the slug, get vision, deward, and then maybe find a couple of pickoffs, but they were just like in a very difficult spot. They always had to lose so many heroes for going for a pickoff,
I gotta say, though, I'm still really impressed by how Ivory played this game, like, overall. Like, they realized, okay, like, our lanes are borked. Like, it's just time to play this rat style. They did so incredibly effectively up until, pardon me, John Well, this is why I wanted to highlight the supports, up until John Well catches the Storm out one time, and then they never could play that style again.
Yeah.
But that kind of lead, you could see how well they still extended this into the late game, really taking fights strategically. I want to see a close game between the two teams. I don't think this is indicative of Ivory's true potential, basically.
Yeah, Richie. But if you want to play Dota, guess what? You have to be able to play the lane. If you can't play the lane, then you can't play Dota. That's always been the case. And I think SEA Dota has been a classic example of that. our teams are good in the lane. We know how to draft for the lane, but we are bad in the mid lane game, right? But in the domestic side, it doesn't really get to that point, right? When we go out and we play against the better teams, we always get exposed that our mid and late game, it's not so good. Maybe not so much late game, but the mid game, the transition part. But our laning phase is not something that we are weak at, So I think Ivory here, they have to be able to find a solution to this lane, because this game in the draft, they picked the Storm very, very early. It was the second pick right after the AA, if I'm not mistaken, and
You're
they kind of
correct,
got
yes.
punished by Boom for doing that, So in the next game, maybe we'll see an adjustment, or maybe they are going to be the side that picks the first pick, so they have the 18 to counter the mid lane or to have a better matchup. But yeah, Jackie has been the backbone here, for Boom. We've been talking about Amel a lot with the Queen of Pain. I think Jackie has been the person that's been silently farming, going for kills, and his playstyle has been, I think, recently he participates a lot. He's not just like, I'm AFK farming, I'm not going to come in. He's been always involved. He's been very active at helping his team succeed. And in this game, we could see it being really, really effective, helping his team around the map. And hopefully in the next game, I will have to find some sort of like solution to this. They have to either match it or find some way to slow Jackie down as well.
Yeah, it's the good old Shopify problem. If you get Shopifyed in all three of your lanes, you just get Shopifyed. And there's not really a great way back into it, as Steenie always used to say. But fortunately for them, that was just game one. They still really gave them a little bit of brawl. They certainly left Boom with a bit of a bloody nose, especially, managing to hold that high ground tier 3 fight. But it wasn't going to be enough. They just simply need a better start. That'll start with a draft, and that'll be live, folks, here after the break. Do stick around about 5 minutes. We'll be back with game number 2 of this Elimination BO3 series between Boom and Ivory. We'll see you very soon.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, and welcome back to the SCA Road to the International Closed Qualifiers. We're in the lower bracket. What is this? The quarterfinals already. We're moving along, Winter, and it's Boom who will lead 1-0 here as we head into game 2. I'm Seeking Strike, and joining us is Winter, like I just said. How are we doing, buddy? What do we think about that first game?
Well, first game was like a terrible laning phase for Ivory. They couldn't really do much after that. And I think the main thing is like the pick sequence here that caused that, because they picked the Storm early and the Storm got countered in the lane. So I feel like they're probably just going to change that. And now they're on the first pick side. So we are not going to see the same pick order for sure. Maybe the same heroes, but not the same pick order.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we kick it off with the AA already. I mean, the Kunkka's banned, so we'll certainly see Jabs at least play something different.
So the Boom banned the Kunkka that they picked, and Ivory banned the Slug that they picked. So some kind of truth here.
Yeah, looks like it. Maybe that's why Tim's was tipping the Slug the whole game. He's like, bro, that's not how you do it. Let me show you on game 2.
Yeah, I mean, Boom really likes to play the Slug too. I mean, I don't think it's the easiest hero to execute, Slug position for. Not everybody is 9 class, not every team is Paravision, It's not just the player being able to use it, but your team needs to understand what to do around it, What heroes to pick, how to move around it. Yeah, it's fun to play, I give you that. I've been playing it a bit, I think I have probably around 20, 30 games of the Slug position for support recently. I gotta say, it's been one of the most enjoyable experience I had in Dota, Maybe not the most wins.
Yeah.
In terms of winning the game, probably not so much. But yeah, in terms of having fun, yeah, it's up there.
Is it the same kind of hero that you think works better in organized professional matches compared to pubs? Yeah, makes sense.
For sure. In pubs, it's your teammates don't know how to abuse the vision that you're giving them, and on top of that, in pubs, lanes matter a lot. Slug is not the best laner.
Well, I mean, last game we've seen that lanes matter. The lanes can still matter a lot here, right, for Ivory. Let's see how the rest of this draft goes for them. I'm hoping that they give themselves a fighting chance out of the lanes so that we have a more contested mid-game. Final ban coming through now for Boom. They will get 1 pick out of this. So they have 2 picks in a row, kind of. Well, 1 ban, 1 pick.
So with the Pango, they kind of have to follow up with a lane that can allow the Pango to do well in the off lane. I mean, you already see the A, so I assume they're going to pick the position 4 that works with the A. That works
Tusk
against
banned.
the AA.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no Tusk. I mean, there's just CK, right? Oh no, CK is banned too. So the next one would be some Ricky type of hero. Ricky is also good into AA. Because you can, similarly to Tusk, dodge the cold feet with your tricks of trade, and you can bully him with your blink strike in the lane, But it's not something that has been super popular recently, but the bat is very popular. Yeah, you push the A out of position with your flame break and with your... It's not a new... I mean, it's kind of a new facet, but just an old name, Stoke. You do a lot of damage and you're very fast, so you get to bully the A. So right now, they kind of have to be wary of that. You need to pick a safe laner that can kind of protect the A. Something with a stun. I always say you want to pick something with a stun with A, ideally, or a front liner. If you pick a back liner with A, the lane is going to go real bad. Yeah, so ideally some Ursa kind of hero, but they're probably not going to pick it here, I think. They will pick the other support with one of another core, a flex core. Maybe an offlane hero. Is there a utility hero? There's no utility hero remaining that can be flex. Oh no, there's DP. So if they want DP, they can go DP. No, they go X, so they directly just want to set up their lanes. Ice Blast with the X initiating. Pretty deadly.
Yeah, good damage. Good control through these, kind
there
of
is Moita to pair with the X if they want to. Or Dark Widow. Those are the 2, I guess, top position for us with X. I mean, Dark Widow will give you a lot more damage since you have damage M and you have the Ice Vortex for your spells. So I think Dark Widow seems it's going to be quite insane when it comes to the team fight magic burst. Muay Thai is kind of, I guess, it's going to give you more stability in the fights because you can stop the roll with the silence. You can kind of make it very hard for the barrier to blink in and lasso you. Yeah, and there's also the Shadow Shaman, which is gonna kind of do the same thing. You initiate and you make it very hard for them to come in. But in terms of damage-wise, I think the Dark Widow is the one that gives you the most. Yeah. Shaman gives you not so much damage, but more control and utility.
10 seconds remaining.
I would have loved to see a Rubik, but
On
think
who?
that's-
On you mean on
5
Boom?
seconds remaining.
I think on Ivory, you know, with the Bad and the Pango showing, there's some pretty decent spells.
Yeah,
to steal
Rubik is in
already.
a very sad spot now. It's very hard to pick the
know.
hero.
I know. It's not these guys' fault. I know it's more of the Rubik. Wow, Doom's still in the pool. Heard it with the Silencer 17.
Yeah, this is a good response to the Shaman. Silencer kind of ruins Shaman's day. You can't channel, you get silence. And the Doom kind of keeps everything still kind of open, right? Because you can put
10
Pango mid,
seconds
you can put
remaining.
Pango off lane, you can put Doom off lane, you can put Doom safe lane. So everything is still up in the air. But I think most likely what we're going to see is the Pango on off lane and Doom as a carry here. Because Doom carry is good into the X. You're pretty tanky, you're hard to kill. You're not so afraid of the X killing you with the Blade Mail, you know? I mean, he can do it, but it's not as easy as like some of the squishier heroes, right? Like Drow, Morphling. So I think this is a reasonable response here. And Ivory has to decide what mid hero they want to pick here. So they're going to
No.
pick the Gyro instead. So worrying that the carries are going to get banned out. And they have the Gyro that's going to kind of, I think, make sure that they have a good amount of mixed damage to abuse with the Ice Vortex. Because before that, Shaman and X, they are not the best heroes to abuse the Ice Vortex. And Gyro also kind of gives you a steady lane here, you know.
That he does. No matter who he's laning into, he's got that range. We see a
Yeah,
lot
I
of
know I
secondary
mentioned
strikes.
the AA needs like melee stuns, right? But Gyro is one of the range heroes that can kind of protect AA because you push out the lane with flag, so you kind of indirectly stop them from running at your AA. And you kind of also have a stun with your missile.
Mhm. Means that the lane's probably going to get skipped here for A, so we'll see how they look to deal with that when we get underway. Last phase of Ban's Winter coming through. Seeing a lot of Razor actually throughout the quals. I think we saw it like 2 more times after
No,
we
it's
finished our shift
pretty
yesterday.
solid into the Gyro. It's pretty good into the Axe as well in the lane. And here I assume Boom they're gonna ban out the Spirit heroes here. Like the Storm, the Ember, those type of heroes, they're all gonna be the top heroes that they are definitely thinking of. Other than the Spirit heroes, Tiny is also a hero that's really good with AA, but it's also already banned. What else? With AA, I mean, Sand King used to be a good hero with AA because of the Sandstorm, but nowadays I'm not so sure because the hero kind of lost some of his popularity. It's not as good as before. There's no more Puck, so a lot of the mid heroes are just gone, yeah.
Yeah. And we still have 2 more bans to go for
We
Boom
might
to
see
consider.
something more unconventional. Oh, there's still a Corp. Okay, they're gonna get either one.
Well, there's
Ember
a Quap and
or
there's a
Storm.
DP.
DP is not so good because I think it's with their lineup, to enable their lineup, they want to have like a catch. I think X alone is not enough as catch for them.
Okay,
Because you
sure.
also have to consider you're playing into global, right? Whenever you're playing into
Yeah.
global, and if you only have one way of initiating, it's going to be so hard because somebody needs to poke and force the global to come out. And then the other person can go after the global, right? If you only have one, then it's going to be super difficult. So they ban out the Storm. So it means that the Ember is still in the pool. If they want Ember, they have to kind of maybe ban something like Huskar if they're afraid of that.
We've seen a bit of Lesh this tournament as well. He's still available.
Yeah,
at the
Let's with
moment.
A is strong, but with their lineup, it can be a bit difficult to execute because they don't.
Yeah.
Once again, they're only relying on the X to jump, which is not ideal.
Ken's a bit of an Ember player, isn't he? As I recall.
Yeah, maybe most mid players love playing that hero, love styling on support, on that hero. I mean, the fact that they're thinking so much, it means that it might not be an Ember. Because if it's an
Guess
Ember, they'll be
so.
like, it would be pretty straightforward ban the Huskar, pick the Ember.
Well, they banned the Ursa again. What will the mid
So
laner
they
be?
think that the Pango is mid and the Doom is off lane. I mean, there's definitely a potential for that. I mean, the Ursa is kind of decent into the Axe and into the Gyro. So I guess it's still pretty understandable.
Team pick.
Okay, they still
Ember.
pick the Ember in the end after
Yeah.
taking all that time. But you know what? Better to be safe than sorry, you know? Just make sure you get your bases all covered. Make sure nothing's, missed. Go through everything. And now Mel is like, he's smiling. I want Hosker. But if there's an A in the game, maybe that's why they didn't ban Huskar. You can pick
Yeah,
Hosker, we have AA.
I was gonna say.
5 seconds.
But
Not so
Amel is
sure
saying,
about
I'm just
that.
gonna beat you in the lane. I don't care, you know?
I mean, look, it worked out really well last time. Maybe they can just look for a
Yeah,
repeat. you know.
if they don't want the Huskar, there's still Monkey that could pressure the Ember. Okay, go for the
Call.
safer one.
Select your hero.
Good call.
This is still a pretty difficult lane for Ken. But at the same time, I do feel like if they can somehow do okay or don't lose too bad in the lanes, their team fight is going to be insane. A lot of damage with the Ice Vortex, a lot of setup with the chains, and the Axe jumping in. There's call down. They have a bunch of damage, you know. And I feel like if they can somehow punish the Monkey, because Monkey is going to be aggressive to dominate and win the lane against the Ember, so they just need to be ready with making rotations, especially with the Gyro. If he TPs in, kills the Monkey once or twice, that would actually be a huge way of dealing with the Monkey and just making sure that he doesn't run over the Ember Spirit. I think if they can do that, they're going to have very good odds at evening this series out. But whereas for Boom, it's going to be business as usual. They have very, very strong lanes with the Bat as position 4 to secure the lane for Jabs. Mid lane also good lane for them. Monkey King into Amber and the Doom and Silencer safe lane as well. Once again, very, very stable against the Axe and Shadow Shaman, you know. So Boom is putting themselves in a position where they want to run away with the lanes once more.
And run away with it, they just may. It is going to be this carry Doom, like you said, but he is going to get big. He's going to get a lot of money. They've got pretty phenomenal early team fight. You know, that Silencer, he always feels like a trump card. Oh, you're going to try and call into Ice Blast? Good luck releasing that thing with the Global Silence on top. But you're right. I do like this lineup a little more. And also something I like is that with the focus on the support bans in the second draft out from Ivory, it does seem like they have removed some of those more stronger mid-rotation heroes out from Tim's. Right now, I'm still set. This Bat Rider's still pretty scary, but he's no Tusk who's like gonna solo win you the mid lane, you know, like that.
Actually, he kind of can as well. I mean, Bat Rider
You think in
does,
this game still?
Yeah, Bat Rider does a lot of damage. He's magic, obviously not physical like Tusk. But if you think about how they're gonna set up the kill, right? Tusk needs to go near. Either he needs to land either the shot or he needs to snowball in, right? Whereas as Bat, you can pretty much low committal, right? You just bounce him back. If you get the bounce, then you go on him, and then the sticky napalm, and you're fast with the Firefly, with the Stoke Facet, which he already has the Stoke Facet. So I think Bat Rider is kind of more reliable than Tusk in a lot of ways, you know. But we're gonna see double smoke. Hang on a minute.
Yeah. A lot of vision here. And by the way, Ken, he started off with double impact, so it's not chain gang like we see a lot.
He has boots
brown
too.
boots.
Okay. Usually you start with normal items, but you send the boots before the bottle. But he's going to do it the other way around. He's going to start with the boots first. These are like small little ways of minimizing the impact that Monkey King can do on you. Not sure if it's going to work out well for him. We shall see.
Smoke might break down bottom. It does for both Rubido and Jackie. Lots of vision dedicated to this bottom river currently from Boom. They have both observer wards
And you
watching.
can see the Gyro going for the afterburner facets. We've been seeing sometimes you go for the secondary strikes on the carry Gyro, but because he's going for afterburner, it tells me that he wants to be helping his team, right? Because the afterburner facet is going to allow you to be more aggressive. If you think that you have to TP and help your lanes more, I think this facet is going to be greatly efficient for that.
Both side lanes, by the way, they did their blocking shenanigans used to seen. The lanes are a little bit upset there. Of course, Gyro just fixes that straight away with the flat cannon should he choose to. Mid lane, we can see those boots coming in handy a little bit there for Ken. That's to be sure. As he ferries out that regen. And number 2 here, Winter. It sounds like still you like the idea of this boom lineup, potentially. You suggesting we might see a 2-0 here in our first series?
I'm not suggesting anything, you know. I'm just saying what the team's trying to do. I'm not biased to anyone.
No, of course. I'm not
But
biased to say that you prefer a draft.
Is preferring one draft bias? You tell me,
No,
you know.
of course not.
I would prefer Boom's draft because it's easier to execute. I think there are a lot more things that come natural to player, and I always like the drafts with better lanes because it always ensures that it's easier to execute because you have strong lanes. But by no means, Ivory's draft is destined for doom, you know.
What about that Searing Chain? It must have just hit a creep, I suppose. A little unlucky there for Ken.
How well is he
Gonna do
doing? 6-0 against 7-4 Monkey. So far, still alright with the boots. But Jackie, he is not alright. He
No,
dies.
he is not.
Has been killed.
No, he is not. That is going to
So
be
good
the
start
battle
already.
hunger.
Yeah, good start already for the Ivory side, getting first blood on a hero like Axe. You know, he definitely wants to snowball this game. You know, get his blade mail dagger timing quickly.
And man, battle hunger is so good in the lane. You throw a blood grenade on top of it, no one is running from you.
Yeah, he got buffed so many times in recent patches.
Seriously. Yeah, I didn't know they buffed it again in 739. It was already pretty bonkers in 738. Not gonna lie. I felt it was, but we'll see here now as it's basically kind of getting to that point, isn't it?
Yeah, I
Finally got
kind
an
of hate playing against it nowadays as support. You know, you run into the Axe battle hunger, and then your core doesn't let you deny creep. You're trying to deny the creep, right? And then he just denies it, and you're like, and you're pinging your battle hunt. You're not even
Yeah.
taking his last hit. You know, you're just taking the deny.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean that's always a bit painful. I think all supports we know the feeling there of, especially back when, remember when denies gave golds and they were like absolutely not, and they
That
felt
was
like
a
they had a
patch.
financial
Oh
reason.
no, yeah, I remember.
Is under attack.
That patch, the mid laners were so impactful. Like being able to do well in your lane on mid is actually just insanely impactful because of that, the deny goal.
Speaking of doing well in mid, now as the levels have come through, level 2 Jingu Mastery, level 2 Boundless Strike, Ken is starting to struggle more and more here. As you can see, Armel always threatening him. Back up top, Grimm's 4 stacks of that main Hong. And with the Smoldering Resin, he is going to stay alive. And as you say, Winter, this Gyrocopter, this is kind of what you're talking about. He can be the body blocker. He can be that quote-unquote pseudo-melee hero that AA needs in the lane to live.
Yeah. I mean, at the same time, because he's doing that, it's going to push out the lane, right? So the off laner is going to get a lot of farm. See Pango, he's doing fairly well for himself. He has a big wave in the tower. And here, we see Amel, you know, constantly pressuring Amber back. And Jackie kind of doesn't... he doesn't want to play too aggressive anymore, knowing that the axe can actually kill him. The axe with Shaman. They have a lot of damage, so he has to be very, very careful when he doesn't have Scorch Earth up. And he does have a Lotus now, so having that extra bit of burst heal to save him if it's needed.
7 stick charge is part of me. Only a question if whether or not Drick's gonna let you get him off. Of course, with that shackles, with the foul play, that extra little bit of lockdown, right? That facet's gonna give you these chicken fingers. Ooh, but they turn, and they turn hard on a Rupido. He is going to die. So much damage, right? That's what the silencer support's gonna give you. Last word, Arcane Curse with the Suffer in Silence facet. Even more damage.
Do you think this is actually better? No way, right? Than the reverberating silence. But it's still pretty good.
Way. It's good. I think it's fair. I think it's very thematic
it's
as well.
fair.
Hold on. Aizen, he actually just kind of got destroyed by the creep. The creep hurricaned him in, and I think he might just die to that. Jabs, I think he missed a little bit there on the swashbuckle, but he's got the wand charges. Oh, that is the Wild Wing Ripper, dude. He's a paid actor. I don't know what that was, bro. I don't believe it. And then he denies Tim's to boot. I don't
Yeah,
believe it. I don't
he
think our
must be
observer
on-
caught it.
He must be on the Radiant side now.
Yeah, Mushi says, come upstairs with me, Wild Wing Ripper. And he said, oh no. Got a talking to him between the
Yeah,
games.
let's have a
Bro,
chat,
that-
yeah? Come to my
that was
office today.
unfair. That was unfair. Aizen dies because Wild Wing Ripper just decided he deemed it so. Oh boy, here comes Ken. He's trying to find impact here by ganking the sidelines. He's done so successfully, but Monkey's going to mirror that rotation, trying to go down bottom here as Drake, in an effort to contest the first power room of the game, he's going to be scouted, and he also lets him know there's a big stack in the triangle at the same time.
Yeah, Ima Pango dies. He was low. Pretty low on resources. So yeah, I mean, dies. He has an urn. So he's planning to go Vessel this game on the Pango. I mean, we saw yesterday one Pango when, what was the build? Vessel, Diffusal, Axe, right? Or maybe some Lotus. Or... So it seems like a new way of playing the hero with Vessel being buffed. And Pango is a hero that wants to participate a lot in the early fights, so Vessel is going to give him the upper hand. It's just good damage, and they're not really just buying to counter heroes like Huskar or any DP, you know.
With Fortification already used here, and a nuke through that silencer, but Ember's still only level 5. He's got to play it so carefully in these fights. That Orb of Frost taking down the Ancient Apparition underneath his tier 2 tower. Armel, 3 points in the Junior Mastery. That single point there in Tree Dance, and you can see he is dominating for the second game in a row. Winter 41 and 23. His net worth also very respectable here. As that tier 1 tower falls.
I mean, would you say the Ember kind of survived the lane? I'm actually not sure.
Well, he did get a kill top. That led to something. But obviously losing the tower this early means that defending objectives like this big stack that was meant to go to Axe, well, it's going to be very difficult now, isn't it? I'm out. It's turned into a chicken. Here's now level 6, as you say, but he doesn't have this chain gang, right? So what's that really going to give him here? Top lane, Rolling Thunder will not find the kill there onto Aizen, so Aizen does a good job there staying alive. Falcon Blade to give him a little bit of extra survivability. The stack mostly stolen there by Boo. As Armel collects the second power rune here. Technically, John will get the first regen. Back into the triangle. You know,
And
I
they
always
have to
point out...
they have to slowly get their levels up and just find pickoffs here. I don't think that they're that bad of a position compared to last game. After the laning phase, this is much more bearable. My Graves is gonna die here, but yeah, they have to try to slowly call their way back. You know, jungle, give the lane to the support, get XP. I think once they get level 6 on their A and the Shaman, it's going to be very, very easy for them to kill heroes. This is
not
not
going
gonna
to
work
support
out.
jabs here very much, but good spell casting over the swashbuckle, even with the call down there. It wasn't enough. There's no secondary strikes, right? So it's not an insane amount of damage. And Silencer through the gate here. Done well. They kick things back off again. They do have those shackles here onto Jabs. Jabs again with the wand charges. He's so tanky with these treads. And Aizen gets hit by that last word. He will not take down to that Arcane Curse at the very least, but he's no fighting shape. No one took the Wisdom Shrine on Boom. Whoops. Someone should get that, lads.
They're too busy killing heroes.
Yeah, that they are. 5 and 2, not nearly as bad of a game last time around as Ivory, who took like 17 minutes to get their first kill in the game. But Drick, he will fall victim this time to the second Rolling Thunder.
And Monkey
Even
King
got
is
the
also
monkey
heading
rotating
over.
up here.
Yeah, there's no way they defend this tower now. And I thought the gyro would actually have more impact in terms of like moving around the map, getting kills, but just didn't happen. You know, if gyro is not seeing or finding those openings, then I'm afraid Ivory has to be actually passive here. You know, he's the only one that can kind of move around and get kills. And if he's not finding any moves or time to do it, then the only thing they can hope for is just sit back and try to recover, get that level 6 in the jungle. But in the meantime, Jackie with a Midas, he is going to be actually delighted if he's allowed to sit back and farm.
He's going to farm, and that's always a scary thing. That's always a scary prospect, isn't it? But Ken He's finally found himself a power rune, and it's the amplify damage. You know what, Valve? If you hover over the bottle of Ember, it still says rune double damage. Valve, please fix. That's just not right. You see that bottle, rune double damage? My goodness. How could they? In my free game? I don't think so. Either way, though, let's see if they can turn this into something, right? Phase boots, amplify damage rune, Ember Spirit. That is something to be a little bit afraid of, especially as Ice Blast is ready to go. Rims is TP'd mid now. They really look to set up something here onto the Monkey King. That still feels like a very difficult kill.
They need like
Smoke around. Need the Searing Chains. They've got it into the Ice Blast. He sets up the Wukong's command. The Global Silence to try and cover him off as Armel still alive. Ken leaping in for the kill. The Sleight of Fist, even with the facet here, even with double impact, I don't think it's going to get it. And now Jabs running after him is not going to be able to get the kill. He does refill the urn, but it's the Ancient Granite Golems that will slap down the Ember. Armel lives by the skin of his teeth. Those cost him the global, but any fight that the Monkey can walk away from is a good fight, I reckon.
Yeah, that is such a disaster there. I barely got away, the Monkey King. I think the last slide didn't land or something. They lack a little bit of damage.
It looked like it didn't, because I'd be shocked. A level 4 slight with double impact, I would have thought for sure would have done the trick there. Now, Eisen in a little bit of trouble. The call down does a good job actually to bully out these supports. Phenomenal spellcast there from Eisen. All of a sudden, the double slide of chains into that Ice Blast. That's going to be a turnaround, but the Tomb onto Rupido does kind of take him out of this fight, and all of a sudden Eisen dying to the Croakers right before Jabs looks to turn. Hits him with that urn charge. Down he goes. It's Armel who needs some support. Armel fighting versus Ken. Ken with the Arcane Room able to take the fight to him, and down he goes. I mean, I don't know if Ken had a rune there. He's just kind of purple because of the debuffs on him. But a big
that was a pretty good
kill.
fight for Ivory. 3-for-3 trade, global use.
Oh, you know what that is actually? It's that Sister Shroud. That's what that purple thing is. And that actually helps him a lot versus the Monkey King, doesn't it, in this kind of a game?
It's one of the stronger neutral items right now. I love getting that item. Especially when you're against a lot of right clicks, like Monkey King, heroes that are going to stick on you and do some right clicks. That is always a value item.
And honestly,
they do
good
lose
fight
the
for
power, but I think overall it was a good exchange for Ivory. It's like a pretty decent fight here. They used the call down defensively, and Ken came in with a big sleight of fist with chains here. Even though Axe got doomed, but yeah, I mean they couldn't go in because I think Jackie was like kind of scared to go in initially.
Fighting off Global Silence. Ooh, they actually still get the cold feet proc on Armel, but they can't get out the dunk in time. Look at Armel jump around in the fights there with that facet. Armel behind the tower now, up in one of the trees. They did hit him with a sleight of fist, but he's just so speedy. Primal Spring here, ready again, and he might just be Scott home and free. Rims. Oh no, he's just so hard to catch. And Tim, in the meantime, he's stolen the Wisdom Shrine. Oh, tough to watch. Tough to watch there. Trick, what are you doing here? Oh, no. He's going to die as well, isn't he? Yep. There's a lasso. The Snakes will hold down the bat here, actually. With the Serpent Wards, hold on. He's actually going to live. Armel scouted again in these trees. The call just a split second late from Rupido. Armel still thinks he can take this fight, and he might be right. Jabs running in with that Diffuser Blade reveal. It's Ken who's in trouble. It's Ken who's dead again. And inside his own Serpent Wards here, Trick, he is not long for this world. The foul play only saves him for a split second. Armel on the double kill, 6-1 and 3.
Yeah, he's having a blast, this Monkey King. This is the type of game you expect after you have a good lane on Monkey King. Diffusal destroying them, but on the other hand, you still need to be careful not to feed away your unit. I think it's one of very common mistakes that Monkey King players have is they build a lead and then they play overly aggressive, they die once or twice, and they give away back a lot of gold to their opponent. Waste all your hard work in early game.
Speaking of a lot of gold, that's what Jackie's currently got. He's rebuilding the Midas after Devil's bargaining it away for the Radiance. He's really starting to take off here in terms of net worth. Armel's doing a phenomenal job of just creating so much chaos, playing around the strength of that global silence. How will this Gyro look to even up the game? Oh, this Ember finds some utility here. Hold on, thought they're fighting in the mid lane. They do get that lasso. Global silence here to cover, and that leaves Ken with no escape. Even if he had the safety remnant down, no dispel available to him as the fight once again has gone lopsided. Rupido, he has this blink dagger. He was so eager to join the fight, but he's just not going to be fast enough. Meanwhile, on the top lane, oh no, Jackie finds Eyes and gets on top of him, and with the Doom, there is no chance. 2 cores dead, 10k lead for Boom. It is looking all too similar to game 1. That's going to be a nice call here onto Tim. Cold Feet will prop, and that's going to be the first dunk of the game there for Rupido. Rims is going to lose his life here, but now without the global, they're thinking they can take this fight. Blink Dagger is ready here. Armel, he is going to get Blink called. Jabs, he's got Rolling Thunder, and still this diffuse is going to be a ton of damage. With the Serpent Ward set up, they have a kill onto Armel. Jabs has potentially done them a favor there. I guess those heroes have got phase boots, so they could have just walked out of the Serpent Wards anyway. But Jabs is not going to be able to save the Monkey King, so Boom, a little bit too confident sticking around there. It's a big kill onto the Monkey.
Yeah, very, very big kill. That's gonna be a morale booster for sure for Team Ivory now. Any kill they can get. I mean, Gyro is a long way from fighting Chariot. He's gonna need his BKB soon. But meanwhile, Drake in trouble here. He's gonna walk away. But they're gonna need the Gyro to get his BKB as soon as possible. You know, I mean, this silencer is just too difficult to play into. They don't find him, in the middle engagement. They decide to catch the angle.
That's going to be a nice catch though. Ice Blast into the call. No way out for Armel. Global silence on cooldown for 13 more seconds. And they've also found Jabs. Jabs is going to turn, do a good amount of damage. It's Ken though, who's actually out of mana. He does not have enough to continue fighting. They're going to have to let this fight be.
It's time for Boom to kind of find a rebuttal here. Monkey King died twice in a row, back to back. That's not gonna feel good for Armel. I mean, they have the dagger plus lasso on bat with the global, so they are very, very strong right now. Any fight they see is most likely gonna end up going well for them.
Oh yeah. They also have pretty much enough gold for, well, maybe actually with Devil's Bargain, Jackie, he can just sell the Midas if he wants to, and I think he's got BKB ready to go.
Yeah, once they have this BKB on Doom, BKB on... I mean, Monkey should also be, I think, getting a BKB now. I don't think he can afford to get an SNY, given that he died twice in a row now.
Yeah, 2 Diffusal carriers on the team, by the way, right? He's going SNY after this Diffusal blade on the Monkey King.
Yeah, I think he should be going BKB at this point. SNY is not going to save him from the magic damage. He's helpful with the axe call, but that's about it.
That's probably what he's foremost concerned about, right? The 2 times they've caught him have been to that axe call recently. Careful here. He's seen the ward, but it's far too late. Nothing he can do against the blink lasso of Tim's. Better him than the gyrocopter.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower.
I mean, the map is just gonna get smaller and smaller. They have to, I think, wait for the BKBs and try to fight, or they have to take a risk. You know, once they have played here on X, trying to go for a takeoff. But Drake is going to die
Thunder here. Yeah, probably expecting more heroes, but it's just Drake who's holding the rotation. And as they focus him, wait, hold on, global. Okay, that's going to be in the pit. That's because they've doomed Ken. I had to look around for that one. Ken, he must have been fighting for, what, the 20-minute runes, which spawned down bottom anyway. Well, global for the pickoff onto the mid-ember then.
And Doom and global down. I have to make a move here into Irie. Their playmail done, so this is score time. I mean, ideally they find the Monkey King or the Pango here, like the big call kill, or even the Doom for that matter. You know, Doom is going to be the biggest one. They scan the Tormentor, they know
This is
it
dangerous.
is going on. Ice Blast to
This is
hit the
dangerous.
vision.
Ice Blast is incoming, and it's going to be a bit too early, but we might see a mega call here. He catches 3 heroes with the Blade Mail active. 1 dunk already. Armel realizing he can't fight here, even if he's burned the mana of Rupido. Jackie's going to activate that BKB, but it's Armel who's in trouble. Armel gets the bonus armor, but he's ticking down to Battle Hunger and the Searing Chains. He's hiding around now inside the Wukong's command. Can they catch him? They see him there. The Death Rhyme and everything else, scouting him out. He goes down. What a hero, Rupido. You madman, you've just saved this game.
Dire's bottom tower.
One step at a time, Richie. One step at a time, and Tormentor is going to be theirs right now. Greens is praying that Lord Gaben. I've been a faithful servant. Oh yes. Oh yeah.
Perfect. Perfect. That's how you know we're both support players, by the way. Very nice. Huge.
Yeah, I'm still gonna tell you, I wish we could choose who gets the shot, so we don't have to
Dire's middle tower
guess.
is under attack.
Nah. I like this method better, to be honest. Give it to the supports.
Yeah, that is actually a
Phenomenal.
huge deal. The next fight is going to be much better for Ivory here. But now, Global is
Absolutely.
up, Doom is up, Lasso is up. Boom, they have everything in their arsenal already. I mean, Ivory still needs to be careful of this, be wary of this. Without BKB on Gyro, he's just gonna die in the front line. Same goes for the
true.
Axe.
That is true. We got a little bit of damage now with that Crystallis and the Ag Scepter, but no lifesteal, no BKB to keep this Gyro alive, actually, in the fights.
And Tim's is looking for a target here. He has 4 stuff ready, so he is very mobile.
Dire's top
Boom,
tower
they've lost
is
to the
under
Tormentor,
attack.
but they're still hoping to find a fight and that objective around Roshan. Jackie, no Blink Dagger yet, so he's unable to take advantage there of Ken, who is maybe slightly out of position. He simply TPs away.
Yeah, Amel also realizes he needs to
Dire's bottom tower
get
is under
BKB as soon as
attack.
possible. He stops going for his SNY, kills the BKB after the Yasha. It's still gonna take him a long time, This is going to be the next 5 minutes of him being vulnerable to getting killed by the Ice Blast and Shaman themselves.
And Aizen, wait, hold on,
there you
maybe
go.
actually they're getting initiated on. Global Silence here to ensure there's no follow-up. It's just going to be the Shaman 3 ultimates committed here, actually.
Yeah, seems
Is
like
there something on...
Ivory should be okay with this.
Yeah. Absolutely. I'm dropping voice
they're
lines here.
not okay
Oh, but they're not, yeah, they're not okay with that one. And that's going to be, the Blink Dagger now ready to go from Jackie. I said it wasn't too long to go, and, well, it really wasn't. They pick up the kill there onto Ken, and now I think you're less okay with this if you're Ivory.
Yeah, he probably felt like he was invincible after the global went down, so he went and farmed a creep in front of the tower. And yeah, guess he didn't know about the dagger on Jackie there, so getting caught out. And now Amel, he is going to be in the bottom side now, trying to finish his BKB. Now he's all of a sudden not too far away, halfway there.
He's under a ward though, Winter. So Ivory will be smoking, trying to cut him off. Arming these Ancients. Ken TP into that tier 1 tower. They do have
it's
vision
gonna
of
be
Ken
tough to kill.
TPing.
Dire
Ice
are
Blast.
scanning.
He's gonna miss here. They blink on in. They still find themselves John Well. Will Armel do anything about it? He says, actually, I don't want to be here anymore. Thanks, John Well. Catch you later, friend.
Dire's current
Yeah, I'll get
Good job there.
you. I'll get you some bubble tea later. Thanks for tanking again.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's difficult if you're in those situations. It's like, do you want to get a bubble tea for tanking the gank, or do you want to not tank the gank and get a pizza instead?
Ha ha. I'll take the pizza, please.
is under attack.
You want your KD to look really good at the end of the game, huh? That's what matters.
Remember to add some pineapple on top.
No, no, you're not getting no, sir. Not from this guy.
is under attack.
All right, that BKB is online though for this gyrocopter. That's that survivability item he's really looking for. With the Crystos now, you know, he's got a little bit of damage, Winter,
Is under attack.
but he is a bit more of a threat. This is still a 12k net worth lead for Boom. A lot of this is on Jackie. A lot of this is on Jackie. He's got a 4k net worth lead alone on himself.
Is under attack.
There's also this Ember and this Axe who are about 2k behind. 3k.
Jackie has 30% of the lead on him.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, for Ivory, I feel like the fights need to be longer. They have to try to poke in, poke out, try to bait the global out, and reset. They have one forced off on the A, so I think they need more though. The Shaman's not getting a forced off, he's getting a Gleamer. I'm not sure if the Gleamer is going to be able to help him to get in and out as effectively as a forced off. But basically the name of the game is to use their BKBs and their force stuff to go in, go out, force global, and then you have to
Exactly.
find the right moment to go back in again.
Bottom tower is under attack.
If you can extend the fight duration, basically if you cannot lose the fight during that global duration, it's looking pretty good for Ivory.
Yes, correct. Because the gyro has a lot of damage. He just needs to find a way to right click people.
Nice blast might steal a Roche kill. It won't. It will not, but it will scare Tims and Jabs a little bit.
It was close. It was
It's
close.
close.
Good effort.
It's close. It costs nothing to do that.
Nope. Nothing. And I know you always like to say, you miss all the chances you don't go for.
That's true. That's 100%
Oh, you
true.
used to say that about Pudge. Just throw
true, you
your
miss
hook.
100% of the
I'm
hook.
not gonna judge you,
Radiant's
just
bottom
use it.
tower is under attack.
So use it. You miss 100% of the hooks that you don't throw. It's better that you just throw it. Even if you hook the creep, even if I blink in front of you and you hook me instead, it happens.
Yeah, talk about all the
things-
games with the Pudge players saving the hooks because they don't want to affect their hook percentile.
I know, right? Oh, my Pudgerkana. My Pudgerkana. My win, dude. My win. Focus up, man. Drick. He's got that Glimmer Cape online. He might have been able to blink away there, actually. I don't think it matters in the end. Probably
Yeah,
he's not living.
Even if forced off is not saving him there, so doesn't make a difference.
Mm-hmm. But it's just a little bit longer, gives some information for the team. That's going to be one sacrifice here to the Doom as he is holding on to this first Aegis, full S and Y. Is he building an axe? I think that was an Ogre axe being flown to him. Is that Blade Mail?
Blame you on Doom?
Echo Saber? What is he building?
Echo Saber.
I think it's Echo Saber.
You want
Void
the
Stone?
harpoon?
Dude, I'm failing my shop to this build.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
What did teams
play.
fail? Illusion identifying test.
Mm-hmm. Needs to go back to school. They're baited by the Manta of Ken. So a little bit of wind underneath Ken's sails. You know, he needs these small wins, honestly, right? He's had a very tough series. Something for the mental. And it was an Echo Saber, by the way.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough for Ken to kind of take the team fight as well.
Madman. Ken, we've been here before, and this time it's going to be different, though. It's off the remnants. Lovely
Yeah,
reaction.
he didn't want
time
to kill
there
the
from
last
Ken.
creep. He knew.
TP away from Armel. They nearly catch him up top lane, but again, it's a Monkey King. He is just far too mobile. Got a full BKB now, Armel.
And they're just kind of waiting for the creeps to be shoved out before they group up somewhere to fight. I don't think there's any items that they're waiting for. They're, like you say, Boom is just ready to fight. They're strong. Ivory is the one that needs to buy time to finish. I'm not so sure about the Radiance on Ember, but he seems to think that if they're gonna win, it's gonna be a long game.
Ken. Nice job. Gets off the Manta. Just in time. I think that was wise, obviously. He lives.
I mean, he already used the Manta, so he could get caught by the Global. So he didn't want to take any chances there.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It hurts your ego to do so, you know. You have to back away once you see an enemy sometimes. Like, am I actually that weak, you know?
Well,
I have to
it's
run
more of
every
like
time.
Doom is that strong. He's just simply just hard countered, isn't he, by that ability? I also don't know about this Radiance, by the way, for Ken. I wonder if there's anything else he can build.
Nah,
I was thinking maybe
he
Linkens.
feels like if they are going to win, it's going to be a long game. And Radiance is like probably one of the better items to help him scale and just maintain relevancy throughout the game.
Just a lasso in the river there, not much to see. Boom just finding pickoffs on supports. Yeah, that's something to consider, right? I certainly agree. I feel like it's one of those games where Lincoln just does so much for you here. I understand the reluctance for any
Yeah,
BKBs.
but Lincoln's meta means what, Richie? You
No
know what
damage?
it means?
No
It means you do no damage.
That's right. That is right. That's a style to avoid it at the
Ooh, they
global.
tried to catch him off.
Global?
That. Yeah, they tried.
That is cool. I mean, I guess he did use Manta,
Yeah,
so
because he used
there was a
yeah,
chance.
precisely. It was a nice try.
Dire's middle tower is
Come
under
on.
Hey, it's not like they
Man, it
need
is
the global
really-
now. They have AJ still on the Doom.
It is really strange to see Jackie attacking twice that quickly. They know the Blade Mail doing a lot of work now to Jackie. He's gonna melt. They melted him, and only the call and Blade Mail used for that. There's still a BKB on Axe ready to go on the second life. A blink back here by Jackie, as he does not want to use too much more. Don't have global now. They're fighting slightly more uncomfortably. You know what Boom kind of reminds me of? This kind of Boom team at the moment, this play style, Winter? Like this lack of being able to find objectives and force objectives. Throwing it back to our DPC season again, like Blacklist Rivalry. You remember, like, they would do really well in lanes, and then they would kind of just exist in the mid game.
Isn't that
This is
just
better.
an SCA thing?
Yeah, but we saw it basically every game from them. I specifically remember. This could be big though. This could be big. Tim's gonna break here on Rupido. Rupido gets off the BKB and the Blade Mail, but he's still gonna be dragged back, even if it's killing Tim's. He is now out of position. Grims gives him the 4 staff now to get back into position as Jackie just running up high ground, finds the gyrocopter, drops the Doom onto him. Ice Blast though onto Jackie as Ancient Apparition completely out of position. Jabs has found a new Pango spot. He's in a little bit of trouble. On goes the Ancient Apparition, but Ken's gonna get run over here by Jabs. Global silence off of cooldown. There is nothing Ivory can do in this fight. It will go down. There's that Skull Basher, I think. Yeah, doing work. No Jabs. Basher Eggs. Did Ember get bashed? Must have, right?
I mean, it was a
Strike
little bit of an
attention.
awkward start, you know. Like Jackie ran out of high ground, he popped BKB, then he sort of decided to back off. Then Armel was like, okay, no, let's go, you know. Monkey King uses his ulti. But in the end, they just had too much in the tank, you know,
Dire's middle
to
tower
outlast
has fallen.
Ivory in that team fight. I think once Gyro
Dire's middle tower
doesn't find a way to output damage, you are not going to get enough damage from the other heroes, you know. They're all pretty low in terms of damage, the Ember and especially the Ember, you know. The Axe kind of only has a lot of damage if he finds a very, very big, at least 2 to 3 man call, which he didn't find there. So it's tough, you know. There's a lot of reliance on Gyro to do everything here.
There is, yeah. You kind of have to set up the team fight for him to make sure that those conditions are met for him.
Now, according
It
to
can
the
be a little
chart,
difficult.
both the Ember and Axe did more damage than the Gyro in that team fight.
No surprise. I mean, he face tanks Doom, basically. And that might change this time, though, right? I mean, he has Daedalus completed, S and Y, into the Satanic for that 6th item likely to replace that Falcon Blade.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't even a perfect initiation there. Team's blinking, but I think he somehow got the lasso a little bit late, so Axe, he reacted with BKB, and the fight kind of felt awkward there. But yeah, if it's a clean initiation, the bat finds someone and they full to 0 that hero, it's going to look very, very different. I think on
Yeah,
the
the
Ivory
problem
side, they have to be the aggressors. I think they need
They
to
do.
go with the Axe and find an opening.
They have to force out the global, basically.
Yeah, they
Right?
need to.
'Cause we're at that stage of the game already where Global's ready again. Global's back off of cooldown.
Yeah, he has the talent, the cooldown reduction. That's why it's always up frequently when
He's
there's a
got
fight.
Ag Scepter too, by the way. So that's annoying.
Yeah, annoying for
no.
the backliners, I tell you. Those are the heroes that don't have any way to dispel it.
They're smoking though. They're just going to be running on in.
Dire are
Smoke on smoke action. Hands coming through. Armel position more aggressively. He will show. Can they actually catch him though? The call does actually taunt the Monkey King, but he's so far away still because of that Primal Spring. He activates the BKB to run, as the rest of his team were smoking across the map. They were not expecting Ivory there, clearly.
Yeah, that was a close call right there. They needed that kill so much. I mean, Rosh is definitely on the cards right now. It's Night Rosh, top lane, so both teams are trying to get that +1 kill before they go Rosh. But in the meantime, Boom has better vision on the top lane. The
Jabs gonna let loose there. They still have Global to cover. Axe is gonna live for now. Gets off that call. Good damage being returned thanks to the Blade Mail. Jackie's very low, but they don't have an Ice Blast to chase. AA is dead, and Jabs is ripping apart your backliners. He's got detection as well, so Drake doesn't have an easy way out of this one. All of a sudden, Gyro's ready to turn and fight, but through the Global Silence, he'll be forced to BKB, and he cannot save his Shadow Shaman. Everyone is alive now for Boom. They just layered the spells nearly perfectly there, as Ivory getting caught once again on their axe.
Yeah, they were not able to find the initiative, and then I was going through the fact that Boom had like 3 really good wards on the top area around Roshan. So it's gonna most likely give them the advantage there when it comes to the vision game and initiation, you know. So Ivory just kind of walked into a trap, and they were not able to reward, and they just lost all their hero track. You see them walking into that vision, barrier tanks or lasso, and the fight was pretty difficult here. Jabs did a good job disrupting the backline. He finishes off the AA. Yeah, Jackie doesn't die. And he's just pinned down to the vision, you know. They see everything, so the fight was pretty straightforward for Boom.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Now there's a second Aegis on Jackie, who is really starting to scale. He's actually just about 6 slotted here. I don't really see a great item for him to replace at the moment. Maybe his Radiance. Only Blink, Phase Boots, Harpoon, BKB, SNY. Going for that Refresher as his last item here.
Are scanning.
I guess an Ags. He can eat the Ags.
You mean Axe on Doom?
Ags on Doom, yeah.
Axe on Doom doesn't feel like the agenda on the menu right now.
Bottom tower
Maybe
is
not.
under attack.
I think the axe is like good specifically against certain things like Black Hole, but I think in a lot of cases you only get it if you don't have anything else to buy. You already finish buying everything you need.
Top tower is under attack.
Refresher is generally, I think, the item you want to go if you don't need to buy the Aghanim's.
Certainly, certainly. I was just kind of pointing out, he's kind of running out of items already, with the Refresher being like the last big one. Then he replaces Radiance with something.
Dire
I mean, you could. Yeah,
Sweet.
you technically could do that. I mean, the Radiance lane game is not really that strong anymore. You know, you don't need to keep it. But they're using the
Fast
Suru
10, okay, that's a pretty good call. They also actually stopped Tibbs from getting any kind of counter initiation. Global Silence to cancel the shackles. Ken, he's in trouble. He doesn't have Manta for a second. Ken dies to the silence inside of the Wukong's command. Jabs is running down all the backliners as he did get taunted, so he's inside the fountain, trapped in the trees. The double buyback from Ivory as they at least get Jabs. Oh, that was looking so good for a moment, but just a second too early there on the Manta.
I mean, that was
earlier
a
by
very
Ken.
nice way to start the fight. I'm not sure if you call it, you know, Drake used his career to scout. He know that the bat is trying to find an initiation in the trees. He used the career to scout the bat, and he started the fight on him, you know. That was a small little detail there by Drake on the Shaman.
Yeah, I did see that he stopped the initiation by Tims. I didn't see how he got the vision, so he can call out there. The buyback on the Embers is going to be rather costly, and they still end up losing the Gyro in that fight. My god, he took 600 damage from Pyrrhic Cloak, by the way. I think did he die because the fountain was killing...
Oh, you mean the Pango used the cloak
The
on the
Pango
Gyro?
used Pyrrhic Cloak on Gyro, and then Pango got called mid-roll, So then Pango couldn't turn, so he rolled into the fountain.
Okay. So, so the axe actually killed the gyro. That's what you're saying.
Maybe a little bit, honestly. I have to see a replay on how that fight actually ended, on how the gyro died. I was more kind of locked in on seeing that Pango roll around in the fountain. But maybe a little unlucky sequence of events there. Now I think that's
I don't think
refreshing.
the axe did anything wrong there.
I agree.
He was just trying to
the way
kill
the
the
cookie
Pango.
crumbles. Just hear cloak, honestly, I think.
It's something that's very hard to anticipate in team fights, you know, things like this. And since it's also a fairly new item, people don't really think about it. Give it
And
time,
see,
you know.
Ivory,
Give it time. Maybe the players will adapt to it. You know, people will read it more.
Ivory, they saw Monkey King inside the Lotus Pool. They were pinging it. And move around in that side of the map. Heads up map awareness, right? Just checking the Lotus Pool through fog. You can always see how many Lotuses are in there. Here's another look at that fight, by the way.
Yeah, see
at
the
this point, you
courier.
can already see
The courier
the
floating
Emperor
there
dying.
gives the vision,
Yeah, there's
and
the
then
courier.
here
He was doomed?
yeah, it was
And
the
then
fairy
Pyrrhic
code. Yeah, the fairy code kill him.
Wow. That's wild. I was wondering, I was like, wait, Hera
Yeah,
died
he
in
looked like he was gonna live, yeah, towards the end, and then he died.
Are under attack.
I mean, unlucky, but you got to take that kill onto the onto the Pango, right? Jebs is a big target.
That has to be the
Travis,
fancy
by the way, who's
experience.
in the base, blinks onto Ken. Ken, who gets the Lincoln Sphere, and I think that's not going to block the Doom. Pulled back by the Harpoon, no way out. That's going to be a tieback for him. Jupiter blinks on in, holds on to the BKB, but now he's going to have
Yeah,
it in the
that has to be
grave
game.
as Tim's jumps in with the Flaming Lasso. Eisen doing what he can here. He's got his own BKB, he's got his own Lincolns, Winter, but I don't know if it's going to make a difference here. Two of his cores dead without buyback. And all of these lanes of barracks are under threat.
Dire's top barracks.
Oh no.
Yeah, there's no way they can defend right now.
Gyro nearly gets pulled out of the base. No lasso on that one.
Gyro has a lot of work to do, Ricky, here. Can he
Yeah, he
1v5?
does.
If you give him a
He held
Ricky,
on to the
maybe.
BKB. Ooh, no, Armel. Armel just makes that jump in. The Outworld staff saving the AA. Actually, for a moment, as actually Jabs is going to hex up. They do force out that global silence. Is Eisen fighting even without the BKB? Still thinks he can take that fight. Wasn't exactly incorrect either. Jabs with the roll up, able to escape. Rubido, he's brought back though. He got buyback suddenly and doesn't even need the dunk. Eisen's got the physical damage, but Tim's round number 2 lassoing onto the Axe. Axe, who's jumped now by Jackie, takes him down there with the Scorched Earth active. Jackie fighting through this one. The Ice Blast, they needed it to hit. It's not going to find anything. And Eisen just has to retreat now. He used BKB to run off the high ground. What is going to stop Boom now?
It's gonna take a miracle, Ricky. Someone needs to go to the boom team house to pull out that internet plug or power plug.
It's looking difficult. It's looking difficult, Jackie. He finds the Harpoon. Another Outworld staff who's actually avoids death there. Nicely done. His homing missile is just poking and prodding. Their spirit's alive. It means they'll be able to stack these Lincolns. What can they find? Certainly not Armel. He's too fast. And Jackie, he has a BKB here, and he's also baiting. Lasso is ready to go another time here. They don't want to make this a Tim's highlight reel, so they won't chase any further. They're going to choose to fight for that last pair of barracks down bottom.
Yeah, one more fight. One more fight. They need to pray that the axe lands like some amazing god tier. First call on the video.
The Gyro, Lincoln is going to be broken. They didn't stack the Lincoln Spear. Ice Blast is going to come through, but Eisen, he does not have any lifesteal, Winter. He's just dead. He's just dead. Ken hit by the silence. They take down the Ancient Apparition. Those two heroes do have buyback now, and they did at least get through Tim. Oh my goodness, this is getting tight for Ivory. And boom, they just have such a huge lead, Winter. They're up in game 2 here in this elimination. BO3, Ivory. The chances at TI slipping away, which with each death of this extended siege now is Armel already going here for the Megas. Rubido, he lands a call. That's Global Silence number 1. Rubido, he BKBs. They have a refresh roll up though, so check out this second Global Silence. Eisen, he's going to buy back. They actually keep everyone alive. And even with BKB, you can't get out of that Twins gate, Armel. A second Global Silence to try and save him. That's not going to do anything. A big death there by Armel. He feeds 1,000 gold. 1,000 gold to Aizen. And Timbers is gonna tip him.
It's actually what? It's more than 1,000. It's like it's 2,500 gold.
2,500, yeah. It's 1,000 only to Aizen, you're right.
Oh, did he actually try to walk out the twin gate? That was what happened.
He did try and walk through the twin gate, yeah.
That's why he got tipped.
Yeah, you can't walk through the twin gate. He's like, guys, I can't walk out. They're like, yeah, bro. Defender's gate, not twin gate. Defender's gate.
Well, technically, there's two of them, right? So it's still a twin.
That's true. They are twins. You know, they're twins. You're right. Wow. I mean, that is. There's hope. There's hope. What can I say? The global silence being refreshed, not having the Bat Rider in that fight does actually make a really big difference as far as the control, as far as getting Monkey King out of that bad situation. And hey, maybe that's the value of the Radiance this game, right? If Ivory, though, if they get lucky on this Roche timer, they will be in a pretty scary position here for Boom, relatively speaking, as scary as something can be when you are up nearly 40k. But it's not that fast of a rush. They don't have a TA, so they don't know when this guy's coming back. And well, even if they take this outpost, which they can't, by the way, they don't have a single tier 2 tower yet. Mel's gonna be alive in 3 seconds. Tab, ready to initiate. It's a long Roche respawn timer. Ooh, maybe afraid that it's low, but for their benefit, Roshan is being the dramatic guy that he is, taking a long time to respawn. Paul out of the mid lane into the global silence. They still actually managed to get off that ice blast. Jackie keen to fight through this one as Jabs lessens the Rolling Thunder. They actually catch Aizen here. Aizen BKB'd, but they have a refresher. They've doomed him. Kylo running for his life. He is not going to live through this. That's going to be a dieback for him, Winter. They just focusing him down. And Ken, what are you going to do about this now? No remnants, no HP. GG well played is called. Boom Esports, they will be moving on into the next round of the TI qualifiers. Well played to them. 2 very clean games.
Yeah, very, very good games, you know. Compared to their earlier series, I think this is a huge improvement from Boom. They've, I guess, figured out how to fix some of their problems. And I think in terms of the drafts today have been a major improvement over maybe the last series or the previous 2 series, and this is what you want to see, you know, from a top tier team, you know, improvements, you know, and they are really, really good at learning quickly. And sometimes throughout these long drawn out qualifiers, you are given opportunities to learn, and you have only one chance, right? You can make one mistake, and if you don't learn for it, you are not going to go far in the qualifiers, you know. So far, Boom definitely showing improvement in terms of their gameplay and their draft, and they're gonna move on, you know, today and deservingly.
Yeah, absolutely. They're gonna move on to face the winner of our next series. For their opponents here, Team Ivory, you know, playing pretty well, getting to that tough matchup. Yes, yesterday versus Talon Esports, maybe even a tougher opponent still versus Boom, but you know, you got to be able to at least beat 2 teams. You know, here in SCA, everyone's always like, oh, Talon, you know, Talon's so good, what are you going to do? It's just Talon. But if you can't beat at least every other team, then, well, you know, this matchup was going to come eventually, no matter what. For Ivory, it comes still in the BO3, and it will drop the series 2-0. Well played for them throughout the year. You know, they've been playing in a lot of other tournaments, you know, making some changes usually to the stack, but they've looked pretty promising here, and I do hope they stick together to continue to play, or, you know, at least switch around some players, make some moves as we always see, and, you know, keep at it for this next year. Not a bad team by any metric.
Yeah, gotta grind it out, you know, improve. Like Boom and Talon didn't get here, you know, in one day, you know. It took a long time. And you have to, you know, comb back the replays. You have to figure out what you need to do as a team, which is the most difficult part. I think individually, what you need to do to improve, sometimes it's pretty straightforward. You know, okay, in the lane, for example, you know, Ken, this series, they can probably learn a thing or two from Armel, like how he lanes. Why is he losing his lane so hard? But as a team, it can be quite complicated. You know, a lot of small little details that actually you have to look at and comb through the replays and talk it out. And people are gonna agree, disagree, and you have to get everybody on the same page. Sometimes you might not like what your team decided, but you have to follow because you're a team. Everybody has
Exactly.
to agree to do it. So all these things
Yeah.
take a long time.
Sometimes you're going to get tipped when you're left inside the enemy base. Sometimes you're going to end up in the enemy fountain. But, it's that decision making as a team, that kind of conviction and coordination that is going to move Boom on into the next round. Standout player Jackie, like you said, went to the backbone of this team, really showing it in the second game, isn't he? With the way that he just stays farmed, shows up to fights, utilizing the other ultis of his supports. Looked real good. Looked real good to me.
Yeah, I mean, this game, he kind of had like a free game, right? He was not really under too much pressure from the start. He had a good lane. The monkey, the bat rider, the silencer, they were kind of doing so much work in the game. Like even Jabs, the four of them. So he was kind of in a perfect position of 4 protect 1, where he got the whole map to farm. And they couldn't really pressure him because the 4 heroes are already keeping them so busy, So it was kind of, I don't want to say easy game for Jackie, but his teammates made it that his game was pretty straightforward, and he had the whole map to farm.
Yeah. His team made a lot of space for him. He steps into it nicely and delivers when his team needs him in the late game. That is going to move Boom on into the next round. They have a match tomorrow in the lower bracket semifinals versus the winner of our next series, folks. Once again, we're on a rolling schedule here for the road to the TI SEA close qualifiers. So make sure you stick around. It'll be about 10 to 15 minutes. When we come back, Execration taking on Tech Free Gaming for their chance here at TI. That, again, 10, 15 minutes, folks. Stay tuned, and we'll be right back with our next series.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the TI, or the road to the TI SCA closed qualifiers. Thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. We're still down in the lower bracket now with our next Elimination BO3 series. It is Execration, it is Tech Free Gaming, it is game number 1, and it is Seeking Strike and Winter here bringing you the action through this game. Winter, I was just asking you if you think this is going to be a 3-game series. You know, we had a pretty fast 2-0 relatively to what we've had for the past few days. And you weren't so sure about that. Why is that?
Because I think that one team is a lot stronger. I think Execration is a lot stronger than Tech Free Gaming. And obviously they're the favorites, and Tech Free Gaming, they're by no means a free meal. But I think as a whole, Execration has a lot more depth and strategy as a team, and they're going to be able to expose the limited hero pool of Tech Free Gaming. You know? And Tech Free Gaming kind of also plays, I think, a lot greedier than the other teams. And if you can play fast, you can pressure. I think Execution is more than capable of doing that. I think Palos loves to fight a lot, you know, as a carry. The man you see on the screen here. I feel like he is going to be the difference maker, whereas you compare that to Tech Free Gaming's carry, Jigroy, he is more of like I think I would say like a greedier one. He tends to take a longer time. He farms a lot more to hit his timings, and I don't want to say not willing, but he's generally not really going to put himself in the firing line. You know, sometimes you have to die to allow your team to defend certain towers, win certain early game fights as a carry. I feel like Jigroy doesn't seem to do that as frequently as Palos. You know, Palos is he's ready to die for his team.
5 seconds remaining.
It's not something you find in every single carry player, and I think to be a successful carry player in the current day and age of Dota, you have to be willing to die. You know, not like all the time, but you need to know when you have to die to allow your team to succeed.
A little bit of a Duraccio in the carries, if you will.
Yes.
Right? Just kind of getting in there.
But you don't want too much, you know. You don't want it to tilt the scale too much to that as well.
Yeah. There's a limit. There's an appropriate limit. There's a recommended dose, and you got to stay within that. Let's see now. Our draft well underway between Execration and Tech Free Gaming. I think this is the last. Are these the last of the fully national stacks? Let me see. Team Nemesis.
You're probably true. You're probably right about that.
No. Team Nemesis is full.
Wait, Team Nemesis. There's one more.
Yeah.
Tech Free Gaming is the full Indonesian squad. Execration and Nemesis are the full Filipino squads.
Yes, sir. Yes, that's correct. So 10 Filipinos.
Yeah, gone are the days where we have 5 Malaysian squad or 5 Singaporean squads.
Yeah,
I mean, there's still like 5 Mongolian squad.
That's true. Yeah, that is very true. That was, of course, the Trailer Park Boys, but they were eliminated earlier already. Winter, this draft is trudging along. And is that a Venomancer I see? That's a nasty little pick out from Arthur.
Nope. That is not. That is a Hydralisk, sir.
No, stop it. Stop it. You're giving me StarCraft PTSD. I don't like seeing those. I'm not very good at microwaving the ghosts, snipes, to take those things down. Don't like that.
You always tell me you were really good at the Marine split.
No, it's quite the opposite. In fact, I could quite literally never do it.
Bomberman's coming in. I forgot the name of those things, the green stuff that suicides on your Marines. You have to split.
I know, Banelings.
The Banelings, yeah.
No,
especially when they're rolling, it means they have completed the Baneling speed upgrade and you have to run.
Very, very good StarCraft analysis, Winter. Very, very good. I'd be afraid, to be honest, if I saw Venomancer moving like that. But he's a little bit more range than those Banelings, right? And that tends to be the problem for him in lanes. That 50% slow, that Gale, the kind of map or lane control that he gives you, right? With the
they do have a lot of damage between the supports, the Witch Doctor and the Venom. So very high damage supports. And we see a Takis here from Tech Free Gaming, very strong laner. Takis and Nature's Prophet, they're both extremely strong at securing lanes. They're lane bullies. One heals his teammates and harasses. The other is just very annoying because he throws a lot of sticky bombs and it slows you and it does a lot of damage. So you kind of have problems trading against Takis. And here we go, Execration with the 18 pick Templar Assassin. Still a very, very strong core hero. I mean, the Doom has ways to remove refraction, whenever you look at TA as a hero, you're always looking for solutions to remove the refraction in the team fights, because if you don't, you're going to have a hard time killing her. And you're probably going to have a vessel as well. I think usually Nature's Prophets, you would get a vessel early. So the vessel would be a nice item here against the TA. And they ban out the Brew last week. They banned the Brewmaster, so they're expecting the Doom to be the carry here. So removing, I guess Brew can be quite annoying for TA in the fights because you don't buy BKB on TA early. Or you don't even buy BKB at all, sometimes. So the Brew can be annoying with the split. Constantly tossing you on the air.
Yeah, the lift. Master Spell, not too big of a deal in this kind of a game, but like you say, it's an important matchup to get rid of. He's one of those heroes that turns 6 and then tries to run you down. So last pick for Tech Free Gaming, they're banning a few mid laners at the moment.
They're expecting the Conquer to be on the off lane. I mean, they kind of need like a Ember Puck type here, the cheap catch, cheap stuns. There's still Storm. Yeah, I mean, Storm is still available if they want to go for that. Any other cheap heroes remaining? I mean, the thing is, it's a blind pick, right? So you have to be picking something that could deal with the potential counters coming. There's still DP, but DP means that you don't have catch with your lineup. You probably have to maybe adjust your lane, somehow put the DP off lane, give the Kunkka more levels in mid to make the whole draft function.
Yeah, that could be doable. Other mid laners that come to mind.
A lot of them are already banned also. Not really seeing too many. I mean, there's Void Spirit, but usually you only see Void Spirit if there's a Puck. I mean, there's Tiny here, but Tiny doesn't feel too good because you don't know your lane. Okay. They go for the Void. They go for the Void over the Storm. So I guess they value the Axe on the Void Spirit here, right? The Silence. And also maybe they feel like the lane is a lot steadier for some reason. Not too sure why they choose this over the Voids, the Storm Spirit. Storm is like the go-to one for me. But we'll see as the game plays out. We'll probably get some answers from them. And right now, Tech Free Gaming, they're gonna have to come up with some ideas here. Do we put the Pango on the offlane or mid? Or Doom offlane, Doom carry, and pick a new mid. Oh, they're gonna pick a new offlane. So they want the Iron Shell to remove the refraction. So it's gonna be Darkseer plus Techie's lane. So this is quite a formidable lane. It's not the traditional double melee with double Iron Shell, but Techies can get the job done. Because you're also a very strong laner.
Yeah, and you've got gap close built in, right?
And not to mention, you have Nature's Prophet to TP in a +1 anytime. This is going to get really, really dangerous, I think, for the TA plus Witch Doctor, right? Yeah, Witch Doctor lane. So Shanks is going to be on the Venom, so it's going to be a position for Venom. I think the Nature's Prophet is something that you have to keep your eyes on because he can definitely break apart the laning phase very well by rotating early, getting his urn into the vessel, which is going to be really, really useful this game. I think if he gets a chance to gank mid and gank the TA's lane, he's going to be able to, kind of start a avalanche of kills, onto the execration side, So I would say that Varys is going to be the man to watch for Tech Free Gaming in the early stages. How much can he get done on the MP? And for execration, it's all about getting the quelling base, getting ready to get TP and stop the Nature's Prophet from destroying you in the early game. It's very annoying, having to dedicate a slot. You need a quelling blade, I mean, it's just how it's going to be, when you're playing into Nature's Prophet. And you have to be ready to TP and react. You have to defend your Wisdom Shrines because Nature's Prophet, the king of stealing the Wisdom Shrines, you have to be ready for that. And this is going to be a very, very tricky first 10 minutes, for execration to deal with.
Very tricky indeed. I mean, they got a little bit of team fight early on, Winter. They've got that Darkseer to try and give them the auras to carry them through those early fights, those early little skirmishes. Will they really have enough here, though? I mean,
seems like
I'm concerned.
A good Crimson Guard game, when you are talking about auras. So TS, Kanka, Void Spirit, a lot of like mixed damage. Aura seems like it's going to do a lot here. The Greaves, the Crimson, even the Pipe is fairly useful against the Venom, Void Spirit, Kanka. So we'll see whether he goes for all of them and which order. I always like to talk about the sequence of you know what he's going to buy this game, but which one is he going to go first? Which sequence also matters a lot in the game, because you have to prioritize the biggest threat first. Maybe the spell damage are going to matter a lot more first, or maybe sometimes the physical damage, so you want to get the Crimson Guard first, so you have to make all those decisions. And I remember in some of the games we casted for tech-free gaming, at least for me, I've been not so sure about the item choices of DB, like especially, I think there was this one game he was playing Centaur and he didn't buy a pipe and then he just kept dying. He went Blade Mail, Crimson, I think. He kept dying to like some tiny or some other magic hero, just over and over again until he decided, okay, I have to buy a pipe. Then he didn't have a dagger, the whole game. Something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we'll see if DB's kind of taking a look at things, maybe looked at the stats, learned from his pubs, learned from the scrims.
Learn from his pubs? I don't know about that, Richie. Learning from your pubs.
Look, I'm not playing at that level, right? So you'll have more insight there than me, but it has been a stressful qualifiers right now as Tech-Free Gaming. They are the team so far that is hoping to make the lower bracket run, losing in round 1 versus Team Nemesis. They've dispatched of Trailer Park Boys. They've dispatched, of Kopite, and here they find themselves versus Execration in round 3 of the lower bracket.
You're trying to paint
to keep
the
TI
picture I see all the time. The Grim Reaper with all the doors, with all the big teams in the name of the doors. So Execration is next. That's what you're saying for Tech-Free Gaming. They have to continue the streak here. And looking at the
put
facets,
that skull in the bag.
any weird ones of the go. Doom has Gluttony.
Over Cleftwood.
So that is not something we see all the time. So you get the double devour.
Quick Wit as well for the Dark
Quick Wit attack speed. I mean, he wants to win the lane. Quick Wit is better for the lane. The other one's better for the move speed one is better for the mid late game. But you could also argue the move speed one is also decent in the lane in certain situations. But overall, I would say in general, the attack speed from Quick Wit is better for last hitting, denying creeps. And the move speed is better for the team fight later.
Right. And we've got some spicy techies as well. You get that.
Oh, we actually have malpractice. Yesterday we had a couple of cleft deaths start on the Witch Doctor.
Yep. Indeed.
I like this one more. I don't know about you, I know you're the resident Witch Doctor spammer.
I also like this one more. I think it's just better, to be honest.
Better for the lane
I think
as well.
It's better for lane. You can focus harder with your first few death wards as well. Like your DPS there can really make or break a gang and turn it around. So I think it's just better overall. Well, let's see how it works out for CML in this first game.
Yeah, looking at the lanes, I already mentioned that Varese on the MP is going to play an important role. And at the same time, because he's laning with a Doom, he doesn't really have to babysit him so much against it's an off-lane Void Spirit. So he doesn't have to stay there against him too much to protect a Doom. Doom is going to be fine against the Void. So I'm hoping that we see a lot of action, from Varese trying to tip the balance on the mid lane and the bot lane. I think the bot lane is going to be the lane that he really, really wants to go gank, because Tia is a hero that you want to absolutely keep shut down, in the early phases.
For our keen-eyed observers, you may also notice, where's this Veno? We didn't see him top. Well, he kind of is. He's been jungling. He jungled those 2 side camps here already,
Wait,
Winter.
What, is this still a thing? I thought it's not a thing anymore.
Well, I also didn't think it was a thing, but Shanks is here to prove it different. Prove us different, rather. He's full jungling.
Okay. I mean, I'm pretty sure the Void Spirit with 1 and 0 CS right now is not going to be too happy about that.
Nope. I don't think Tino's in a really lovely time. He had a blanket on during the draft, and maybe he should just put it back on because he is basically he can just kind of go to sleep right now in this lane, just kind of get experience.
Tino and Shanks have been like lane partners since a million years ago, so he probably knows the ins and outs of his partner a lot. So he knows what to expect, At the same time, it's not just them. You look at some of like the duos, 33 and Saksa, online class MDM. When you're really familiar with your partner, sometimes it just makes it easier to endure the hardships. You know that guy is going to repay you later. Just have to give him some time. It's already farming ancients. I think this is the only hero who can do this at minute 3. No other hero can do this.
Yeah, definitely. You saw Tino here. He actually is a little lucky. Barij made a small mistake. He did not actually find the sentry that was blocking the easy camp, so they didn't pull. So that's why he's actually getting some pretty good experience and able to last it creeps.
That's actually a pretty big deal here for this lane. But at the same time, the Nature's Prophet, as long as he can find moves, right now bottom lane is in a position where it's far up. They have a lane ward, so they know that the positioning of the Witch Doctor and TA. TA has Quelling Blade, but at the same time, if you place your Sprout appropriately, you could still potentially block him off even though he has Quelling Blade though. So they have to be very, very careful when the wave is pushing up towards the tower. The Dux is doing a good job pulling the wave back. So they're kind of creating opportunities for Varese to come in and gank here, So TA is very cautious and Witch Doctor realizes that, so he goes to pull the wave back to make sure that he's safe on the TA. But I think overall he is happy with the XP. He might not be happy with the farm, but he's happy with the XP.
Yeah. Absolutely. He's going to get this early earn, so just looking to maybe be active. And I was going to say, this Gluttony, we don't see it a lot. You're right. Don't forget, it upgrades the neutral abilities. So this Siege Shot is really doing some work against Tino, I have to say. Tino's got to be a little bit careful. Out it goes again.
Click, but the Void Spirit is higher level than him, so he's not getting the bonus damage from the innate on Doom.
That's true, yeah. That's true. And with the Scorched Earth, though, he is going to be able to win these duels. Got that Resonant Pulse shield, burning down, ticking down the Siege Shot, leaves him with less than 10 HP. He's going to bail out of that one. Ooh, that was close.
Veno's coming. He's trying to get the kill.
Veno's smoke ganking. The jungle Veno's smoke ganking.
I mean, he's very high level. He's level 5.
Varij is like, oh, they don't see each other,
minute.
actually.
I smell a Hydralisk looking nearby.
Look at him go. Oh, he was burrowed? He was burrowed? Who gets burrowed, bro?
It's my God. It's upgraded.
He's dead. He's just dead. It doesn't matter, actually. Varij, he didn't actually complete the TV out, so he easily gets the kill. And Jikroy, he's totally fine, bro. He's got those brown boots. Meanwhile, down bottom, they've killed the Templar Assassin. This is a battle techies. They fortify the creeps to make sure he can dive the tower. The sticky bomb is going to connect.
The Dux here with the curse.
Did kill
the Maledict.
Oh, he did. He got him with Maledict.
And he got
You're
the level.
absolutely right.
He leveled up. Almost survived.
That's wild. What a
that is the facet coming into
in.
play, You do extra damage at the end of the Maledict.
I gotta say though, Winter.
Yes?
The Veno coming out of jungle and immediately dying, not a good look for the jungle Veno.
No. But, you know what's a good look? He's still very high level. He was 5 minutes at what, 4.5 minutes or close to 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So it means that it is still possible. But don't tell it to the people playing pubs. Please. Please don't let them know. Tell them it's not good.
Execration.
I mean, if Execration wins this game, it's over today for my pubs. It's over.
Don't queue, guys. Don't queue later today if Execration wins.
Or if you queue, don't play offlane. Because if you play offlane, you might run into it.
That's true. yeah. You're gonna be abandoned here. Haste rune activated from among Dia. There's gonna be that Sprout. Look just like that. 4 heroes down bottom. Palos, they tear right through that fresh refraction. Down he goes, Winter. Second death.
Yeah, that's the first move of the game by the Pango. Haste rune. Lewis wasn't really too interested in responding, because the rune wasn't in his bottle or on his hero. He doesn't have a bottle for that matter.
Alright, here comes Shanks. He's level 6 now, Winter.
Where is he going?
Into the jungle, deeper into the jungle, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna secure Wisdom Shrine. Fair enough. Okay. And then certainly he ganks this Doom, right? Something's got to give.
Round 2.
Yeah. Why not? There he goes. He's lurking on in.
There's a ward though. That's very nice. Paris placed a ward earlier in front of the tower to scout the Venom coming in. He's not smoked this time, so he's seeing the rotation.
They're just going in though. They're going in. They get the Doom off actually onto Tino. Jicko with a ton of damage here. Shanks is going to drop here, as will the Void Spirit. A 2-for-2 trade.
That was actually kind of nice for the MP. He got all the XP. He's level 6.5. He's almost 7 on MP now.
It's huge, DB. Oh, DB. He's going to go down again. That Maledict really starting to get on his nerves, Winter.
It's okay. My Nature's Prophet is level 7, he says. I think Nature's Prophet is one of those supports where if you give him levels and farm like this, he is going to haunt you, you know, for the rest of the game, you know. So they really need to be careful, you know. Nature's Prophet ulti ready, so he is looking for a kill on the lanes right now. But Lewis is walking
There's
over.
action coming to him. Relentless. That's a really good Maledict. He's in a lot of trouble. He's get taken down. He's 100% dead. He needs to be careful. He doesn't explode next to his team. Look at the damage on the Barrage. Down to half HP.
The Nature's Wrath there, just basically deleting the Void Spirit.
That's true. I was looking at that Maledict explosion. Burst right over.
No, I think at this point, Varese can claim he's the carry of the game, you know, and tell Jigroy to step aside, you know.
Hello?
Alright,
mid
he
lane.
is definitely not winning this fight.
Jungle Shanks to level 8, making a play for that Orchid. That's going to be bad news here for a lot of these
check the
tech-free
levels, you know.
heroes.
The supports are just having a good old time. The Veno and the MP, they're both so high level.
The Revolution supports rise up. Rise up. We've had enough.
Yeah, you watch Rise of the Lycans, but we are watching Rise of the supports right now.
That's right. That's right. Sometimes, you know, we know this Veno, toxic hero. Sometimes you got to get behind a toxic hero to make some change. Shanks, he's looking to set up a kill near the lane. Difficult one onto Mamang Gaia, I reckon, with that Rolling Thunder.
I mean, imagine if the Orchid comes soon. All this Pango, Doom, Darkseid, they're going to be very vulnerable to ganks from the Veno. I mean, you're not going to be able to get something on those heroes that can remove the Orchid very easily, you know, because it's not natural. I mean, you can get Greaves on Darkseid somewhere down the road, but for the Pango, you generally don't build anything to remove Orchid, you know. It's not nice to have to build like a Manta, for example, you know, on a Pango.
Speaking of builds, speaking of this Darkseer, we have been kind of hammering on Tech Free Gaming, on DB specifically, about his item builds. And I don't know about you, I'm not totally in love with this first item, Heaven's Halberd.
Heaven's Halberd? That's always nice against TA, but I think I already mentioned I would prefer Crimson Guard.
Okay, one Thunder, mid lane, wall is up onto Lewis. Gonna try and get off that boat, the Admiral's rum. Oh, gonna go down. 4 heroes mid, it's simply far too many. And Jikroy, he knows he's got to take a very defensive position, hidden and tucked away in the towers.
Oh my god, he's also maxing Devour. He is going full grid Midas and max Devour. Full grid.
With Glut.
I mean, they're gonna find him and punish him. Look.
They are. Oh, CML.
Oh, he's gonna
This guy's actually here. That's word. He drops the Doom. That's not gonna save him. It ought to condemn CML. Is he gonna try and go close? No, he's dead. It's not close.
Is he?
Oh, he's alive.
No, he's not.
He's so tanky. Why is he so tanky?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Does he have the magic resist? Yeah, he has. Yeah, he has. No, there's no magic resist. He doesn't have any magic resist yet. It's still early.
Wow. I thought he was dead to rights. Doom level 1 though. What can you do?
Yeah, I mean they nerfed the level 1 Doom quite a bit, you know. He used to do a lot more damage. I mean, at this point, the supports are actually the cause, you know, on Execration.
Yeah.
The Witch Doctor and the Venom, they're just killing everyone they see. And the Orchid is already up on Shanks here. He is level 10. He is zooming right now. He is the highest level on his team.
He's the highest level on his
the game.
He's got more net worth than Mamang Gaia. He's catching up to Doom, dude.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, talking about greed, you think the Doom with Max Devour and Midas is greedy? Show them the jungle Venom.
Execration, they're reading this move perfectly, Mamang Gaia. He's initiating on Exar into Torrent. No roll's gonna come out, and now he's orchided up. This is the fight for the defusal reveal. He's gonna be kept alive. In comes CML from the side, and he's not gonna get that roll off. Down he goes. The Wall of Replica doing good work as the low hops down Shanks. There's a lot of money here. Lewis falling low to that Spirit Vessel now, as Varij TP's on in, will equalize here in terms of bringing the heroes. A better
It
fight there
has
for Tech Free
been
Gaming.
the story of the support so far, Richie. It really is. The Nature's Prophet, the Techies, the Witch Doctor, and the Venom. They are seeing the limelight, right now. They're in the spotlight. They are showcasing their strengths as heroes, We are no longer going to just sit back as supports in the background. We are going to the front lines. We are taking creeps. We are farming items. We are carrying the game. I mean, that was such a crucial cast bounce, onto the Pango.
Yeah. Truly a game that we'll be speaking about for generations.
I mean, if you told someone
Silence.
Jungle Venom is going to be a
coming
thing.
through, trying to TP away, not a chance. Just too much damage. Thanks.
He's going to be
He's almost
regretting
level
his
11.
build now. He is definitely going to be thinking about his build. Oh, he's so easy to kill on the Doom now. They just have so much damage on spells, and Doom has nothing now to do with that. If he gets caught, he is 100% dead.
Hello? Just jumping in, a little bold here. He's gonna go down, but maybe it's good for the kill onto Lewis. Late Mal active with the rum buff. They really need to try and focus him down, and he lives through the vessel. Mamangaya, shield crash, and the swashbuckle ready to go. There is no escape then for Lewis. See him out. He could be next. He's got Death Ward. He's gonna turn, try and get enough damage out. And the Aether Remnant is flawless from Tino. Great teamwork there. They get away with it. They get away with it.
There you go. Level 3 heal? Holy shit, he actually has level 3 heal?
I've seen this a lot more actually. Less points into the cask, but
yeah, but that I
out.
get, but he just decided not to max the Maledict, and then he got another point in heal. Maybe in between the fights he leveled up and he just took another point to save himself. Yeah.
Dire's bottom
That was
tower is under attack.
that was some Witch Doctor move there.
it's looking good. It's looking real good for this team right now. Look at the heals. It is kind of ridiculous here, Delol. Thinking about going in there on that
It
blast
also
off.
eats a lot of your mana, Richie, if you max out the heal.
It's expensive, but you do have that 20 talent, or sorry, the 10 talent to maybe consider.
Yeah.
I feel
But sometimes I like the HP because if you think that you might get bursted from full to 0, the HP talent actually gives you a way to get out of there. Yeah.
Agreed. I think though in games like this where you are utilizing this Voodoo Restoration because it is high level, there's a case to be made that you don't need the full HP pool. You kind of just need to be able to sustain
Yeah,
through
because
these long
you're
zombie
out
fights.
healing the damage, so you don't need the
Exactly.
max HP.
Exactly.
And especially
the
when
way-
you have a locket, it's gonna
Right.
have more impact.
Thanks. Gonna get back into the wall,
get the
into
carry.
the blast
That's a
off.
carry,
Two
Venom.
minds. Carry. Venno is down. Bridge. He's gonna be focused down by Tino as Delol dies inside of his own wall. Paolo's showing up for the fight as well. Make that 4 stacks. The Aether Remnant into the Death Ward. Interrupted by Mamangaya. The Meld Strike makes it 6 stacks of Venno damage. Paolo's joins the fray. He's feeling good in this kind of a game.
Yeah, shows up at the right time, kills off the roll. This game has not, lacked any action at all,
No,
it
it
is
is not.
delivering.
14
27 kills at 15 minutes, 16 minutes.
Exactly. Yeah, it's been a fun one here, that's for sure. And I think that's going to be Dagger now coming out to Palos. We've talked a lot of StarCraft here. Here we go. The classic Marines Marauders Medivacs. On TA, it's Dragonlance, Deso, and Dagger. Big timing for her here. So Execration, if anything, it's pedal to the metal now.
It's Roshan. Time to do Roshan.
Yeah. Could be. Is he a Mal? Is he
They're
gonna
waiting
Death
for a
Ward this?
target mid. They might catch
Could have gotten the
Mamangaya.
kill. Yeah, okay.
Okay, fine.
I don't
Witch
know if our
Doctor's a
observer caught
carry.
the full.
Okay, Mamangaya
Not
is
with
dead.
that spell casting, he's not. He missed the Maldic, he messed up the Death Ward, he just kind of panicked there. It happens. This team, though, picks up a kill in the mid lane, onto Mamangaya.
Good trade, I guess.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, they doomed the Witch Doctor for that. So not bad at all.
He's had it enough with the Witch Doctor killing him. Oh boy, this Varys MP, he is rich. Level 10, he has his talent. He has more damage on the Nature's Wrath, and now he is going to have his Blade Mail. And the next biggest damage item is the Shard. BB.
Oh, BB, good disarm here onto Palos. Palos waiting patiently to go back on hand. Back wall, but he blinks away. That's going to leave Lewis here in a bit of danger. That Blade Mail active though with the rump up. He is a tanky target as Shanks throws the ulti onto the lull. That's not going to spread onto any heroes, but you got Palos just beating down into everyone. DB, the best they can hope for there was just the kill onto Kunkka. But then what? That's execration as Shanks up to level 14. On the double, he's the second richest hero on his team. I almost said in the game. Not quite there yet.
It is a dream game. Does this motivate or encourage you to try some Venor jungle now?
Nah, not really. I've been more of a Venor.
Please don't do it when I'm playing with you. You can go do it when you're alone.
That's fair. Shanks, he scouted here under the ward. The lull gives vision from the Mongaya to run out in. This is actually a pretty big kick. The force staff allows him to avoid the blast off. There's still so much damage though for Shanks. They're going to get in there with the voodoo restoration. It's good enough for him to turn and get a few spells off now. And all of a sudden, Mongaya and Varij, they're far too deep. The response from Execration here.
Gosh. I feel like the Witch Doctor and Venor killed everyone.
Yeah, pretty much.
And TA just
there,
came
man,
over
just
to
like
collect the kills, you know. Actually, no, TA and Void Spirit did the most damage, so I was wrong.
Yeah. But I mean, it was the baits. The bait out. This TA, man, this TA has gotta love life right now, right? All this focus onto a Venomancer just frees him up, doesn't it?
Here, a Doom? He just doomed the Void Spirit for some reason.
Yeah, he did. He did doom the Void Spirit.
Wait, he wasn't even close to killing him. What actually happened there? Not sure.
Yeah, no, just wasn't the doom he thought it would be. That's all right. I mean, look, Winter, it's only a 3-can at word lead for Execration, but it feels
a lot more because your Doom has Devour talent, Gluttony, and yes, Midas.
Right, so it's like how much of that net worth is active, right?
Yeah, how much inflation there is, you know. We're always talking about the financial crisis, the inflation, and Doom is a classic example of that.
So you're saying like the 10-year bond yield is really rising too rapidly despite the market data looking good right now for Execration?
Yeah,
like
it's not a good time. It's not a good time to buy, it's a good time to sell.
Well, I want to be doing that in the lower bracket. You need that momentum. And you can see already Execration getting ready to move on to objectives.
Wait, who's the lowest two now? It's not even the Venom. It's the Kunkka gonna get the shot.
It's not even close. Hopefully it's the Witch Doctor. Hell yeah.
Ah, yeah.
That's a good one.
Rejoice.
That's a good one. Voodoo Switcheroo. Quite the ability, honestly, this game.
Yeah, still hasn't used his Gree. Has 600 gold.
True.
They gotta give this some interest, you know, this Gree. If you keep it for 30 minutes, you know, you get some kind of bonus goal. I think the longest I've seen someone kept it is he kept it until like minute 40.
That's ridiculous. That's too long.
I always feel like you should just use it around 15-20 minutes. If you are close to competing, then just use it. Just buy whatever item you want.
Gonna break out here. Vision set up perfectly. They see Mongaya. That's gonna be the Orchid on Shanks. Brought back into the X-Mark boat and killed off before he could do anything. The follow-up silences from Tino's Ag Scepter make that a hopeless engagement. But they did commit quite a bit now. Jigroy always gonna turn and drop the Doom. DB from the low ground, a little vacuum as Varij is gonna go back on in. A perfect Maledict again. He is just getting owned right now, Varij. No chance to live. Dies basically just to CML as the cask bounced around perfectly. And Tino lives on what? 50 HP, almost dies to the mines there. Almost died to the mines.
Well, I think Jigroy has some internal beef, you know, with Tino. Every time he sees him, he just gives him the Doom. I mean, this is not looking good for tech-free gaming side right now. They cannot really afford to take any bad fights like this anymore. The Pango has to... I feel like he has to... I don't know, buy a use or buy a Manta? Like, he needs something to get rid of the silence. He's getting silence every single fight by the Banner. And then there's also the TA shot that can silence him, you know. So it's
And the Void Spear dags. I think he
yeah,
just needs
it's
BKB.
so many,
There's no
so
other
many
way.
silence, and he has nothing.
He needs
He has
BKB.
a dagger and diffuser. He's building a
He needs
dagger, and
BKB,
he
though.
only has a diffuser.
Or alternatively, he can stand way back in the fight to make sure that he can get off.
Yeah, I mean,
the
you can
Rolling
only do
Thunder
that when
and
you
then
have a
blink in.
dagger, right? If you don't have a dagger,
Yeah.
you're gonna waste your roll so much.
Here's another look at that fight. I
Yeah.
mean, just
Then
kind
see
of
him.
hell.
Yeah, full to 0, and then the fight became like Tino just goes in, and then suddenly he gets doomed. Like Jigroy is all of a sudden picking up some Lotus casually there. Felt more like a defensive Doom, right? Like he was afraid of getting
Yeah.
caught by the Remnant.
He gets away, but then the Wall of Replica illusion just kind of owns Varish here.
Yeah, Varese needs the shot. Does he have the shot yet? He already has the shot.
And then
I mean, this
Tino,
is your
wow, that
timing
was
as
close.
MP. If you have Vessel, Shot, and Blade Mail, and you're losing the fights, this is very, very bad news. And don't forget, this Nature's Prophet, he was what, level 8 at minute 9 or something? He was very, very high level. And things have already fallen off the cliff, for the tech-free gaming side, all the bad fights they've taken. With the Doom dying a couple of times, the roll not going off. I think they need to take a step back, at least wait for the dagger on the Pango. On top of that, they also kind of need the BKB on Jigroy, Without BKB on Doom, he's going to struggle running into the fights, He's also vulnerable to the silence from the Void, from the shot traps, from the Banner Orchid, and all the other stuns, the small little annoying stuns, the cast, the torrent, and everything else.
You know what that means?
Ooh,
They said
costly.
TYT. Take your time. Good lads there. Good lads. That is the techie little
TYT.
reconnect. Winter, it does feel very difficult. It does feel very difficult, right, for tech-free gaming right now with this carry Doom in this kind of situation, right? Because you look at Execration, and the team fights feel so simple for them, don't they? They just click together. They have many different ways to start these
That was
fights. They have
unreal.
redundant silences. Happy Mancer. Come on, guys. Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say the Cuckoo Mancer, okay? Don't say it.
That was unreal.
Well, it doesn't
That
feel
was unreal.
like it should be that easy, I think if you look at the Dyer's lineup, they have kind of like a pretty good team fight lineup. You can time the vacuum into the Rolling Thunder, which can kind of create a lot of chaos, and then you have Wall. I think he needs to just Doom the right hero. I think you have to Doom TA. I don't think you can Doom. Maybe you can consider doing the Kanka if you somehow find him before he uses the boat. But if he already used his spells, you can only Doom TA. I think TA needs to die. He's going to output too much damage if you don't Doom and kill her. So that should be the number one objective in the fights. And number two, making sure that the Pango has a role coming out, He's just getting silent too much. He needs the dagger, and probably he'll do what you say. Just sit behind a mile away and roll and dagger in.
Yep. I think that's his only option at the moment.
Just let the MP go in first. MP has Blade Mail, Vessel, Shot. You just go in, tanks everything.
Gives vision.
The
Yeah.
MP
Whoa.
is the
Sorry, I
mid
got
shield
scared by
right now.
lightning.
MP is the mid shield right now.
I got Zeus ulted, my bad. Nimbus. Always a Nimbus in the backliners.
That
man.
was unreal.
I mean, you are in a position where you can see the Nimbus. I, on the other hand, I am too low.
Yeah, it hit a nearby building.
I'm on
That's
low
like
ground,
sweet.
That
I
was
don't see the
unreal.
Nimbus.
That was unreal.
Yeah, I'm cliffed, man. I'm just such a big Arteezy fan. Just cliffed up here. Long pause though, but of course, waiting for everything to get settled. Looking at the items that Tech Free Gaming have queued up to make their fights easier. I mean, that BKB from Doom's got to be the item for him, right? Jikroy, allowing him to get off the right kind of a Doom with his blink, with his radiance burning them down.
That's the hope. But you also have to... I think you have to get an armor item. Like the TA, I mean, Witch Doctor, you can't do much about it. It's pure damage. I mean, the TA, and then there's some physical damage from Kanka and Void Spirit. I think the Doom is also vulnerable to that right now with his current build. He has Phase Boots, extra 4 armor there. But it's not going to... I don't think it's going to hold up against a TA right kicking you with Mel Strike.
Yeah, that is very true.
I mean, for now, I think tech-free gaming, they just have to sit back, get some items, especially the dagger. I mean, Pango can no longer afford to die. They just have to play it chill and just take a breather. You know, you're running a marathon, you know, it's not a 100-meter race, you don't have to rush. You have to pace yourself, you know. They always say, running a marathon is all about pacing.
Sending from miles away.
This is also where I'd like to bring up kind of DB's item choice again, you know, to go for that Heaven's Halberd over maybe that first item Crimson instead. I do have to wonder, like,
It probably doesn't really change much. I think they're not losing because of that. They're losing more on their decision making. They're making bad moves. They were getting caught. Doom was using his spells on the wrong hero. I mean, sure, you can maybe make an improvement on the itemization of the Darkseer, but that's not why they are in this hole at the moment.
That's fair. No, I mean, that's absolutely fair. It's just always something we've noticed with casting this team all the way through the lower bracket. As Palos picks up his first stages of the game, getting resumed here, folks.
Invisibility.
Is it going to be double wisdom? No, it won't be. Okay, good. The Palos just continues to trudge along and be this real scary force, doesn't he? BB's pipe is online, hoping that makes a big difference. Uh-oh, you know? He doesn't see him. He barely just doesn't see him. EMP farming that camp in a dangerous position.
And can't wait for the Venom to get an axe. He's not nice. He already has one component if he wants to. Damn, this is just making me feel like queuing up a game next after we finish our series and just go for Venom.
Yeah, I mean, you were just talking about how your behavior score is back up there. I think that's one way to
Wait
lower
a
it.
minute, come on. That was not supposed to be released here, you know? You have to keep that a secret. That is my
No, it's back
privacy
up.
right there.
It's back up. It's full. You know, I'm giving you credit. The lull, wasting a
It
little
was
bit of
never
time. He still
low.
might.
For the record, it was never low, chat.
You're right.
The only
I mean,
person that
yeah.
has a low behavior score here is the other person that is talking.
For it to be low, I mean, for you, low is like, you know, 400, 500. It was only like 3,000, so it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. Alos.
Oh, you know,
He's putting on high ground,
they say
Winter.
your game takes a huge tumble below 10k. Oops.
Yeah, I believe it. Oh, no. No, there's no way this Venom has enough damage, right? Not through the TP. He does not. But look at the sustain here on this sneak. Alos just getting healed up by this max Voodoo Restoration, and he did go for that 10 talents here, by the way. Of course, it is going to be reduced, that healing amplification by that Vessel, but just a few more seconds until it's back to full efficiency.
Yeah, I mean, he has a ton of mana to sustain. Look at him. He has the mana drought plus mystical enchantment. So he also has the plus 30% from the dormant courier.
Oh, yeah.
So he has
true.
a lot more.
That's a lot of mana regen.
Yeah.
I actually love playing these games of Witch Doctor because this is a hero that, as you can see, can snowball very well because you can always solo kill. Basically from level 6 to 8. It's very
No
reasonable
one
for you to
touches
solo
you
kill, of course.
when you're channeling.
Yeah.
Sure, you can kill anybody.
And, well, and then you're able to set up like this. Oh, okay, another Doom here. They heal up. That's a beautiful back wall onto 4 heroes with the boat coming in. Far too late to change anything now. Oh, boy. Lewis manages to TP away. The blink out in time now by Palos, but he is left completely alone to fight versus 4. I say that they buy
that's a
back. They have
buyback.
control over
Save
this
your carry.
outpost. And they take this fight. The double step in there by Tino as Jikroy, BK beat up. He's still going to go down. Palos, he grabs him, and with the Daedalus, that's so much damage. Ramon stays alive thanks to the wand charges, but Tino relentlessly giving chase. He's going to avoid the blast off as well by Dalal as they pick off the Mangaya. Tino, this may look like a dieback for him as he almost sacrifices himself on the blade mail of the NP, but he will live. What a buyback from Tino to keep Palos
he
in
is the
fighting
hero.
shape.
Tino is the unsung hero there, or he is the hero. And Palos tried to finish off the last kill with the side blade on his trap, so they just couldn't really get the right angle there. But yeah, I mean, Palos, he is the king of the fight. He is the last man standing. He is the raid boss right now. Tech-free game. They have a huge TA to deal with. I mean, they won't have Doom now. If you don't have Doom, how do you kill TA? feel like there's very little chances of them killing without the Doom. They need to wait 40 seconds.
Dire's bottom
The ultimate counter
Do they
to
have
Doom,
40
just
seconds?
buy back.
Richie, that is the question.
I don't know, man. Wall of Replica is back up in 10 seconds. Got everything. I mean, Rolling Thunder is ready to go again. They may be able to make this defense. I mean, they did so pretty successfully last time. The very good initiation, they see Jig going in the trees. Palos puts in front of the gate. Another vacuum. No, with the wall set up, it's not as good as last time. No, this time the BKBs come out, but Palos being focused down and chased down. They get through the refraction, and down he goes. That's a tieback now for Tino. He's kind of isolated there on that high ground. The Death Ward just really good damage, actually, to be honest.
He's coming in.
Gonna save the fight as Varij giving them the vision. He does not curse the old growth quite yet. Now he finally gets it off. The blade mail's active, but he's gonna go down to that last swashbuckle. They get on top of Shanks. It's a big kill for them, but look at the cask bouncing between them. They're maledicted up. They cannot really take this fight. Buyback now on the techies. DB unable to surge away. He's not gonna die to maledict quite yet, actually, as instead the double ion shell focused down onto the Witch Doctor. They take him down. Buyback ultimately unnecessary there on Delul, but it's just kind of a scary game, to be honest.
Yeah, that
Successful
was a huge
defense.
defense there by Tech Free Gaming. Like the first one, the initial one, the vacuum into Techie's blast off, that was beautiful. That was sweet, you know. That was as good as it gets, you know, perfect, you know. Perfect team fight initiation. Got them the win. They couldn't kill TA, but then in the secondary push where he tried to come high ground, they were able to take Palace down. Finally, the raid boss is down, so it's time for them to get a breather. And Palace is probably gonna realize, you know, he needs to buy a BKB.
Yeah. Yeah, in this kind of a game, I think it's going to be necessary. He's very wealthy, so he's nearly all the way there. And here's this second fight that we're looking at now in the replay. Boat, but a better counter
Yeah, I think it was
initiation here,
also
honestly.
a good role in between by Mangdai. He disrupted the fight, then he pushed TA into a very awkward spot, and he couldn't. I think he already used his he already used his spike, so he couldn't get out of there. He was stuck.
For the effort. Look for me.
Radiant are scanning.
There was a look back at that fight. And here's going to be another pickoff. Jikroy activates the BKB, but no chance to fight through that Witch Doctor, who's Grigri up to 1,150 gold. He is so big. He is just so big now, man. And that is not going to make their fights, this game, any easier.
And what is he
Palos
saying
threatening
for?
to continue the push. I mean,
Just
that's
use it.
piling on the pressure here in this game.
Let's use it. Get his 4 stuff. 4 stuff is the item you want against Doom.
Background siege continues. DB looking to get in there with a back wall. Another TA trap silence, so annoying for him to deal with, but it's still 30 seconds left until the Doom respawns. Now he can buy back, but he BKB'd there, so he's not going to have that for still another 50 seconds now.
Yeah, he definitely does not want to buy that now.
Okay, Rolling Thunder, it's pretty decent, but the Doom's not buying back. The tidal wave pulls him further deep underneath this Death Ward. Good damage, the kill onto DB is there. Mangdaya still fighting through this one. Pretty good control, tries to swashbuckle away, but he is killed off eventually. Varij caught trying to kill this Witch Doctor, does eventually get the job done there with the Sprout damage as Delul doing what he can, leaps on in, but it's Tino with a double kill in the fight as he finishes off the Nature's Prophet, and Doom respawns with a team, with a base, with a fight in shambles. Everyone's dead. These top barracks are not long for this world. I don't think they are for this game one either.
Yeah, this is the beginning of the end here for Tech Free Gaming side. They're gonna buy back on Varese, but just 2 of them, you know. I don't see what else can they do here. I mean, they need to wait for their teammates to come back alive, you know. Pango has buyback, but he doesn't want to use it without roll. Darkseer and Techies, they don't have their buybacks. And they're gonna lose all their racks here. And I don't see any way they can come back from this, you know, with the way their lineups work, you know. They're
No,
just way
they're
too far
not
behind
very
now. Get
really
the
good
rush
against Megas
and
either.
end the game.
Sure seems that way. Meld, Fatalist, let's go. We'll see that quick blink here pretty soon. As Talos just gets bigger and bigger and bigger this game. He has not stopped. Since really Shanks just started kind of balling out of control in this game, I think that the jungle Venno is really good, looked really convincing. Well played to Tino to not feed in that lane.
Yeah, it's because of the sentry. So I think you brought it up. He couldn't find the Devoured on Varese. He couldn't pull. That was what kind of gave.
There we go, back into the fight now as X3 Gaming giving it everything they've got here. CML gets off that voodoo switcheroo. They get through that first life. The Rolling Thunder though has now expired. 2 kills though, 3 make it on the side of Execration, but Palos now more unleashed in this fight. Bridge hiding underneath that Glimmer Cape, alive for now as Palos finally activates the BKB. DB giving chase here after Lewis. As Bridge is going to live, no one's going to die here. It looks like maybe the lull.
Palos is the only one
Maybe just
against
the
the
lull.
whole tech-free gaming side.
Goes, pardon me, folks.
No
Missed the
BKB.
start of that
He has a
fight, but
BKB,
looks like the
but
smoke
he actually
ended up
got
going
out
okay.
here,
In
no.
fact, I
That is
think
the
that they
question.
can
He's
still
gonna get
take
his
it
arm,
versus
but
Palos.
he's with the Glimmer,
Disarmed.
guiding him
Amon
around.
Dia silenced here for a moment, but has the load into the spell. Backing back out of the Hurricane Pike as Palos falling low, decides he just has to try and take the fight here and now, but he is mounting against these 3 heroes, and he's gonna Execration.
Defense again, you know, from tech-free
Lose
gaming
the
side,
fight,
somehow
Winter. Tech-free
managing
gaming will
to
hold.
get a good start in the fight with a vacuum. Just kicking away Execration from the face of their base, you know, just keeping the game going and making sure that they still have a chance to fight.
Ikro
in
trying
this
to defend
game
against
so
the
far,
Megas,
you know.
but this is one of those
Not giving
problems.
up yet
This lineup
from
is
tech-free gaming side.
some other lineups might be, but they're making do. After that fight among Dia, watching that Ag Scepter ready to go. I mean,
And the
some
game
bigger
goes
items
on
came through.
right now.
Game goes on.
They have to kind of defend the base once or twice more. They have to try to get another couple of big vacuum into either Techie's Blast Off or into the Rolling Thunder again. Whereas Execration, they need to be a lot more wary of the vacuum combos, you know, in the team fight. They have to be a lot more split up. They have to kind of spread their heroes across and make sure that they don't get caught by that combo once more.
Radiant are scanning.
They've cut down that net worth lead here quite
And
significantly.
Tech-free gaming
Winter.
definitely not giving up yet. They're coming out of their base. This is probably going to be the first time in a while since they venture out of the map here. In
Right.
the mid lane. The mid lane tier 1 tower is still alive for Execration, but not
Goes,
for
you
long.
know, going in. He actually has found the angle here. There's going to be the back onto 2. Do they get out?
That's the roll up, that's the roll out. Roll this up and it's down. So he's going to be able to disrupt the fight here to get the big doctor down. The 2 supports or the 2 cores, I shall say, going down on the Execration fight, you know, and Mamang Kaya, and then to end survive the team out there.
That he does. He's in back now on Palos. Falling low, the nullifier, the splash damage. Jikroy, there's too many auto attacks after him. He's gonna go down. Lull silence. They do get 2 heroes now. The tidal wave dragging back the lull into harm's way. Silenced up into the 8th of Remnant. Sent up and tossed this way, that way. DB, he's gonna pay the price. A symptom of Save Your Buddy syndrome. They try and take the fight there. Not gonna go their way. And the GG is dropped now. Tech-free gaming eventually have to throw in the towel. Execration will drop. Or sorry, we'll win game number 1.
That's a good defense, you know. Last couple of defense by Tech-free Gaming, they were good, but eventually the difficulty was too much. They couldn't really hold on to the game any longer. But just this game is really the tier of the support, you know. But take nothing away from Palos on the tier. He definitely put his team on his back and carried the game towards the end. You know, he sealed the game with his TA, with the timings, with the items, with the data, the Desolator, and made sure that Tech Free Gaming had no way of coming back into the game. You know, they had a couple of good base defenses on Tech Free Gaming side with the vacuum into the Techies blast off, the vacuum into the roll, but the lead was just way too much on the execution side. You know, eventually they were just able to close out the game, and Tech Free Gaming, they have to kind of, I think, figure out what to pick, you know, on their carry. You know, I think this Doom carry for them is not looking like it's a very comfortable hero for Jikoi. You know, he has to try to figure out what to play next. He maybe go back to his hyper carry type of heroes instead of the active fighting heroes that they pick him on the Doom this time.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you could start to see it come together pretty late here, you know? With the fights from Tech for Gaming actually look very convincing. And really, you know, making Execration finish them off. But like you said, I think it just takes too long to come online before that Doom's in a comfortable spot where he is able to start taking fights. Here's this fight into the Aegis. Silences, but the vacuum into the Rolling Thunder is fantastic. That's what it was. Oh, wow. Yeah, amazing.
It was
fight
a
there from
valiant fight here eventually, but after execution, realized they have to be a lot more spread up and they are focusing the Pango first. I think things started to change here. I think they still won the fight on Tech Free Gaming side. They killed off the Witch Doctor. TA is not alive yet, and the banner also goes down. Yeah, it was a very, very back and forth game towards the end. Despite looking like Execration had a huge lead throughout the early to mid game, but Tech Free Gaming, they managed to put up a decent fight towards the end, and yeah, gave Execration a run for their money. But it was just too difficult, you know, because of the hole they're in.
Mm-hmm.
The lead was just too much, and eventually they succumb to the Execration side, and they have to figure out the next game what they have to change and what they have to adjust, you know, with the hero pool of Jigroy.
That last fight there with Jikro getting the Doom off onto Palos and Palos just being like, okay, and then just killing him anyway. It feels very like that was like the message of this game, you know? Like that's kind of just how it went.
Yeah, Shanks, definitely the MVP of this game. I think they are kind of like a different periods where they had different people being the MVP. I think in the early game, I agree, Shanks, he was kind of the MVP, maybe towards minute 20, more or less. But later, I think Palos, Tino, Luis, especially Palos, kind of took over the game. You know, they managed to put the weight of the team on their backs and carry the game. The supports looked like carries, but they couldn't have done it all without the cause, you know.
Yeah, looked super, super convincing there from Execration. You know, so sure, a little not as clean as they would have envisioned it, but now they're going to take some time, look to iron things out as we do head to a quick break. Tech Free Gaming now in the ropes. They're the only team that's been in the lower bracket each entire round. Will they fall here to Execration in game 2, or will they make it a close 3-game series? We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, at game number 2.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, everyone. It is game 2 now between Execration and Tech Free Gaming in the lower bracket. We're on the road to TI, the SCA qualifiers now in our penultimate day. Thanks so much for joining us, everyone. Seeking Strike and Winter here, bringing you the action as our game 2 draft is already live now, isn't it, Winter? And a bat first.
Bat Rider. Bat Rider is here. They ban out the Oracle and Abaddon. The counters, they're still a Legion Commander. They remove all the dispels. Just kidding. Probably not going to see the Legion ban. But I'm a big fan of the Bat Rider here. They're going to respond with a what? First pick Queen of Pain?
Yeah. First pick
Something is fishy. I'm smelling the Corruport Lego here.
And what, they only ban one hero right in this phase, don't they?
Yeah, so I think I have a feeling this might be a support.
Oh no.
It's a Shanks type of hero. Position 4.
Just unleashing the toxicity.
Yeah, I mean, after all, Richie, they are 1-0 ahead. If you want to meme and you want to have fun, go ahead.
In the lower bracket? I mean, I know you got to keep things light in the boot camp, you know? These are long qualifiers. But to that degree, I mean, look, it can work, right? It can work. Anything can work in Dota
I
these
think
days,
the
more or
build
less.
is like Nature's Prophet. You buy Vessel and Blade Mill. I'm just trying to figure out, you know, I don't know for sure 100%. Maybe they're just that confident for the mid Queen of Pain. It's gonna be good, you know. That's why they feel like it's an Imba hero. They're gonna place it with an Undying. This is also a kind of a... Wait, can you actually entomb the Lasso target? I'm not sure if you can.
10 seconds remaining.
Why wouldn't she be able to? Because they can't be
5
rooted or something,
seconds
maybe?
remaining.
Yeah, there should be some. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you can do it, but because they're picking it like this, maybe it can. But it'll be like... You need a dagger to reliably do that.
Yes, that's true. That's a good point. Let me see what it says on the wiki, actually. I'm not sure about that. I don't know. I mean, you can do it with stunned targets. Maybe, like, if they're... I don't know.
No, you can't do it with... I think... Wait, okay, I think you can do it with Enigma. Enigma is like sucking and pulling him in also.
Radiant team pick.
Because there's like a couple of restrictions with the Bat Rider there, so there's certain things you can't do with it.
Yeah, let me see what I can find here on the wiki.
Okay, meanwhile...
But it's going to be another
Tech Free
Mamang
Gaming
Daya
site.
Pango, perhaps?
Yeah, Pango again for
10
them.
seconds remaining.
Probably offlane Pango. I don't know if they want mid Pango against Corp is
5 seconds remaining.
miserable. I can assure you. I've been the receiving end on that. Pango against Corp. Very hard.
Dire
I think
team
Pango will be side lane with the bat most likely. And they go with the Gyro, which is the Tombstone killer. With the flat cannon, you hit the Tombstone and you hit the enemy team at the same time, so you don't have to worry about the Tombstone. And now Execration. Do they pick... What do they pick to deal with this Gyro? They see the Gyro right now, but they gotta be feeling a bit cautious. Is Varese going to play the Gyro? He is known for playing Gyro, I can tell you that. So it might be a cheeky flex pick here for Tech Free Gaming. So if they counter the Gyro here, Gyro might end up being a support. So they gotta be careful.
What I can say about this, Winter, is just reading through the wiki, it looks like if you just cast it on them, if a unit target cast it, it'll just shove them in the Tombstone. So it seems doable. That's what I can see. I don't see anything that would prevent
I
that.
believe you, Richie. There is no reason for me not to believe you.
Well,
Okay, there's a Disruptor
team pick.
making an appearance. So it's going to be indeed a offlane Undying here. Call Undying. Call Undying, Disruptor, Bounty. Oh, this is a scary combo. Track with the glimpse, you know. And then on top of that, it's a very good combination with the Undying as well, because Undying is always running at people. You don't fight the Undying, a Call Undying especially. And guess what? We have Track, we
5
have Glimpse.
seconds remaining.
This looks very, very fun for the team Execration side to play if they can actually get the strategy rolling. And you have a Quap blinking around, chasing heroes, and there's a Glimpse. This Disruptor is set up for success here in this game. And
think,
for tech-free gaming side, what do they do? Do they leave the gyro as a core, or they put him as a support right now? That is the question at the moment. It's a core Undying. What do you do? Do you want to pick an Ursa into it, or do you want to pick something else?
It's not only a core Undying, it's a core Quap, right? Which was the second pick overall.
Yes. My
and that's
theory
troublesome.
got rejected.
Yeah. I'm just thinking about like these kind of support duos, this bounty disruptor, super fun if you're winning, right? If you're not winning, probably two of the worst supports to have in a losing lineup. And maybe not as bad as others, but the disruptor feels real bad. That's for sure. So I'm wondering if tech-free gaming.
The worst when you're getting ran at. You cannot defend yourself.
Yeah.
So Beastmaster, it is Beast. Pango is going mid. Beast plus Bat Rider, so they want to have more, I guess, grouping up power, because you cannot split up against Bounty and Disruptor. So they need to be able to stand together, and what better than to have Beast with a Helm of Dom? I think this is an extremely good Helm of Dom game. You just play around it. You have the Rolling Thunder in the middle of the fight with Lasso. Looks pretty strong. And yeah, we'll see whether the gyro is going to be put as a support or a core here. They ban out one support and one core, so Excretion also unsure where the gyro is going. And we'll have to see in this pick what they decide to do here. I think the CM is a good ban. It works with their heroes. Very good in the lane. Against the Bounty Hunter, any melee hero running into CM is always not fun. Okay, if I want to pick another support, there's Nature's Prophet. There's Ringmaster, but I think he doesn't play the hero much.
How about a Phoenix?
Phoenix is not so strong now. There's Silencer, but Silencer is not too good into Bounty Hunter.
5 seconds.
I think he might just take the gyro and maybe they pick a Ursa. Ursa gyro into this Undying Bounty Hunter lane. Because I think Ursa is a good call into Undying. Because Undying is very tanky, but Ursa can out DPS him with the furry swipes. If there's no if there's morphing, I'll say morphing because you can turn into the Undying. But guess what? This guy is back. Witch Doctor against the tanky Undying.
The Doctor's in.
The Doctor is indeed in. A lot of damage. Melodic with Rocket Barrage. You are not living through that.
10 seconds.
So, okay. What do they do now on Excretion? Ursa also seems nice for them. Ursa is kind of like one of the better carries nowadays. There is also Terrorblade. If they want Terrorblade, no. Clings. You can eat the ball. You can eat the creeps. And it's a very fast-paced hero. You rotate around, even though it seems like it's counterintuitive to have two Invis heroes in a game, Bounty Hunter plus Clings. But sometimes it does work. And Clings also kind of, I think, match ups really well into Gyro, because Gyro can't really get near to you because you can out DPS him. And in the game, you can also match his timings or pacing on the Gyro. Gyro likes to play fast, but Klings doesn't really fear it. He's not like an anti-mage or something slow. Klings can be very, very fast in this game. And he has Glimpse, he has Tombstone, he has Track. I think I am in love with this Excretion draft. It looks very exciting. It looks aggressive. It looks like a lot of fun, and it looks like it's going to win here for Excretion.
Wow, so you like it. You're convinced. Their game one execution does have me leaning their way as well. I'm not going to lie. It just seems like one of those lineups that it needs to keep that momentum going. You need to keep that ball rolling. Otherwise, you might come into some trouble. With the team fight tech-free
they have pretty good way of making it work because you have the Undying Core. I think the Undying Core ties everything together because the Undying solves two problems, right? There's one problem with Bounty Hunter not having team fight, and Bounty Hunter don't have catch with the Disruptor, but they both kind of need someone to stand in front. So Undying solves all that, and Undying also provides them with a stable laning phase where you can count on that. You rarely see Undying Cores lose their lanes. So I think overall, the Undying just keeps everything together, and it was really nice of them to finish off the draft with the Klings too, because I think everything has very similar timings with their heroes, so there's a lot of synergy. And the first week corp, kind of feels like it could have been anything, and the whole draft still looks good,
Yeah, that's true, right? It was kind of basically a second pick quap overall in the draft. So the fact that it still looks good seems like a pretty neat strategy from Execration. Again, I'm just a little bit worried about if Tech Free Gaming can string together one of those team fights like they did late game versus Execration. They may be able to slow that momentum. They may be able to find some moves to make here. And then that's when that draft doesn't look so good. That's going to come down to lane rotations. That's going to come down to 6-minute runes, the early laning objectives, like that Wisdom Shrine, and let's see if they can get it done as we jump into game number 2 of our elimination series. Tech Free Gaming, again, trying to make the lower bracket run, looking for a victory here on the road to TI over Execration. See if they can get it done.
Oh, he actually has the fence. So Disruptor has the kinetic fence this game. That is something that I want to note.
Bucks the trend.
Yeah, Witch Doctor went back to Clap's death this time. Everything else seems pretty, normal. I think these are the two ones that I want to highlight. I think the fence is a pretty
30 seconds to battle.
controversial one, right? Some people think it's really good, some people don't like it because you don't get to combo the traditional way of the kinetic field and static storm. But the fence is really good in certain locations on the map where you can block people off because you have 2 charges. But the one major downside is you're going to be a lot weaker in the lane because
Agreed.
You don't have the double slow from Thunderstrike.
And well, there's the fence leveled
he took
early
fence.
on. Double fence isn't going to save him though.
Okay. What is he going to do in the lane now?
I'm not sure. They're also going to lose out on 3 bounty, or they're going to lose 1 bounty. So it's 3 for 1 and first blood going to the lull there.
Whew, dream start. This is a dream start. If you're looking for a game tree, ladies and gentlemen, this is a good start for everybody.
Not for Execration.
Yeah, not for everybody, not for Execration.
Not for almost
They are
everyone,
definitely
for
not
many
looking for a
people,
game tree.
though. No, they are not. It seems like they have a lot of strats cooked up, so the more that you get to save those, the better you'll be looking when it's time to pull them out. Double jump fast hit for the Pango in the mid lane. I don't think it's too surprising to see that into this kind of a lane with the Shadow Strike, of course.
Yeah, this is a really, really rough lane for Pango. I mean, I expect to see at least 3 points in Shadow Strike to pressure him. But maybe the double jump is going to allow him to kind of survive in this lane though. But right now it's not looking too good for the Pango, already down to almost 30% health, just with the first 2 waves of creeps.
How many points in Shadow Strike do you think you take
3.
in a lane like
I think
this,
3.
Winter?
I think most likely going to be 3. I think 3-1-1 in this lane sounds reasonable.
That bottom,
probably
you may
wouldn't
notice.
encourage 3-0-2, so 3-1-1.
Right.
Where the side lanes, so far CML is not going to have much impact because he has the fence in the lane. I'm not too sure what else he can do apart from just waiting for level 2. Whereas bot lane, this Undying Bounty Hunter against Gyro, Witch Doctor, I think there's only one way to play this lane, is to drag. You have to drag the creep waves because you are double melee after all against double range, and it's a Witch Doctor and a Gyrocopter. They can kill you off very easily. I think you just need to get Undying to level 3. Once you have level 3 on Undying, with the Tombstone spamming decays, I think you should be able to survive the lane, or even better, maybe kill the lane.
Not only is it a dangerous lane, right, but it's an afterburn as well for the Gyro, so he is willing to get extra hard in this lane.
Yeah, he wants to beat the Undying in the lane. I think I agree with this. I feel like in lane that it could be contested, it's always better to get the afterburners.
Getting the good to go and back in action we are. Pango doing well in these early lanes though, 5-0. So he's still managing to get especially these range creeps to make sure that he's not getting too controlled in this lane. That's real
This
important
is
for
an
him.
interesting spot for the creeps to be running at each other.
Yep. Yeah, good job by Verge. He even drags them back for Jikroy too. Nice.
Yep, poor CML. It's getting pushed back, but it's bad. He only has a fence.
Ooh, lost his courier for that, though, so no brown boots on the lull. Will make the harass a little bit more difficult, just a tiny bit.
I mean, Klinks is kind of going. I think he's going to get pressured. You know? I think if Beast goes the helm, this game is probably he's going to get pressured by the Beast. You know, if Beast gets like a good start, and right now with the wave in front of the Beast tower, I would say that he's on track to getting helm at a decent timing. You know, his helm timing is going to be super important this game. And Bat Rider is kind of like the perfect bodyguard to have, you know, whenever you want to hit this early game timing, you know.
I really like seeing that kinetic fence flip to the effective harass. Glimpsed on back. Let's see how the fence is used here. That'll block him off one way. Another fence charge ready to go, but the Lolo realizing he's made a mistake and there's no way out.
That was a perfect used fence. I stand by corrected, you know, you don't need Thunderstrike to win your lane.
Not always, but a bit of mispositioning there. Just not respecting the glimpse, I would say, from the bat as well. Another fence. This is what I like to see. The DP's got no incentive to run away, actually. He feels quite strong.
Yeah.
He's going to keep fighting here to the death. The death, he says. Flame break from long range is going to connect onto CML. The fence offering him some protection, and he gets away with it.
That was not a good trade for Beastmaster. Now he just lost all his history. I mean, Klinks is definitely going to be happy about that. Yeah. I mean, he also didn't really, I guess, consider the fact that there's the innate of the Disruptor, the electromagnetic repulsion, pushing him back there so he couldn't finish off the kill. I mean, it's something that people still are not, it's not new, but people are still not used to it.
Yeah.
You don't think about it.
Yeah, I mean, we're starting to see more and more Disruptor now, right? A little bit less after they nerfed him in the B patch, but
yeah, I think once
still...
people start using the other facet more, the transference, people will get used to the innate. But as of right now, it is still a relatively new thing. People are adjusting to it. They're not really actively thinking it.
Him out. Another good fence cast, actually. He's smoldering to death, but actually he will live. Halos worse for wear, but 17 wand charges. EB really playing life on the edge. I was going to say, but he has
a big one too. 20 charges.
Yeah, he's okay.
They are both okay. But Disruptor is not having a fun time now. He's constantly taking so much damage in the lane. But on the other hand, as long as he's getting XP, right? When you're playing Disruptor, your key goal in the laning phase is the ability to get the XP. You know, can you get to your levels as soon as possible? Because Disruptor becomes an entire different beast once you get levels on this hero. So you're always going to be scavenging for that leftover XP here, there, anywhere to just get to your level 6 quicker.
So with the helm, am I mistaken, or can this Klinks not just simply eat the helm of the down creep? That's that.
Wait a minute, Kino diving in.
Yep.
Level 5 undying.
Getting low, the cask, with the death, or sorry, with the blood grenade on top of Shanks. I don't think he's gonna make it. He's not. He had no choice to dive.
Now you were saying the Klinks, can he just eat the Helm of Dawn creep, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's a max creep of level 6, right? Isn't that every single creep?
Yeah.
Obviously, the Ancients are maybe different.
Yeah, you can probably just eat. I think Helm of the Overlord, probably not. But Helm of Dawn, yes. So you're going towards the question, if the Klinks can eat his creep, right, why is he still going Helm, right?
Yes, a little bit, yeah.
It's still a very good item, like good early game item. I think the build up is nice for the lane, especially now they change it. You have a crown. I mean, if you're intending to upgrade to the second helm, I think it's still a very good item on him despite going to the playing it into the Klinks. You know, I guess that's his logic here.
Ooh, big scout stacked here. Whoa. They've got a glimpse. First, they're going to play with the fences a bit here. Lewis has Sonic Wave on the regeneration rune running as Mamang Daya joins the fray, glimpsed back. CML, where are you going, my friend? They're trying to die to the Ancients, but he repulses them away. It still works out, though.
That was a good try.
I didn't think it would work as well as it did there.
shrines?
And now approaching the Wisdom Shrine timing. Oh, a beautiful cast onto the two of them. They're both hit by this Maledict, but DB, he's just shy of the experience he needs for the roar. He decides TP, and out's the best play. That'll at least get him out here alive. Palos diving behind the tower here. Doesn't really have the burst damage he needs to be able to take down these full HP supports. But it is still going to be the stolen Wisdom Shrine at the end of the day as Tino collects the other on the other side of the map.
They lost 2 of the shrines, so it means that the Witch Doctor and the Bat Rider are going to suffer in XP, whereas the Disruptor is going to be very, very happy about this exchange here.
So is Bouncy, and there he goes underneath the tower and able to assist for the kill onto Delol. These supports are loving life right now for Execration. I think Execration in general are loving life.
Radiant's top tower
Undying's loving
under
life.
attack.
Corp is loving life. Clink is loving life. The supports are loving life. I mean, could you call this a dream start? It's like not a very big lead, but it's a pretty good start already. Like almost 1k lead.
Promising, that's for sure. And they reach in with Glimpse. I think they're going to try. No, not quite. Still only level 2.
Yeah, that was close.
Even with the dagger slow, he's
And
just
it
a
must
bit
have
too
been
fast.
really, really close, like maybe 100 range more to get him.
He was. I was hovering. He was real close. He was real close. But that's good. Mamang Daya got boots. You know, sometimes not usually in the mid lane. Sometimes in the off lane, you can see him put boots up, though. That's going to be troublesome now for Jikroy. TP's coming in. Cancelled, though. No way out there, as they have, of course, the Flash Golem and Palos ganking through the gate. Do you think Clinks is an even better hero than Gyro at ganking through gate? He might be.
Well, it really depends, right? Because Clinks does a lot of burst, but it's physical. Sometimes magical damage is needed.
Wave.
And Clinks is a lot
Nailed
more
it out.
single target hero, where Gyro can land on a couple of heroes. So I think it really depends on the scenario, you know. But if it's down to one hero, yeah, I would agree that Clinks is better than Gyro.
Yeah. Just thinking about it, we've seen a lot of really impressive gyro rotations through the gate this tournament. It's something we always talk about. Yeah, that looked impressive. Looked easy, looked clean. Undying's going to be able to continue farming and slowly push down that 3-1 tower. No one wants to try and contest them, as you can see. The gaming up 2 other devices as they will farm this big stack, and that's going to be the Helm of the Down creep
That is
online.
delicious. That is what they needed.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Level 7 now on the Beast. He wants to try
There's
to...
no way they catch Gyro here, right? They're really trying. Level 3 Glimpse means they can give it a go. Kinetic Fence is going to trap him in here very awkwardly, but now what's the move?
There's no
Just
backup.
bothering him here, I guess.
He has no backup. Yeah, because they were killing the stack, and now Dust. Hello, Clinks goes down. That is a big one. Brawl,
Indeed.
Dust, and Clinks is dead.
I
And
also
Clinks is-
suspiciously don't see a Helm creep. I think he ate it.
yeah, he probably ate it. Delicious. Now he has a new one. But yeah, I mean, Clinks is
Mid lane.
not a hero you want to
Yeah.
be losing your life around.
Now
You
the
know,
Rolling
these days.
Thunder. Good positioning here by CML, and with Tino connecting from the bot lane, it's going to be enough to spook him back. Sonic Wave ready in I think about 10 seconds, but Lasso ready now. Kinetic Fence isn't going to actually stop the lull here. With the Maledict applied onto the bounty, I don't think he's making it out alive now. Earning and ticking on down. It's only level 1 Maledict actually, so Mamang Daya needs to jump in there to secure the kill. Well done. Execration very keen to take down these towers as well. You can see the heroes not really looking to help, mostly looking to help the cards.
It's going to go down still. But yeah, I mean, Varys is also opting to max out the heal, right? You said that his Maledict is just level 1.
Ooh,
Oh,
Lewis,
okay, meanwhile,
Sonic
Maledict
Wave,
dies. Got sniped.
in for the kill, and there's the fence. I don't know if they can get the +1 though. No mana on these cores
Yeah.
right now.
I mean, he has 3 points in heal. I think he's going to be very difficult to kill.
Well, let's see if he's got the mana to sustain through this kill attempt.
Yeah, he doesn't have the mana.
Yeah. No, he doesn't. And you know what? It's a pretty effective. Just steal his strength if he's going to try and out heal you.
Radiant's
Heal through
middle
that, man.
tower has fallen.
That's no fun.
Yeah, you can't survive if you don't have strength.
You know, able to just tank it all with the Vanguard build up. Seems like a
Execration now.
fantastic Vanguard game. Or sorry, Crimson.
Yeah, Execration now trying to just snowball the game. But the Crimson got done soon. The bounty with his track soon as well. Disruptor also getting towards his level 6. This is when the Disruptor, Bounty, and Undying trio is going to get really scary, and you can also include the Klings, running around to assist the ganks. He's going to move once he gets his Desolator. He's not too far away.
Now, I'll tell you who's not going to be moving very much. It's this DB. He's just going to be farming here, the side camps, the triangle, until he gets that Helm of the Overlord online. That Ultimate Orb, remember, it's much more expensive now, so he's still got quite a ways to go.
Yeah, things are definitely looking a lot slower for Tech 3 Gaming, whereas Execration, they are ready to rock and roll here.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Bounty is
How do we
level
say
6,
that?
Disruptor is level 6. It's
Yeah,
time to play
they-
some Dota.
They were looking for a lasso, but they're not going to find one. Instead, they face Mets with that glimpse. CML, he's going to keep showing in lane here, but the smoke coming from behind, a couple inches. Oh, they put down the sentry a bit too late for Ridge. He does get off the cask, and the Maledict here onto Shanks. DB sets up for the roar, does connect that one onto the Disruptor, maybe trying to burst him before the Static Storm can come out. It's still going to happen into the glimpse. Down goes CML. DB attempting to TP away, but no chance there. 2-for-1 trade. Lasso, I hear. So we're going to be underneath that tier 1 tower as Lewis ticking down and will die. That inhibit from the diffusal blade, making sure he was still in range. Mamang Dia will simply roll on through. A little celebratory roll. A 2-for-2 makes that a lot better here for Tech 3 Gaming.
Yeah, good trade for them. And now they can go back to farming their Ancients. I think it was a track, right? I think one of the kills, it was track. And the Beastmaster was a track kill. So maybe not that great for Tech 3 Gaming. After all, we have to account for the tracks when there's a bounty in the game. But you can start to see the draft from Execration, coming to life. The Kings has his Desol. I mean, Crimson Guard done. On the Undying, Bounty Hunter has his Urn. Disruptor kind of doesn't really need much. He's building into a drum. Paradox gets a solo kill. Nice one here with the Desolator. Klings is the highest DPS hero, if he gets to just lay in on you. This hero does.
They're going mid, but it's not looking so good for Tino right now. They do manage to cancel the Death Ward at the very least. And without a Maledict on to Variz,
another track kill.
or rather, yeah, it's just going to turn into another kill here.
Yeah, this is
ultra.
getting a little bit out of control here for Tech 3 Gaming. They have to stop bleeding the kills here. All these pickoffs. It's gonna add up, with the track in the game. I mean, that's the thing, if you can't group up together against a Bounty and a Disruptor, I think at some point you're just gonna have to concede that people are just going to get caught, because with the vision from Bounty and the Glimpse, you are going to die. So they have to kind of try to figure out which item timing they are waiting for so that they can group up and just fight as 5, If they are as 5, then they don't have to worry about the pickoff. I think the Bad Iron Dagger is probably going to be one of the few items that's going to start allowing them to group up. But also the Helm, the Overlord is already done on Beast.
Helm 2.
Yeah. And Jigroy is on his way to his Aghanim's, which is kind of not exactly a fighting item, kind of like more of a farming item.
Look at the chase, dude. They get the vision, the drum charge utilized as they chase down Jigroy. There is no support coming to save him. And instead, he'll be another kill here into the bag of Lewis with some track gold spread all around for good measure.
Yeah, that is the last hero you want going down here for the Tech 3 Gaming side. I mean, they have to smoke soon and make a move with the dagger on the back. They cannot allow Execration to just run rampant on this map and kill anyone they want.
Gonna be a tier 2 tower here potentially with the 15-minute wagon.
Yeah,
Don't see that all the time.
That is very early. I mean, you also have to take into account right now, they have drums on Disruptor. Bounty has the Cobalt Cup. I mean, they are very, very fast, and you add the track move speed as well on top of that. It's going to... It is going to be rough to run away from them,
I love the Cobalt Cup. I think it might be my new favorite active one for the road.
What did I
so
say
good.
was my favorite? It was the Sister Shroud, right? That's it.
You said it was the strongest. I don't know if you said it was your favorite. I won't lock you down to that. Hold on. They're doing Roche, though. Execration smoking up. They do have a scan. Will they know that this is already in progress? And can they do anything about it?
No, too late. This is a very, very good move. I have to commend TV for understanding that this is the time to do it. This is going to give them a lifeline.
Yeah, it's huge, isn't it?
Yep. Very, very
exciting.
huge.
Oh, they're fighting straight into it. The Blink Dagger reveal. They're going to try and burst down Tino.
silence.
Seems like a little bit of a bait, honestly. Static Storm does connect onto Barrage as the Rolling Thunder, uninterrupted, going on through. They realize this is a losing fight. They will simply TP away through the Vanguard, through Tino,
Kobo
who
Cup,
looks like
they're
he
chasing.
barely took a scratch.
They're gonna find DB.
Gold Cup with the drums. DB first to try and roar, to run for his
gonna
life,
get glimpse.
but he's not making it out alive. Yeah, dragged back there by the glimpse into 5. They've lost the Aegis. Oh no,
he's getting
Texas
blocked
Gaming,
out.
they made such a great decision and they follow it up with a blunder.
Yeah, that was definitely not the fight there. Running up with the bat, lassoing a hero. I think they just got a little too cocky, because they killed Roshan, they had Aegis, they felt like this is our moment, this is our time to fight back. But sometimes Dota hits you with a hard reality. Nope, you might have Aegis, but you are not strong enough yet.
I also, look, I play a lot of Witch Doctor, all right?
I know.
Really, and I love the healing build. But max heal, 1-for-2 now on Witch Doctor.
You don't
in a
have
game.
mana.
Yeah, you don't have mana. And also, this is such a good lineup, I feel, for Maledict. Maybe he just thinks they can't punch through that Crimson Guard.
I mean, especially the Undying. The Melodic is very, very good. At core Undying, you need to be able to kill him in the fights.
Among Daya? Oh no, he's gonna get caught out. The double invis. So hard to play into, especially when they built up a lead.
Yeah, things are definitely falling apart for Tech 3 Gaming side right now.
DB up into the high ground. Static Storm with
Oh,
the
nice
fence.
storm
DB can
again.
still walk through it. There's going to be a lasso. They found CML, but do they have any damage here? Okay, there's a good death ward into the Maledict. Tino certainly will die to this, right? Even at level 2 Maledict, sure looks like it.
I mean,
He's going to
Disruptor's still
respawn
alive.
instantly. Disruptor finally killed off there as DB hit by the Sonic Wave. Shanks, that last Maledict taking not enough to take him down. And as Daya respawns,
The Helm
he's going to be
Creep got it.
wishing he was in that fight.
Black
Good micro
Dragon.
there on the Helm of the Overlord.
Yeah, but that was like at least 3 track kills there if I counted correctly, for Execration.
Ooh, yeah.
That is rough.
Look at the
Very,
gold
very
gain there
rough.
on the bounty. Gyro
I mean, the gyro
a
going down
second
again
time,
is definitely
and
the
Mamang Daya,
worst.
we just died here. We just died here, bro. What have we learned?
I don't think he knows that the Klings can just solo kill him, even without Orchid. Just a Desolator and Dragon Lance.
Radiant's top tower
Mamang
Oh
died.
boy. Mamang Daya.
I'm glad you caught that.
has fallen.
Yeah, we can
In
see
the middle
here
of that
again.
fight.
They were stuck in the Tombstone, and that was also a good fence and Static Storm there by CML. They got a kind of set up for his team for success. And yeah, the rest, they were just pretty straightforward, easy kills. Track after track after track. They got some rebuttal kills on the 2 support, on Execration, but it was just not enough. I mean, he is having fun right there, Shanks.
Uh-oh. Trying to TP away. It actually is going to work out. Holy moly, it's going to work out. Kinetic Fence prevents the Lol from stealing Shanks. They say, no, no, no. That's my bounty hunter. Don't you take him away. Well, no, there's no way, Lewis. No, Lewis, it's too early, bro. You can't be diving into the high ground like that. Even
It's
with the
not
arcane.
too early. It's 4 p.m. The players are awake. They're ready to dive the fountain. You'd be glad that it was just a tier 3 tower there, Richie.
Holy moly, they're just going to go high ground. Who needs the Aegis when you're up this
Yeah,
much?
who needs the wisdom root?
You know?
Who the 21 wisdom root?
Oh, now CML's going to go get it. And Witch Doctor smokes around to the other side of the map to make sure you can grab his, but high ground, that's the important objective right now. Lanes being shoved in, mid and top.
Yeah, this feels like the last move here. They have to try to defend their rats. Are they just gonna give it up for free? Beast is not keeping back. Beast is like, cool guys, I'm farming on
Oh no,
on the back.
Mamang Daya. Oh no, Mamang Daya! He dies.
Mamang died 2.0.
Dire's bottom
I think this is probably gonna be very close to the end. already.
BB out farming away. He's trying to get this pipe online, but Winter, they see him. The TP in from Shanks. Shanks, can he reply in time? No, but so close. Very close. Oh boy.
I mean, I
Things
think they
aren't
just need to
getting-
go together, you know. They have to just smoke up together and fight with the Beast Auras, you know. I don't actually feel like they are that weak, you know. I mean, we haven't even seen one proper fight from Tech Free Gaming. Group up, smoke, 5 heroes, Bat Rider blinks in, lasso someone, and then they take the fight. Just haven't seen that, you know. They're always dying on the side lanes because Bounty Hunter is finding them or they're getting glimpse. They're never together, you know. And
To be
now,
clear, Winter,
Execration,
we agree.
they're on the hunt again. Somebody is
oh
gonna die.
no, Varish needs to be caught out here. Does not have Voodoo Switcheroo. Oh, and the glimpse!
Oh, that was
DB
perfect.
brought back.
That was
He does
perfect.
not have a TP. There is no way out for him. They both have buyback at the very least. They just keep getting caught out after caught out after caught out. It's
Dire
hard. It's tough. It's tough for TFG. I think what's important for them is if they do take a fight here, do not lasso in the Undying first. I think that is the ultimate debate. Don't do it. Anyone else, I think, is
Disruptor.
acceptable. Yeah, I mean he doesn't have Static Storm anymore. Yeah,
Yeah, I
anyone
mean,
else. Just to
yeah, but he has a bunch of auras, drums, blades.
that's true. He's got Vlad's drums. Yeah, that's
You
he's
have a
pretty
mech
big.
on Bounty, Solar Crest on Bounty, and then
Just
you
the
have the
lane gone.
Crimson Pipe on Undying.
Stickroy, he's trying to get this BKB online, but I mean, the only thing that's stopping Execration from taking a bottom tier 3 tower and a set of barracks right now is, well, they're gonna maybe try and run this gyro down. That's it. They might find him.
Dire
TVing away.
I mean, they don't find him, but what can he do without BKB? You know?
Radiant
I mean, even with BKB, he might get still killed, you know, through BKB by the Klings. Klings does so much damage now.
Yes.
Right click. He is going to finish
Almost
his
a Daedalus
status.
online.
He is going to hurt. Very,
He's
very
gonna pack
bad.
a punch. That you can be sure of. Oh no, the Undying. He's just in there. What can they do to stop him now? Lewis, the Sonic Wave onto DB, the Roar. It's finally gonna come up with this Undying, unbothered. He's just so chilling, man. Buy back on the Witch Doctor now. This is the last fight. Lamont Gaia, Rolling Thunder. Chickroy doesn't have a BKB. He cannot stand his ground. He cannot fight in this game. Tech Free Gaming, they fall into a beautiful Execration draft here. Make 2-0 to move on to the final day of the SEA quals.
I mean, I think this is my favorite game so far, my new favorite game. I think yesterday I said one of the games was my favorite, but today I think this is my favorite game, you know. Even maybe exceeding the game yesterday, you know. This is Dota 101, you know, how to play as a team, you know. This is like a classic textbook disruptor draft. They survived the lane, they did well on the lanes, and they were able to chase and run down, abuse the vision with the glimpse, the track, and just run their opponents down, you know. If you're running against Disruptor, all I can give you is 2 words: good luck.
Yeah, just thoughts and prayers, basically. Nothing much you can be done. And this was the moment where Tech Free Gaming go from, okay, they have an avenue in this game, to,
Yeah, they stole
oh
the
boy, we
loss,
just
yeah.
lassoed an Undying.
But they had to just, I think after this Roshan, right, they have to go back and chill and finish up their remaining items. They just got a little too ahead of themselves, and they lost heroes, they lost the Aegis, he got glimpse, and yeah, I mean, there goes all your hard work down the drain, you know. And after this, I don't even remember Tech Free Gaming making any more moves, you know. It feels like they were confused, or they just didn't know what they had to do, you know. They froze, they just sat back and farmed and waited until the end drew near.
Yeah, I mean, I got to agree with you. I think it was tough again, looking out of the laning stage, but for it to fall apart as quickly as it did, I mean, basically, you look at how the X's and the O's, you look at the theory here behind Execration's lineup, and basically nothing went wrong. Just looked flawless for them, honestly. It's
Yeah.
very impressive stuff for them.
In terms of item build as well, you gotta give them the thumbs up. You know, they had drums, splats on Disruptor. You have pipe, Crimson Guard, urn, You have everything you need, and they also had I think Solar Crest on one of their heroes. I mean, it was just like, I think, overall perfect itemization. Yeah, the bounty had a solar in here, so they had everything they need to keep each other alive. And whenever we're always looking at execution games, so I think they do a really good job playing as a unit. And with the current performance, I think I would put them as favorites or over Boom, if they eventually meet in the loser brackets final. I think Execution has very, very good chances of making it through the losers bracket, and it's going to come down to whether Boom can improve and learn and try to figure out what they have to do, against Execution down the road, because they are already showing that they are not afraid to play different heroes. They are not afraid to, play off meta stuff, and they are also capable of showcasing different type of aggressive strategies, And to beat a team like this, you got to be on your A game, as Boom and the rest of the teams remaining in the losers bracket, But I think Execution, they are going to be the team to beat in this losers bracket right now.
For sure. And it's exciting, right? Because Boom, they did beat Execration in the upper bracket finals for EWC, but when they met again in the BO5 in the best of 5 qualifying match, it was a 3-1 victory for Execration, and they look real good. Some quick words though for Tech Free Gaming: the full Indonesian stack eliminated. There's still hope, of course, for Indonesia at TI with Talon already in that upper bracket final match. And Winter, speaking of that match, that's actually our next game, guys. We are about to qualify one team to go to Hamburg later this year for TI 14. Is it going to be Talon Esports? Will it be Team Nemesis? Well, we've got MLP and John to bring you through that action. Then we're going to be going to about a 10-15 minute break, folks. When we come back, our first qualification BO3 match. We'll catch you soon.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back to the Road to the International here for SEA. It is, of course, MLP Dota and John X Fire joining you for the final series of the night between Team Nemesis and, of course, Talon. Jonathan, you are the most unbiased caster in the world, of course, here for this final series of the night. How are you feeling?
Feeling great, Mike. We had a little bit of a speed run on our lower bracket today. It was a quick set of 2-0s coming out for all of the teams, so we're blitzing through it and already into the last series of this day. But this is the first series decider that shows us who gets to the international. This is it. This is a qualifying round already. It's a best-of-3 fight to get into that first slot for Southeast Asia. And what a matchup we have. Talon does manage to stay in the upper bracket. They take a couple of losses here and there, but they maintain that performance to make it all the way here into the upper bracket finals. Nemesis surprising us, taking them some big names on their journey here. They drag down the side of Team Boom Esports into the lower bracket. They drag Execration down to the lower bracket. Not weak teams here in the region. And now they face up against what most people consider as the final boss of the region. This should be fun, Mike. Nemesis, the history of these players, you know, we talked about it. Jing, Mac, Raven, Akashi, all kind of, in a way, rejected. This is the all Pinoy rejects up against Godfather Kuku himself of Filipino Dota 2. So there's a lot of drama involved. Akashi used to be in Talon. Mac was kicked out from, good old Boom before. He proved his point. And now it's time for Akashi to prove his point here. We'll see, Mikey. We'll see, but it's a spicy day ahead.
It's not only is it all those points important, Jonathan, but more importantly, do we need one Filipino or 5, John? Is it the age-old question that you and I have on our mind? Is it 1 or 5 that's required? We're going to find out here today. It's Team Nemesis. They'll pick up a Ringmaster. And you tell me, John X Fire, as the most unbiased caster in SEA, do you favor Talon, who, have provided you with a sponsor, an org name, I guess, or Team Nemesis, who are 5 Filipinos, John? Who are we rooting for?
Rooting for, I have an open mind. I'd be happy enough to see either side win. Who I think is going to win, I'm not sure. That's where I'm very, very uncertain about, because I've heard things, again, Nemesis and Scrims, they've shown up. And the results, well, I can't really reveal that data, but the results are impressive. And that worries me up against Talon. So we'll have to see if they maintain that, or if Talon managed to figure things out from the interim period here. As the draft is underway, we've already got some of the picks coming out. This is a doubling down here on Talon. Kunkka plus Slark plus Oracle. A lot of defensive supports, decent enough offense as well in a certain way. Their catch isn't the best, but they have some of it. Most reliable feels like X, but Pounce is there. There's the Root as well coming in with Edict, so you can kind of make that work. But this is a very tanky draft. You have the boat, you have False Promise, you have all the healing, you have the Depth Shroud as well. There's so much that you have to consider here on the side of Nemesis. At the least for Nemesis, they do have some AoE, right? Wheel of Wonder into Depth Shroud can kind of work. A Pangolier with a roll can kind of work as well. They're keeping their options open. This could be a Raven Pango, or it could be a Mac Pango as well. It really depends on which way you want to go in the draft. There's still a few big options left for someone like Mac. The DP is still in there if they'd want that. Although, whether or not you'd actually want to pick it and how tanky they are, you will. They'll take the Death Prophet, they'll take the Shadow Shaman as well. So very stable hold coming out here from the side of Nemesis. A good way of catching out. My concern is they don't really have a lot of burst. Mind you, neither does Talon just yet. But I feel like the durability of Talon's a little bit scarier than the durability on Nemesis right now. Like, yes, that Prophet can stay alive for a long time. Pango's not easy to pin down. You don't have debuff immunity Pierce to keep the Pangolier in place. But once you get that shard on your Slark, and once you get the levels on your Oracle, and even his own shard, again, with how healing amplification works, it could be a little bit problematic here for Nemesis in a drawn-out fight. They can handle it as well, but I think Talon handles it better with these picks so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Talon, I'm thinking POS 1s right now. It looks like a TB game if you ask me, for the side of Talon. So the thing is, Terrorblade, I have Skadi gets up, but Death Prophet can't do anything. That's generally how it goes. I imagine Talon are considering a Terrorblade pickup here for Savage. We shall see. Maybe they pick up WS's hero. Oh, well, WS could be on the Kunkka. We'll find out. They're going to go for the Storm for now. That should be the Makoto Storm. So I imagine it will be a WS Kunkka. Or it could be a 23 Savage POS 1 Kunkka.
They've done it a few times. I think it works out, but you're scaling again. There's still damage issues as well for Talon. They can take a prolonged fight. Will they win out in output? I'm not sure. It doesn't feel like it. You have more damage coming in from your supports here on Nemesis than you do on Talon, especially with the Slark. The Oracle maybe can pump out some damage, but it's not as impressive as, say, Shadow Shaman and Ringmaster in this case. So I think Talon has to consider their options and consider what they want to be able to achieve when, say, a 5v5 comes out. I think looking at pickoffs, it could be fine, but chances are, with how tanky they are, you're also not going to be bursting anyone down. So you want some scaling damage. Kunkka can kind of do that, even on pause 1, sure, but it has to have a good lane, and you're not quite sure yet which way your lane will go. Like, again, you could flex a Raven onto DP, you could give Mac the Pango still, and you could still look for a harder scaling hero here for Akashi on Nemesis. So they're keeping it a lot more open on Nemesis. They can kind of figure things out faster, and Talon have to go into it a little bit blind. They have first pick. They're going to have to show what they'd want to probably go into the safe lane here for sure. And Nemesis can just adjust accordingly, depending on how the matchups go. So it's a little bit easier for Nemesis to close out this draft. For Talon, a bit of a challenge. Like, let's say you run pause 1 Kunkka. You lane into Pango, it's fine. You lane into DP, it's still sort of fine, but say level 3 Death Prophet, level 2 Crypt Swarm, 1 Siphon can be a bit of a threat. There is enough output there. You can try to regen through with your Oracle, sure, but it's not a lane that you necessarily completely win out on. And then DP hits 6 and the tower pressure is insane. So yeah, it's a little bit of a challenge for Talon. What gimme picks do they have left? They do lose the Lycan gimme pick for WS.
5 seconds remaining.
You're just assuming it's a 23 Savage Kunkka now, then?
No, I'm saying it's hard to make that choice because they have to show first.
Right.
Like
Okay.
Again, you have the flex of DP Pango on offlane mid. It's difficult.
Right. I mean, it's certainly difficult. There's no doubt about that. My mind still goes to TB for Savage. I mean, I guess TB can be running either lane, to be fair. They could give it to WS as well. Either way, I think it's a TB game for Talon. Nemesis, on the other hand, I don't know where they're going. Obviously, they're going to have the advantage after seeing the pos 1 of Talon. Pretty interesting scenario now. I was wondering where Nemesis goes with their own draft. I mean, it is a Kashi. You never know with that guy as well, because he does tend to surprise you here and there, and he's a scary man on a scary path right now, John. Because again, he was kicked out of this Talon side once upon a time.
Turn to pick.
There's your Sven ban. So do you just go TB here and risk it against whatever Nemesis got?
I mean, the Sven ban kind of signaled something like Drow, more so than TB, but it can also be a safe bet for the Terrorblade. I think, considering lane matchups is good. Never mind, they just double down on tankiness. They go for the Kunkka 1. It's a Centaur offlane for WS, which is interesting. I mean, now you're really looking to take those prolonged fights. As you do damage in, you're going to be fine to an extent for Talon. It's so tanky on these 2 cores. You don't have room for, say, a sneaky Timbersaw here for sure. Akashi could opt for something like Lifestealer. Doesn't actually feel awful here. Like, you can just ignore all of the spells. You can run up, chase these heroes down. It's the quirkiest pick because Lifestealer has not felt great. We'll go with Monkey King instead, which is a bit of a better bet. I mean, it lanes fine into the Centaur. It can somewhat handle that matchup. For Talon, this is all in on, again, just full tankiness. I'm curious to see what build we see from Savage. It should just be the Radiance, and then perhaps even something like a Nullifier to help hold, or just the SNY, or the AC Rush, just to sustain. It's very different. And for Nemesis, I mean, this is a little bit scary. Sure, Mac shouldn't have himself a bad lane up against Storm. Like, it is playable for Storm nowadays with Static Slide. You don't need to be right in the firing line of the DP, but DP with Crypt Swarm being buffed up, still going to be a massive presence on the mid. And it's Mac DP. Like, we know this guy loves his Death Prophet. He's played it since Polaris days. It's something he specializes in. I'm not sure how to feel about the draft. I think I can see damage issues from the side of Talon, a little bit less so on Nemesis. So I'd say maybe it's probably slightly easier to play Nemesis draft, and that makes me prefer it just a slight bit. I think there's some cheekiness from Talon, but to execute this draft, they've really got to outplay. It's not easy to kind of figure out your angles into a DP, into a Pangolier, with no easy hard hold, with all in on your Storm to kind of get things done until you get the blink on Centaur. It's challenging, and I think Nemesis, when you have a less challenging draft, it's just easier to play the game.
No, I tend to agree with you on that as well. I think Nemesis do have the easier to execute draft, and I like a little bit better as well. Mind you, I do think Talon are the better team. So that's my issue, right? Is I think you've got easier to execute draft for Nemesis, but better team for Talon. How much better? I don't know. You know, because Nemesis, like you said, they're a bunch of players that weren't part of teams that got together to, you know, try to qualify to some events, and here we are. They're in the upper bracket final, basically waiting to be they're one series away, John. One series. All these poor players just got ignored. And look at them now, Jonathan. Look at them now.
Yeah.
How sweet it tastes, Jonathan. Just one step away.
Yeah.
And all they've got to do is knock out Flipster Talon. That's all they've got to do, Jonathan.
Yeah, like look at their patch. Mac gets his revenge against Boom very early on. You get your just overall all these Filipinos, the Bisayawas, as the Tagalogs like to say, beat out Execration. The Tagalog stack, you've got 3 Bisayas, of course, on the side of Nemesis. And now it's Akashi's turn for revenge. Like, it's a revenge arc for Nemesis. Their name fits them. They are the nemesis of everything that exists. And we do already get an instant pause, some all chat coming out. Admin change Discord to Singapore is the call. Yeah, just stop reasoning, Akashi. Puku says his subs are ready. He's going to get some subs in. The man doesn't need more subs. This full-time stream, this poor part-time player. Oh, he doesn't need it. He doesn't need it, this man. He is the godfather. And again, that's one more talking point, right? Like you said, 5 Pinoys or 1 Pinoy, the godfather or the all Pinoy rejects. Man, there's a lot of storylines here. A lot of storylines. And for Talon as well, I guess to an extent, you're the last hope for anything that's not Filipino. Outside of Boom and I suppose like Jabs, right? Like, and Jackie. Like, this is your last stack with some Thai, some Indonesian, and Malaysian. The last most mixed stack next to Boom. Boom just has a little bit more Pinoys there. This is much more spread. So, yeah, I don't know, this is kind of crazy. We've reached this point where you've got 2 full Filipino stacks still left. You've got Boom and Talon, which are mixed. And you have the potential for actually having 2 sets of full Pinoys going through.
Oh, boy.
It's crazy.
Imagine that. Imagine. Savage would have to stay off social media for a while, I think, John, if it was 10 Pinoys going through the qualifiers. My God, I would have wished that upon my worst enemy, John. So Savage
Leave me alone. I just
try to fix it up for himself. Yeah, I mean, he's got the opportunity, John. He's 1 series away. 1 series away from keeping all the mouths shut. All he's going to do is win a best of 3. Here we go, Bounty Runes. Chances are they're not going to fight. WS, though, is going to show up, break his smoke on Eris, but that's not going to matter. Top side, they're not fighting either. This series, I could completely see being a very long kind of duration, John. And it's not just because of Talon. Okay, as much as I'd like to say it is, it's not just Talon's fault. I just think there's so much pressure on either side that they're going to play ultra cautious, which is perfectly fine.
That it is. I think, I'm not sure who that favors here. I feel like Talon's late game is very awkward in scaling. Again, this game doesn't necessarily simplify for Talon. I feel like it simplifies a lot for Nemesis with gold. Like this Monkey King becomes a threat, you get a BKB, you're not going to be a problem. The mid lane for Mac as well should be off to a pretty strong start. Up against Mikado, this should be a very drawn-out lane. To be fair, you're not going to be able to really chase down with Spirit Siphon. Mikado also can't pressure with Remnant and Vortex too hard here. So Mac should just be fine to get that build-up. Rune control a little bit more important. I think the key thing for Mac is just a free ride into 6. Like, yeah, Mikado with the Zip is just not going to be easy to kill, especially if you don't get the value point in Silence. But having that added tower pressure that the DP has, it just opens up possibilities. It's going to force a response from Talon. It's going to free up your side lanes. It allows for some potential to swing to those side lanes later on as well. And we're looking at around the 6 to 6.5 minute for that timing on a very even lane. So that's the one to watch out for. Power runes as well, going to be pretty big. A little bit more important for Mikado. Not so for Mac, as he is just very self-sustaining. So Maybe not the highest priority there from Nemesis. They can just focus in on their side lanes and just kind of lock that in as well, even at the 4-minute mark. Probably not the 6, though. We'll take a look at those side lanes as well, as we still have the tri-camera view. We got Akashi up against WS in that Centaur Monkey King matchup. And this win should be pretty damn good for Akashi. He does start with level 1 Boundless. Does have the backing of Eris with that really annoying impalement arts to try to zone out Jokam. And this lane for Centaur and Slark is fine. Like, this could be a very easy setup lane for Hoof Stomp into a leash, into some easy right-click rundown. But doing that up against a Monkey King just is very dangerous. Right? You get the Boundless up, you get the Life Steal up, you're not going to get turned on that easily, even with the nerfs Monkey King has received. And for the side of Talon, that should lead to, again, a little bit more of a passive time. Jokam's not going to have impact. He's not even going for pulls. He's just basically soaking, can't even trade back, and that kind of passive lane will just give Akashi the freest game of his life. Like, he is under no pressure, even into, say, level 3 or 4. I just don't see Talon taking that major risk unless you shove the lane out too hard and you kind of poke back too hard here on Akashi. Still not making any mistakes so far. Shouldn't be an issue.
No, I don't think it should. As we say that, they do start to move a little bit forward, but certainly WS probably not going to make the mistake of getting ultra close. Though as I say that, he does, and Akashi will proc the Jingu. As levels go up, of course, I think level 2 Jingu Mastery is probably going to be the big concern here for WS and, of course, Jokam, but we'll see if they can just play around it. Of course, top lane as well, you do have Cuckoo and 23 Savage against Raven and Jing. Bottom, WS going to avoid the Impalement Arts, cannot avoid the Jingu Mastery proc though, and he's going to start struggling, it seems, down to this bottom lane. Nothing really happening top, John, so we may as well just talk about bot.
All right.
Yeah, it's painful. I'm a little bit curious about this build on WS, opting for the double edge over an early retaliate. Like, again, maybe expecting a little bit more of a deeper dive, some aggression to come in, just nothing to come out. And this lane, again, even with levels, like you said, the threat of Monkey King's far higher. Jokam can't even go after pulls. You have a lot of nuisances here from Eris. You can't just poke. He's doing a great job constantly poking with the impalement parts as well. And it's just slow going.
Oh, that's a nice kill. Mac will find a solo kill onto Makoto. First blood going his way on the DP, and that's something you just don't see these days, is Makoto dying mid lane solo, but that's exactly what Mac achieves here on the DP. And this is why you've got to be so careful to not give this man this hero.
Yeah, I mean, its laning presence is just insane. Again, you can't do much in the Storm. I expected Makoto to maybe just stand further back, but once you have the levels up, and if you're close enough, get that Spirit Siphon off, Mac can afford to dive towers. And now, that early 6 timing we're talking about, it's lining up for Mac. Halfway to 6, Makoto's a ways off from that 6, so there's a kill threat as well here from Mac. And for Talon, that's going to be a very big weakness. Just the slower laning start for your mid means there's no one to connect with on the Centaur. Like, you could maybe try if Savage is willing, but he is likely just going to sit back and farm as well. So it just skews your tempo away and gives Nemesis a lot more opportunities to just play. It's going to be a very slow game for Talon. And for Mac, again, once he hits 6, you can expect commitment to play somewhere. You already have Eris just camping on the mid lane. This is way before that 6-minute rune as well. And they've got that full Exo up.
Oh,
free siege.
Yeah, concerning times now for Talon. And Mac, again, has gotten off to a really, really strong start on this Death Prophet. And the Savage loses a big courier. Brown Boots and the full wand on the courier going down here to Raven. It's a nice pickup from the Pango. Here comes that siege creep from the Radiant side. The Jokam's doing a good job of pulling the creep wave away to make it a little bit more challenging. So Mac has to tank the T1 tower to keep the siege creep going. But they'll do it. They've still got Exo going for a while. They've got Siphon if they need it. He'll keep the opposing siege creep alive in case he needs the Siphon. Here come Talon to try and defend, but it's all too late. They will find a very nice T1 tower very early on. And Mac really is probably the best Death Prophet player in SCA, I want to say. I mean, he probably has been for a long time. And so, again, it's why you generally don't want to give this man this hero.
Yeah, again, I'm a little bit surprised it just was allowed through the draft. You're already seeing that impact. The side lanes don't get easier even with the 1v1s either. At the least, Savage is getting a little bit more in comparison to Raven. He's starting to pull ahead in the Kunkka. The timing into Phase Boots Radiance not too bad, but again, it's going to be a long timing. If you're going to wait out the full Radiance, you're going to have to stall for another 5 minutes or so. And that's just more time for you to keep playing here on the side of Nemesis. WS still stuck at level 4. Akashi already at 5.25 in. So also could just work into the threat of the Wukongs if he feels the need for it. And they can start setting their eyes to that weakness on bot. Like, WS doesn't have his escape tool. Stampede is a long way from being up. Just a sitting duck with his rotation.
We're going to move in onto WS. Be okay for now. Meanwhile, top dead. Moving on to Raven as well. Raven will be able to retreat. Down bottom, they are fighting over the Shrine of Wisdom a little bit. So WS realizes there's just too many heroes here and he cannot contest.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And they'll get both of them by the looks of it. No contest at the top side of the shrine. So both Shrines of Wisdom going the way
Radiant's top
of
tower
Nemesis.
is under attack.
And again, they're in a very potent position here, John. Like, Mac and Akashi both having fantastic lanes, which again does go back to their draft being just very good. Now the Exo being popped as well, and Talon, they are kind of backed into a corner right now. They don't really have any options for defense.
No. They just have to let it happen. Minimize losses, try to find farm elsewhere. Wait for some initial farm timings to come in, because you're not ready on anyone. Like, Savage is the most prepped up, but he's your carry Kunkka. He's not wanting to rotate until at least this BKB. Maybe with a Radiance, he'll jump in, but he'll not start the fights for sure. Another tier 1 going, and they can just rinse and repeat.
This raid, Makoto, he gets caught. Edict is going to make it hard to take him down in time through the shackles, and he will be able to zip away. But I was going to say, John, it's looking somewhat scary as they're going to continue trying to fight with the boat to fly in on the Shaman. Jing barely surviving for now, but not for long as he does go down. But Makoto, he's out of mana. He'll Soul Ring up just barely, and he'll get out of there for now, but the Boundless Strike is going to land. Makoto still trying to escape. Him against the world. The Impalement Arts. It lands, but it won't be enough. I thought maybe they'd continue the chase. They will not. Makoto really playing on edge there. But does make it out. Kill in hand onto Jing. Talon, I mean, this is the state of the game for them. Like, they've got to take all these small pickoffs, and it's going to be risky every time.
That it will be. But for Talon, I mean, you ride through this rough spot. Again, if you get your defensive tools up, if this Radiance timing from Savage can line up, your threat starts to come in. You can Stampede right on in. You kind of have to play back and forth with Stampede usage and the Rolling Thunder for sure. But there are angles to play. It's just a matter of waiting out. I'd say if you get Radiance by 15 with a part into BKB, you're kind of happy on Talon. But again, it's a matter of waiting out these next 5 minutes when you are just so damn strong on the side of Nemesis. I will say as well, that was some cute plays coming out from Talon. They were force-feeding Mikado. This reminds you of when March was on TNC, you know? You force-feed your carries to keep them alive with mangoes. This time it's the Lotuses from Savage, learning from the best. Good old March teaching his players. Feed your carries, feed your mids. You have some food, they need some help, just feed them. That's it.
That's why we call him Mango March. All the way back to that Slaughter game he played.
Good old Mango Tree. Oh god, it should come back. Mango Tree was so beautiful.
The Mango Tree needs to come back. The Mango Tree needs to come back ASAP. Makoto, he's going to find a nice haste rune. In fact, he's even found a very nice skill in Mac for the escape art. He's going to give Mac a way out of this one. But boy, oh boy, it does get scary in this position as Nemesis as well, because you're ahead. You really shouldn't be giving too many kills away. And so any kill onto these bigger targets like Mac is going to put you severely behind against Talon. And Mac definitely doesn't want to slow down either, John, because he's relatively close to having an Ags up. You know, it's going to be a pretty nice timing for the DP if he can just keep the farm game going.
Would be. Talon's starting to get that plump up going, though. Again, they've got power and control. Mikado got Arcane into haste, too. He's feeling very happy. Good read from Akashi to just back away. But they've got some tools. Stampede is ready. You can get in and out of engagements fast. You've got some room for Savage now to pull back into the deeper jungle. One part into the Radiance buildup. For the side of Nemesis, I mean, yeah, they're still taking free tier 1s. Free room up top, free real estate coming in. Talon have done a great job of just preventing further losses, right? I mean, it's so weird to have so much to talk about. It's a game that's 1-to-1, but it's just smart gameplay from both sides, playing to their strengths quite well.
It's 1-to-1.
The issue is... yeah, it is.
It really doesn't feel like
slow.
it's 1-to-1.
No. It's been tense, man.
Oh, even the time's 1-to-1, John. Look at that. 1-1-1.
Yeah.
Wow. Very good.
Very, very nice. But not so nice for Nexus. At some point, you want to get moving here.
Nice stampede. There's a beautiful setup there for the Wukongs from Akashi. Forces the stampede out. Akashi also getting relatively close now to picking up a Battle Fury, and that's going to be another cause of concern for Talon. Keep in mind with Talon's draft, you're playing with a Pos1 Kunkka, you've got an off-lane center, you've got a mid-storm. So your late game scaling, it's not bad by any stretch, but against an MKDP Pango, you could find yourself in a bit of danger if it goes too late. Not 100% sure on that.
Yeah, I would say actually for Akashi, it's interesting to go for the Battle Fury over, say, a fast diffusal. Right? Like, even though it could be double diffusal with Raven, it feels like if you just chase Talon with that earlier timing, you choke them out faster. Going for the Battle Fury means you're going for a slower game. You're looking for build-up, maybe an SNY on top, into a BKB. And again, that lets Talon also play their farm game into Radiance BKBs of their own, into a blink timing for WS. The recovery for Mikoto as well, with the probably Kaya Sanj later on. Don't know if he goes for the Sanj immediately after. Could opt for BKB as well, as there is some serious threat, but it does signal a slightly slower pace from Akashi at least. Maybe as insurance, sure. But again, if you don't kick up gears in, I'll be a little bit more generous, 20 minutes in, if Talon maintains parity, and again, hit these timings on Savage, who has been uncontested, things start to not really get easier. It does stay in your advantage, but it doesn't stay as easy as it was earlier on. As starting to go hunting a little bit with Mikoto.
We're gonna have a gander, Mikoto. Actually about 30 gold away from having the full Kaya up, so it's a bit of an interesting time to smoke. Could have just secured the Kaya first, but they are going to find errors, which is a nice easy kill anyway. Escape back, not really going to help that much, and they'll take his life away. And that'll give Mikoto the full Kaya anyway, so no problems here. Nemesis, I don't really mind too much, just a +5 Ringmaster going down. Not the biggest deal in the world. Again, it is going to be a slow game, John. I'd imagine between these two teams, because they are one best of 3 away from proceeding through to TI. So you'd really rather not throw the match if you can.
No.
So probably not the highest kill score kind of games as mid, Akashi, Joe Camp
Is under attack.
will get away. Downless just never really coming up.
Structures are fortified.
No, understanding how slippery Jokam is, right? Like he was holding on to that Dark Pack, trying to play off the back of this big Battle Fury timing, or flanking.
Has fallen.
Up top they go. They'd love to find 23 Savage, but a nice TP away from Savage. Completely avoiding the smoke rotation. They were running directly towards him as well. Would have been a perfect gank here from Nemesis, but they miss out sadly. Good game sense here from our +1 Kunkka. No T1s to play for either, don't forget. They took all T1s very early on. They do end up finding Akashi though. Oh, that's a big kill to get here for Talon. And I feel as though Nemesis, these are the kind of mistakes you want to avoid here in this final.
That you do. I will say, I mean, they're committing onto the top tier too. That entire movement, by the way, was from Jokam, right? Like, he's hiding in the back. He saw everyone before they were smoked. He had a gander that Akashi was not alone. Then he runs into the river, sees no one. He knows something's up. It's the power of the Slark. Like, this pick for Talon is something they work with very well. They know what to do with the info. And you just miss out on some opportunities. You're losing the lead early on, 1-3. 2K lead, not massive, but you really did want to have more here on Nemesis early. This Ag's timing for Mac is still massive, to be fair. Like, the output is something to be respected. That's not something Oracle helps you with Edict. That, as Exo and the Spirits are physical. So you can still hurt. You can still look for those kills, connecting with the lockdown. You also do have Raven already done with a full diffusal into the blink there. And again, once you have some initiation angles, Nemesis have to start playing. You can get everyone on board except maybe Akashi. Again, Battle Fury isn't really a launching point for Monkey. But you need to start playing your game, because Talon, they're starting to get into the gist of things, right? Like, they're getting really comfy. They've got the Radiance up on Savage. Into that BKB next. Blink, Blade Mail up for WS. So the indiscriminate damage of Death Prophet could work against her as well. Into that Centaur.
Has fallen.
And the equalized map control just a tad on Talon.
Retreat. Gonna be just fine to retreat from this mid lane. Talon certainly in the lead now as they are looking for Akashi once again on the southern side of the map. Akashi though will be okay to retreat this time around. This is that point where Talon, they're going to feel much more confident. Slight net worth lead, but with this kind of draft here in the mid game, you are feeling extremely strong. Roshan though is happening. Nemesis looking to swipe this one away. Talon though seem to have a good idea it's happening. They're going to make their move in. Roshan about quarter HP left. Makoto, can he guess the timing? He'll zip in. It's a bit early. Does he go again? Roshan, it's down, but Max got it. Aegis is up here for the Death Prophet. So they will lose Jokam straight off the bat. Makoto, he'll zip in off to the Shaman. Try to burst Jin down, and they've got him. They'll try for the Aegis now as well. Mac, though, surviving. Finally goes down, but they've taken down Savage. Savage and Cuckoo will drop. WS and Makoto forced to run. WS will be okay to TP away. Makoto also able to retreat. But a very strong team fight performance now from Nemesis.
Yeah, just a little bit off the mark for Talon. Mikado, timing slightly off. You did mention dodges, but couldn't instantly re-engage. And Jokam wasn't in position to pound steel as he normally does on that slug. So some good opportunities that Nemesis does manage to pick up. And for Talon, that equalizes the game. Now, at the least, you don't have to play into 2 lives here of Mac. It does make it a little bit easier.
Oh, this could be risky. Mac doesn't have any defensive items. He's just going to rely on the Spirit Siphons. Escape Back will come in just in the nick of time. He'll have a chance to try and turn this one around. And now Talon want to get out. Talon need to get out of here. It's not the fight they wanted. Oh, Jokam set to fall. WS will join him. Another bad set of engagements here for Talon. And Mac just barely will survive as the escape back comes in from Eris. Geez, they just don't have the damage output. And I don't even think Mac was siphoning to begin with.
No. Not at the start, no. They kind of mess up just slightly here. You have to, on Kuku, you actually have to hold that Fortune's End to take care of the escape back. But he's having to use it for control because your follow-through stuns just weren't quick enough. And Jokam missed the pounce as well, and that just caused complications. It allowed that movement out for Mac and allowed the time for the side of Nemesis to come in. They're getting their confidence back. They've got the Exo with the Ags here for Mac. Pushes don't take long. Just go with wards for now, seeing if Talon will bite the bait. And Talon, they're playing without Savage this time. Don't have that big damage Konka.
Here goes the tier 2 tower, still being chipped away at. There's no need to pop Exo for this, of course. Just take care of it, no problem. Life becomes so much easier when you've got the DP Ags up here for Mac. I get very worried for Talon once the BKB's up for Mac, John, because they're already having enough problems killing him off as it is. Most of the damage output on Talon seems kind of magical at the moment. And Talon, they had that moment. They did secure a 2k advantage their way. But now the game's securely feeling like it's back in the hands of Nemesis. It's the only big concern, I think, is the fact that Savage is still top of the net worth more than that Kunkka. But you kind of saw it. There's just no damage right now. He just needs so much more to be a threat.
No. And again, when they made that move, Savage wasn't fully there to kind of get these big hits off, so they're lacking. Speaking of, though, Savage.
Yeah, speaking of Savage, he's here this time, though, John. They've caught him, and Savage will try to run. Stampede's going to be very effective in trying to get away, but the spirit that could from Mac will take down the highest net worth hero on the map, 23 Savage. All that gold going straight to the DP's pockets. Mac will have that BKB a little bit faster than he should have.
Yeah, gonna be nice and happy now. Nemesis, 3k advantage coming out for their side. Okay. They're playing it really smart. They still have the Exo threat. They've got the Blink Silence ready on Mac. So, trying to catch off Mikado is that much easier now as well. For Talon, your big hope here is this Crimson Guard timing in WS. It will ruin, at the very least, the Spirits of the Death Prophet and the Exorcism. So that will provide some protection out of all of this damage Mac is applying. This has to be your counterplay. It has to be something like that, Crimson. I would say even an Assault Cuirass would do a lot of work here if you could find it. But that is a long ways off. The Crimson's one step forward. And unfortunately, because you lost Storm Control, Jokam has to kind of farm his own shard up. So those are the two tools for Talon that make this game somewhat playable again. But we're reaching a point where Nemesis are starting to use their farm well. Right? Like we said about Akashi, going Sanjin Yasha. The output of a Monkey King gets very dangerous. Your control over the Monkey was good earlier on, but once he has a little bit of that stat res, plays into Wukongs, becomes a lot harder. Try to burst him down. One BKB up on the side of Talon at least for Savage. So he does have some protection to play with here. He does steal away a cheeky illusion.
Advantage still sitting at 3k. It's still a very close game between these two sides. Even Dota Plus right now sitting at 54% in favor of Talon. So Dota Plus actually favoring the Dire side regardless of the net worth advantage. So, I mean, that could just be the classic Storm effect that we tend to have as the game does drag on. But Talon, currently favored, according to the AI. At least I think it's AI. Guess we'll never know, John. I just pay for it.
Yeah, it's just statistics, I think. It's not really anything that tinks. It just looks at stats, pulls historic stats from how these heroes perform, what you're expecting from the heroes at certain times in the game. Kind of tells you that. So, I respect that. I feel like Nemesis, again, still are in control despite that win probability being higher. Talon has to play cleaner for that win probability to materialize. And so far, it's been very clean from the side of Nemesis. Again, very non-committal. You throw down the wards. You get a couple of right clicks from Mac. He gets to hold on to the Exo. Talon can't come out to defend anyhow. Just forced to sit and wait and kind of cede ground inside of Nemesis. And we'll have one outer tower left once this is fully taken away, which it ought to be. Crimson Guard timing is up for WS. So that is one aspect that, again, saves you in the middle of these fights, but WS has to be in the right spot to pop that aura onto everyone, to pop that barrier onto everyone here.
At the very least, a very strong item against the Exorcism Spirits of Mac, that's for sure. We're going to allow them to at least survive for a few more seconds. Big smoke up. It's a Nemesis. They don't have a Roshan to play for at least another minute, but they are going to try and search for perhaps a pick-off. Nobody hang around this Radiant jungle, but it looks like they're thinking about going for the Dire Triangle. Instead, Talon might actually run into them. Oh, big boundless! Akashi! He found two of them. Cuckoo's down. Makoto, he'll zip in with his brand new BKB trying to salvage the fight. But the fight looks pretty over to me. They've got to get out of there. Savage, though, he's been left behind. Oh, Akashi, that's a big boundless initiation. And he's on the chase for more, though. A nice tree chop now from Jokam. Gonna allow him to get away. But they took down Savage another time. And more importantly, they start off the fight by finding Cuckoo. And as long as the Oracle's dead, as far as I'm concerned, John, the fight's over.
Yeah. You're not able to get in position here for WS quick enough fighter. Your clump up wasn't ideal on the side of Talon. And Savage runs the wrong way with that Stampede, trying to chase down the back line by himself. Not really connecting with Mikado, which is the ideal. Just playing with the Kunkka and the Storm together as your set pieces. Needs to happen.
Oh, no. Jokam? He'll be okay. So they are going to go for that final outer tier 2 tower. Just Serpent Ward drop once again. There's no need to hard commit. Though they will, because it seems like they don't really care about what Talon have to say about it. And neither should they. They're in complete control of this game number one here, Nemesis. I wouldn't go as far as saying it's their game to throw yet, but it's starting to feel that way. As they take all outer towers off this map. They should have first dibs on the next Roshan as well. Of course, Talon can't really afford to hand that next Roshan away, but you're kind of in a position where you may not have too much of a choice.
No.
I suppose they're not that behind yet, though. They certainly still have a good chance of fighting out of the pit.
And they can. I'd say the additional resources you have in Nemesis are substantial, but not enough just yet to completely say that they can just win out every fight. It's all down to angles. Again, for Nemesis, their big advantage here is that it's easier to play. You just need to find one key here in the back line. You have a lot of vision coming out from your monkey. Same way that Jokam's giving information out as well on the Slark, but he can back it up with some damage here for Akashi. Talon, when they're finding some objectives for themselves, they don't really have the vision control you'd want to here either. Very defensive warding from Talon. The wards of the side of Nemesis, much more offensive, watching in that enemy triangle. You have a cheeky triangle ward as well from Talon at the least, again setting up fully for Roshan with all of these ward placements, expecting it to spawn during this nighttime, which it ought to in short time. And that's where they have to play. This is where we have to see Jokam get the pounce in. You have to see that good stampede, maybe even the hoof stomp out from WS, and you need to try to snag a steal here on either Jokam or Mikado, or even WS. Again, it depends on who angles in, but you can't allow this objective to go for free now on the side of Nemesis, as that will just enable high ground fully with no cares. At the least, you have that Depth Shroud ready on Jokam. He hasn't used it yet, so if you will take that Roche risk, you do have something that will protect you. Mind you, Rolling Thunder is still effective through that, so it's not going to be the fullest protection, but it is something.
Here we go, jump in, Jokam. Be okay for now, he'll get away. More Makoto. Holding up now, just zipping around. Making a lot of noise, but not really doing too much with it. Just has a regen room, gonna jump in. He'll try to jingle the Shaman. Jing will be perfectly fine for now, though. In fact, it's Makoto now being chased down. He'll continue focusing on the Shaman. Cuckoo's life has already been lost, but they'll continue the fight anyway. Savage now, he will take down Eris, but his BKB is running. He has no TP either. They got to rely on the Stampede to get him out of there, but it's not looking too good as the Shackles will land eventually, and Savage is going to die. WS even jumping in to try and help out, but Akashi loves what he sees. That'll be another kill. Talon dropping 3 for the sake of 1 support. And it is, again, Cuckoo, who can't afford to get caught, but I believe he did die first.
And he did. That he does. He's just caught out every single time. Easiest Roach now for the side of Nemesis. Jokam.
He's dead. Raven with a nice snipe. 4 down in this team fight now. That'll be another Aegis. This time Akashi will have it handed over to him. Once again, I mean, you've got to give props to Nemesis, Jonathan. They are playing a very clean game 1.
That they are. Again, you have to try to scout Akashi out somehow. Like, this monkey's just sniping that backline every single time, so we're watching that team fight. Again, they jump onto the supports first. The Shaman's not easy. Kuku just gets sniped by Akashi. He needs his blink to be up so he can just hang further away, as he is the prime target. You're just not... We haven't seen a false promise come out that was good. There's one false promise that didn't really do much for WS. And for Savage, I mean, the only way he can win is just trying to commit, but even that's not great. And you just have an easier time executing. Like, all you have to do on the side of Nemesis, drop Exo, drop Wukongs, you kind of take control. And Talon can't really enforce their will into that area. And again, with the Monkey King into the Oracle, you're just able to snipe Cuckoo every single time. Like, this Blink Dagger is not too far off, 600 gold away at the least, so it's something, but with an 8k deficit, with the Aegis up, with a banner on hand as well. And this siege from Nemesis, it's materializing, it's going to materialize fast in that high ground. Talon, their high ground hold is decent. There's some ways you can try to punish, but it is much more difficult than, again, being the aggressors here. Like, you could just drop free wards, you could just right-click from Mac, no concern for his safety, as he is tanky enough. He knows the burst damage isn't there from the side of Talon. And for Talon, I mean, I know, like, I don't know if Savage going for the Sanjiashi is going to help too much just yet. There goes that free siege.
They're going again. It's not free this time, though, I don't think. Makoto, he's going to try and zip it. Start chipping away at the HP pool of Akashi. You've got to find a way to get through that first life at least. If you want to try and force them back, that is, of course. Oh, geez, that spotlight can be deceptively annoying as you try to fight. that evasion not going to be very fun. As here we go, they've got a Shaman. It's a good start. They'll try to blow him up, and they've got him. The escape back is going to buy him a bit of time. Jing, he will finally die. Now they can go for the fight. They'll go after the Ringmaster next, but Eris is still surviving. In goes the Ruthless Command now. Akashi zoning them away, but the Tidal Wave will drag him out as they need a way out now. Akashi, he's been left behind. He's going to be trying man fight this one out, but he's still got an Aegis up. Maybe they can reinitiate. They might have to, in fact. Raven's trying. Akashi's still going for the Tidal Wave again. Gonna drag him back. He'll try to mischief dodge. They'll turn him up though, and it seems like Akashi's been left behind to die as Talon successfully defend high ground. And that's a big fight.
Man, it is, but you can see how challenging it is for Talon, right? Like, the fact that they have to kind of focus on multiple targets. They were isolating away first Eris on the Ringmaster, then they were trying to play poke, dragging back Jing as much as possible on the Shaman, and then you get your opening to deal with a Monkey King. It feels like for the side of Nemesis, maybe that commitment on Raven's role was just a little bit too early. If they couldn't take the fight in the first life, losing access to the Rolling Thunder is also losing access to your big teamfight control here. And it did lack out there for the side of Nemesis on the secondary life. For Talon, and it's not a fight that fully equalizes yet. It does give them some of that gold back. It's allowing a little bit more progression in the damage in the farm. Full Sanj and Yasha done for Savage. Mikado, and he's got his Kaya Sanj, BKB, along with a Witchblade. Could go for Parasma, maybe an Ags picked up if he so wishes. Smoke on smoke now. Bigger clump up from Nemesis. Everything's ready. If they win a fight, they could try high ground again. If they want to.
Mikado. Be a massive target. Hex is out. They've got him with the Storm Spirit. This will be a fantastic start. So Makoto will go down. Buyback is available at the very least for him. See what they can get out of this though. Because you don't have a Roshan to play for. You don't have outer objectives. It's all high ground. It's all just trying to force a buyback as Jokam almost tying to a Tormentor. This would be a horrible time for that. He'll be okay. Cuckoo will get his shards up, which is very nice for the Oracle. But can you actually approach high ground now and force this buyback from Makoto, or is this just a kill? It looks like they're going to try and force.
It feels like you have to. Again, you're playing with your strong spike right now on Nemesis. You got to be able to get more out. You're playing into the Reign of Destiny now, into the Depth Shroud. Like, that heal amp is insane. You have to be so cautious. Your burst play might not pan out any longer.
Is a tier 3 tower gone? They've got what looks like a Rax. Makoto has not brought back. Savage is even here. He'll finally TP back in. XM and Akashi, they've got the primary target they really wanted. They'll drag him back with the Tidal Wave. Akashi, he's already half HP now. Wukong's command not coming out yet. He'll finally get it out. Makoto, he'll zip right into it, but it's just to zone them away. They just want to retreat here. They don't need to keep fighting. They got the Rax they came for. Makoto, he decides to hold out on buying back. It will come at a cost, but I don't think it was necessarily the wrong decision on Makoto's part. You risk losing the whole team fight, and if he dies back, the game's just over.
No, I agree. I think Talon were ready to surrender a Rax. You saw how cautious they were. They weren't really looking to push out or try to poke out there. They understood with a Roche banner that you don't really have anyone that hits the banner all too easily. Outside of the storm, you don't really want Cuckoo to try to twack at it. So you were just going to lose a Rax. With the banner down, that kind of siege shouldn't repeat itself. You should be able to take care of the creeps, maybe even take care of the wards. Nemesis will try to hunt for freebies. Jokam wouldn't be the target they'd want, but maybe they can get some forward vision here on the side of Nemesis to start to, again, set up for that eventual movement up top. Jokam, though?
Almost caught.
And these timings and talents are, it's going to start to cause some concerns as they'll commit for Jokam.
They will commit, and they've got him. Jokam's gone. He's got buyback though at the least. He can be here for this fight, but they really don't want to be 2 axes down, so he's going to commit that buyback. Savage was jumped as well, so they want to protect that Kunkka. But now they've got no BKB on Savage. It could be a very hard fight for Talon to try and force this. Makoto, he's been caught. The Hex is out. He's still got the false promise though, so he will survive. But God, are they trying to get some damage on him. He'll make it to the fountain. Full reset for Makoto. They've lost the top racks. In goes WS. They'll chase down the Shaman. They'll go for Jing next. The escape back is out though. Akashi with the balance, saving Jing's life. He'll turn once again onto 23 Savage, who does X up the DP. But WS, he's been held down. They'll force stuff him away now. Joe Cam, he'll be alright to escape, but they've got the racks and they're gonna leave. Nobody will die. Nemesis, they continue to get away with everything for free. Talon are punishing nothing.
No. And the angles are just so complicated to find for Talon. Like, the only reason they won that last high ground defense, or last time around on top at the very least, was because of some misuse on spells. Again, a little bit of an early rollout from Raven, not having to follow through for the secondary life. This time, you're much more well protected. And for Talon, it's an 11k deficit you're playing into. The damage issues still persist. Your sustain isn't coming together whenever one of these two supports die. Like, you lose access to Depth Shroud, it kind of feels over. You lose access to False Promise, it's definitely over in terms of trying to sustain and play true with that durability. Roshan could be a quick spawn. I don't think Talon clears it fast enough if it was to spawn up top right now. So there's still a pretty prime shot here for the side of Nemesis. Talon cannot afford to lose anyone in the next few minutes. With that threat of Roshan coming in, this is do or die for Talon.
All Savage. He's X'd up. Jing's there though, ready to hold him down. He'll find the Kunkka. There's no choice but to fight. Savage, he needs some help. He doesn't have buyback either. He can't afford to die right now. Savage, BKB, it's about to wear off, and there it goes. They'll jump all in now on the Kunkka. They really want this kill. It could be game if they've got him. They're onto the Shaman though. Jing will go down. Here comes Makoto. It looks like they might be able to fight back Eris and Kuchu. They're both down, but it looks like Makoto needs to escape. Meanwhile, Savage barely alive for now, but surely not for long, as they'll move on a WS. Savage is still trying. He survived from the false promise, but it's not enough ultimately in the end. So they'll jump Joe Cam as well. Joe Cam, hexed up, TP cancelled, he's dead. That's gotta be GG. Nemesis have got it. Game 1 should be theirs, assuming they run high. You boys run high ground. They don't know that nobody's got buyback. They're all short on gold.
I mean, the safety net's fine.
Oh, what a shame.
They should still be able to clean up. I don't think it's the biggest loss. Respawn time is not the longest, to be fair, but I mean, it's you've got wards, you've got EXO coming back up in a minute. It shouldn't be too bad.
They can't go. It's, you know, it's so lucky Talon are just short on gold. You know, like, none of them have committed buyback. And so Nemesis, they can't risk going high ground because they think everyone's got buyback, surely. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, maybe again, they're just cautious because EXO is on cooldown, right? Like, they only have the wards. You don't have that bigger backup from your DP. So maybe you just
I mean, I think they could have easily taken it.
I mean, yeah, it's 1v4, 1v5, so
yeah,
they would have.
Anyway,
but you're in a circumstance where you're up against a team like Talon. You know, if you troll, and you know that uncertainty's there, then you suddenly lose game 1. You're going to be kicking yourself in game 2. So you have to play it somewhat safe. You know, you wouldn't expect Talon to not hold on to the buybacks, and again, they're forced to buy because there's no presence here on Talon. They're lacking damage. I'd say Savage's positioning is kind of killing them. Like, he's running so aggressive in. He has to be that aggressor, but the places where they're taking this fight is not ideal.
They're trying right for Jing. They want that Shaman so bad, and they've got Jing down. That's one already, but can they get out and survive and reset for another fight? It looks like it might be no, because Savage has been caught out another time. Though he will get the false promise to walk away, so he's going to be all right. It's 4v5 right now. Talon going back on Mac, trying to find the DP, but he'll survive for now. Jump in from WS once again, but the EXO's making life very hard here as Mac will pop the BKB and run away. But Talon, as soon as they find Jing, they've got a defense. They'll force the side of Nemesis to reset. And at the very least, they still have 3 minutes on the Aegis, but as you're seeing Talon, arguably Talon is the best team at defending high ground in SCA. In fact, I say arguably, but it's pretty much guaranteed. So yeah, this could be scary for Nemesis.
That could be.
I just woke up.
You could be kicking yourself now for not trying to go. as well. Like, maybe they'll see it soon, whether or not the buyback's available, I suppose, if they force another fight out, but that missed opportunity could cost them. To be fair, they're still 11k up. You only lose the support. You see how much Talon has to throw out to even just find that support kill. It is actually super challenging. And to find an angle back in for Talon, you have 74% win probability coming out for Nemesis. And you've got everything you could ask for. Exo's coming off cooldown shortly. You've got a Sight of Vice up on max. So much control to have to be concerned about. And they'll just smoke and push. And they have this angle on mid. Just drop the ward Exo. See if you can force something out. Even the refresh shard up as well here on Jing. So double wards ready to go. And this is going to feel impossible for Talon. Has to be a miraculous play to somehow save this.
Well, here we go. Move up to the high ground once again. Final racks. They'll drop the Serpent Wards, double Serpent Wards. In fact, just in case, as 23 Savage has a Stampede to get away, but a nice Rolling Thunder from Raven, who actually gets a bit stuck. Is okay though. Double Serpent Wards still doing a lot of work as they just zone out with the Wukong's command from Akashi. Makoto jumping in, trying to find Eris, has already found one Ringmaster. Eris will buy back. Now they'll move on to Mac, but Mac's moving on to 23 Savage. They can't deal with the DP, and WS, he got left behind. He's forced to BKB to try and run out of here, and he's going to be alright for now as they're trying to protect this bottom racks. But the Serpent Wards are still doing a lot of work. They'll have it as a very nice balance from Akashi. Not going to amount to too much, but that's Megas. Megas are completely up. Happy death time. Is Nemesis. They won't rob the fun from Talon.
No. Gonna have to try to hold out.
All right.
I have to say, Akashi's just been a menace on this monkey. Like, having this vision advantage, it feels like the perfect way of counteracting what Slark does. Because you will proc Slark's aura, but it's not like you can tell what's watching, whether or not it's a ward or the monkey. It makes it so hard to play the informational game.
Savage? Oh, Savage. BKB and Stampede Force, they might just go. They might go high ground right now. I mean, they probably should, quite frankly. We'll see, though. Yeah. It might be that fear factor again of this is Talon. They know how to defend high grounds. We've seen it before. Maybe they don't think Stampede BKB is enough to try and force it. But they've got all the Megas here, and they can go if they want.
Again, maybe just wait a few seconds. I mean, the Exo is just about to go off cooldown. Perhaps they want that fully up. Maybe try to group for his smoke. There you go. So just waiting for the cooldowns there. Don't want to get too hasty without the spells. And it's one more engagement. That's it. That's all it'll take here for Nemesis.
Oh, they found him. WS immediately caught. Wukong's command out. There's no one to defend. As Cuckoo's also being focused down by Mac, who cannot save at all. WS still barely alive. Actually gets a 4-staff away. But they will lose Cuckoo on the Oracle. No buyback for him. Meanwhile, oh, what a boundless. Akashi again, a 3-man boundless strike. They'll buy back on everybody, but it's not going to matter. 2 down without buyback available here for Talon. Savage gets to the fountain just barely. WS still trying to hold them back here in this game 1. It doesn't look like he's getting out this time around. It should be a dieback. They'll try to drag them back, but it won't matter. 3 down now for Talon. Looking for Makoto. They've got him in the shackles, and GG's called. Nemesis. Game 1 taken by the underdogs here in this best-of-3 final. And look how excited Akashi is. He had some words as he pops off.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're talking about it. We're talking about how scary this team is. We were talking about the info that they're winning pretty much every scrim right now for good reason. And they show up here up against Talon. Their draft, perfection. They get the specialty out for Mac. They managed to play with this early tempo. Maybe a little bit slower than you'd expect, but they still hit that timing just right. And Talon just don't have the answers. Maybe caught in a little bit of a draft trap, going all in on that durability, lacking some damage. You look at this one time they managed to kill Akashi with the Aegis. It took so much. And it's all back to maybe a little bit of a misplay out from Nemesis anyhow. Like Raven not having roll, and not having that presence, not having Mac around as well to keep the Spirit Siphon spam and a few of those Exorcism Spirits out with the Ags. It does provide an angle, but it takes so long. And for Talon, I'd say they need to look back and try to maybe look for a more holistic draft, right? You have to expect these things from Nemesis. especially that Mac DP. It did a ton of work. The axe time was on point. It's just so durable. You had no damage here on Talon. And leaving the Monkey King when you're trying to play Oracle is just nightmarish. The Oracle and Slark, because you can't scout out the Monkey King. He's the one core that the Slark doesn't really counteract in terms of vision gain. And he just spots the Oracle every single time. That just gave big advantages out to Nemesis early. And for Talon, and like you said earlier in these engagements, if Kuku's dead, Mikey, there's no play for Talon. They need that Oracle. I will say as well, some of the positioning from Talon was really awkward. Like, Savage was finding himself in some pretty ugly positions for team fights that did not feel ideal, forcing his team to stampede in. And it just, again, wasn't the setup you're looking for. Very, very strong performance out from Nemesis, and again, they're one step closer, getting that first slot into the International. The all Pinoy rejects are showing up, and Talon is floundering.
I mean, I'll tell you what, I'm Nemesis, they're getting me a little bit excited here, Jonathan. You see, I mean, Akashi, what a beautiful balance strike to end things off. And, you know, I agree that I think draft played a big part in this for Talon, but at the same time, I also agree that Talon got it completely outplayed here by Nemesis. Standout players, John. It's between Mac and Akashi for me. I want to say Akashi, because Mac's the best DP in SEA, right? We knew this was going to happen when he got DP. But Akashi was landing some crazy boundless strikes to set up every fight. And how many times did he just snipe Cuckoo every fight? Like, just before the fight even began. They're going to give it to Mac, because you can't not give it to Mac on the DP. But my goodness, Akashi, I was very impressed with his performance.
Yeah, I mean, look, Mac put his body forward. He had the confidence to play with his team. And again, this is his specialist hero. Delivers the goods for this very special pick. And for Talon, there was just no answer for that Death Prophet. Like, going for the Storm mid, sure, it's a Mikado special. The matchup just isn't that great for Storm. It's just a very challenging one, very easy to run down. So, yeah, I think Nemesis, they've got Talon's number. And that's one thing as well for a team that, you know, gets to play on lands, gets to kind of show off. Their strats are also exposed to the region much earlier for a region that doesn't get that far in some big tournaments. So there's a lot more data to pick off of. There's a lot more to study. There's a lot more to learn. And you also have that historic history between these players, because Akashi used to be there. He knows how they all play. You know, they've spent a lot of time with each other. So it's working in Nemesis' advantage. For Talon, I mean, their backs are against the wall, Mikey. They're already one game down. If they lose the next, they're going to have to go through and try to take the second slot, and that's still a nightmare, because that could be boom or exit if they drop in that game too. So a lot of pressure here for both sides, but this is that joy we were expecting for this series here, Mike.
No, absolutely. A fantastic start for game one. Of course, we're going to go to a quick break, but right after that break, we'll be back with game number 2 of this finals between Talon and, of course, Nemesis. We'll see you soon.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back to the Road to the International SEA Qualifiers. We are here in the upper bracket final. Game number 2 of the best of 3 here between Team Nemesis and Flipster Talon. Jonathan, I wouldn't have expected Nemesis to pull off game 1 like that, but they take it in quite decisive fashion, I must say. What are we expecting from Talon to be changed up here, John, in game 2? Apparently
Well,
not
they've
too
already
much
made some
because Conker's
corrections.
first picked.
I mean, they ban out DP. That's already a big move from Talon. I don't think the Kunkka itself is a problem, so that's already a change, right? I'm not sure if you're going to lean back to the Slark if you leave Monkey King in. Neither will you maybe the Oracle, because it does feel like, again, Akashi was really a big issue. It's just you're not able to play the Vision game. You're not able to play that tankiness if you're not, if you don't survive. And the Monkey King always spots the backline. So that's one more thing that I think Talon will have to ban out. But they also ban out the Pangolier from last game. So they just show a lot of respect for the chaoticness, the impact Raven was having in that match. And again, they take some of those tools away. For Nemesis, honestly, it doesn't feel like they need to change too much, and they will keep things somewhat the same with the Ringmaster coming out. So they do still have that very stable support on hand. Percent-based damage against Kunkka, always nice to have in lane as well. I am curious to see what will get banned out. Like, will we see the Monkey King banned out? Is that something Talon could consider for themselves? What kind of matchups are we looking for on mid? As, again, Talon are the ones that need to change things up. Game 1 loss to Nemesis. Honestly, for me, I wouldn't say it was unexpected. Because, again, this is a team, behind the scenes, they've been winning everything. Right? Like, in every scrim, every matchup, it feels like they have been dominant. So this is not a team that I would say is weak. I mean, they've shown that already, beating out a lot of big teams for this journey and taking that game 1 up against Talon. For Talon, it's time for them to, I don't know, I feel like the game 1 draft was solid. It's just maybe not expecting to have such a hard time in trying to leverage that durability will make them uneasy about going all in like that again. Let's see, we see the Razor banned out along with a Bat Rider, so leaving the Monkey King in. Nemesis do ban out the Doom TA, Bristle, and Lina, so a little bit targeted towards Mikado on the mid. Still leaving some options, like Ember Storm don't tend to get banned out. Puck is still in the pool. I feel like that's a bigger one to kind of give away to Talon, as they'll ban out the Beastmaster now as well of WS. How do you want to pile on for this one for Nemesis? It's the tiny pickup. So it should be the Akashi tiny up, as we've seen time and time and again. And that is a hero he's comfy with.
One player
should be.
that I won't comment on when he chooses tiny. Talon will take Shadow Shaman. It definitely should be a POS 1 tiny. I guess you never know. If it's anyone else playing it, I never feel good about it. Like, if it's going to be Mac mid tiny, I think it's bad. I'll say it right now. If it's going to be Akashi or even POS 4 tiny, I'm okay with it. Even though I think there's still better POS 1s you could give Akashi without having to risk game 2 with a hero that just requires too much, in my opinion.
That it does. I'm curious to see which way Talon will go with Kunkka. Again, you could still shift it to WS. They'll get themselves the Naga Siren out as well, so they've got some reset here. That should be our Cuckoo hero. We've not seen ourselves a POS 1 Naga in a very long time. So that should just be your POS 5. Some decent lockdown. Not the quickest lockdown in the world, but I'm not sure if you're too concerned about big jump. I mean, Ember Storm is still available there if you want them for Mac. There might be a very cheeky play here from Mac, something like Leshrac mid that I do believe some mids have run. Could be an option. Takes care of all the Naga illusions. You can just sustain yourself in front of the Kunkka. You just spam all your magic damage out. It's no concern. And even if you get slept up by Naga, your damage lingers for whatever reason because your spell is still turned on. Your Edict will still run. It could be one fun way here from Nemesis. It might be a little bit early of a commitment for something like the Lesh without seeing your mid matchup though. And you could take, for support at this point, there's still a lot of options. Really depends on Jing. Like stuff like Tusks is still there. A good save against Shadow Shaman. Good way to interrupt the shackles. That could be one. Saves you against the Kunkka combinations as well once you've got the Blink Snowball. Something that we've seen from Jing already before. So I wouldn't mind that here on Nemesis if they'd want something like Tusk. You are taking your time though.
They certainly are. A lot of thinking for this third pickup. A lot of chatter as well between the boys. Centaur will be the choice made here for Team Nemesis thus far. Into the Rubik. So it is going to be a core Tiny at the very least. So pause for Rubik to come out. Obviously a lot of great spells to still here for the Rubik. In fact, all three heroes have very good skill sets for the Rubik to take. My only question remains, is it Mac Tiny or Akashi Tiny?
It's likely just Akashi at that point. I think you're just gonna keep it safe lane. You can rely... I mean, it's still gonna do what it needs to do from safe. You can give Mac something a little bit more active on mid. Depends on the matchup. It feels like anything you pick now for Talon on mid should be good against Tiny mid matchup. So we'll get the Timbersaw out. So a bit of a solution for the two tanky heroes coming in here from the side of Nemesis. This is a WS special that we haven't seen in a while. And there's not many concerning stuns here. Avalanche, I guess, is annoying. The lift could be annoying, but nothing that really pins down Timbersaw all too long. So I do like this coming out for Talon. It's a lot more active for WS rather than reactive like his Centaur was last time around. It looks like Nemesis are expecting something else on safe lane. They don't expect Savage to take that Kunkka once more, banning out the Gyrocopter. If they are looking for a safe lane here in town, like you mentioned last game, Terrorblade's still there as well. Feels like a really good Terrorblade game, actually. It'll ban out the Puck, which was the one option on mid if you were going to run Kunkka. So that leaves Ember Storm for Talon if they'd want that. And just then again, stick to the 23 Savage Kunkka. Could be the way to go. I'm not sure which one you'd prefer overall. Feels like both of them have have a pretty good game lined up if you're gunning for either one. Maybe the Storm's a little bit more consistent compared to the Ember.
I'm kind of thinking we could see Kunkka pos 1 and maybe just go Makoto Lina. That feels like a decent idea.
It's banned, yeah.
Oh, I apologize. It is banned. Oh, it was first banned. Never mind
first.
what I just said, John.
Yeah.
Ursa banned here from Talon. Go on.
Yeah, it's only Ember Storm I see. Maybe Quap, but I'm not convinced in the hero. It's been really awkward. It doesn't feel amazing. It's the TB. All right, so they take the TB, you run the Kunkka mid. And that's better. I think that's overall better. You might lose lane here for Mikado. There are some matchups here for the Kunkka that are still left for Mac. Again, Leshrac suddenly seems a little bit viable. The mid-tiny can become a viability as well, and you go for something else on Akashi, although mid-tiny into Kunkka is still kind of meh. You'd want something else for Mac. Just keep that Akashi on. Keep Tiny on Akashi. I mean, you could go Quap here. Again, Leshrac's an option. Slardar is something we've seen into Kunkka. Be pretty alright. You'll go with SF instead. Interesting.
You saw Akashi, he got up there for a second. He looked very excited about it. Very talkative all of a sudden, Akashi. It does mean, John, that we're seeing a Mac mid Tiny, which you know how I'm going to feel about it. But pos 1 SF, I mean, it's been a while. It's been a hot minute since you and I have had the pleasure. I like it against the TB. Do I like the draft as a whole from Team Nemesis? Not as much as I like Talon. I'll just say that. I think Talon, to me, come out with the better draft, in my opinion.
That does. I think for the side of Team Nemesis, my issue here for the SF is it makes a lot of sense into the high armor you're expecting from Timbersaw and Terrorblade, right? Like it's magical damage with, say, Requiem. Requiem is going to always have impact. Timbersaw going for pipe delays is like massive power spike with Kaya. So the pipe will come later or the Kaya damage will come later, either or. And it probably is a BKB game for WS anyhow. My concern for Akashi is the Shadow Fiend is very middling, especially when you don't have other minus armor to stack onto it, like as a carry. In fact, the last time we saw SF carry be successful is when you run it with like Ogre Magi or like Slardar Bristleback, right? Like it's either you superpower him, give him a free steroid with attack speed, so his late game scaling is easier to pull off, or you have more minus armor to play with that everlasting or with that lasting presence and the minus armor kicking in. You don't have any of that here for the side of Nemesis, so it's a little bit harder to just be the be-all end-all end-game hero here for Akashi. I don't think it's going to be as simple. At the same time, I mean, you have a lot of ways of saving this SF. You've got the Stampede ready there. You have Mac who will probably start these fights for you anyhow. You don't have that pressure to kind of run in and set up with the Requiem yourself, so you can rely on everyone else in your team to kind of give you an angle in. And for Talon, I mean, all you have to do is kind of buy time for Savage. If he hits this timing with, say, Dragonlance, Manta, Scotty, things do start to feel pretty damn good for Talon. I don't think you're too concerned. WS as well, if he does get that free lane, gets that Kaya timing into pipe. This Timbersaw is a massive threat. It rips through everyone on the enemy team, right? And this is a WS Timbersaw. Before, it was FBZ as the king of Timbersaws in Southeast Asia. Nowadays, I think for the past 2 years, it's been WS. And this is a hero that he does do quite well, as we're seeing quite a lot of all chat. Good luck, friends. And a little shout out for a certain website stream. Get some subs in. These full-time streamers, man. They're all grind set on.
Remember when Akashi was new to the scene, and I told you that the one thing he needs to do is stay away from the other boys, so they can't infect his mind. Look what they've done, John. He's talking a lot. He's trash talking people now in games. He wants subs. Oh, Akashi, we lost another one, John. We've lost another one. What can you do?
What can you do? At least, you know, he's closer to the Godfather than anyone else.
True.
I believe, actually. Like, that is his main line with the Cuckoos. Just literally Cuckoo. It's alright. He is the Godfather for a reason, Mikey. Now, can you argue with success? Can you argue with a man who full-time streamer, part-time player?
No.
Carlo Palad?
I cannot, sir. I'd never dream of arguing with Cuckoo. 2-for-2 trade on the Bannerines to get things started. I will add as well, the SF pick, like this draft from Nemesis, for me it feels very like, it feels like an unnecessary risk to run this style of draft. You know, like, yeah, sure, you win game one, you're one game up, but you could have just tried to go for something a bit more stock standard to secure a 2-0 victory over Talon. Whereas I feel like with this style of risk, it's, yeah, it can pay off, but the odds feel a lot lower than last game, at least for me.
That it does. And let's see what they can do. We are taking a gander at that tiny mid from Mac and Mikado on the Kunkka. This lane shouldn't be too bad for either side. There's an avalanche toss threat from Mac once he gets levels up. But Mikado shouldn't be lacking here either. So it's going to be pretty static into maybe level 4s when you start to get more punishment in. But otherwise, both sides should be able to find their farm. And I don't know how concerning power runes are. Could be more important for Mac than Mikado, so you do have that. But probably not something the supports will swing to, at least from Talon's end. Kind of try to pick up unless they feel the need to really pressure Mac. Can take a look at the other lanes that we've got in our tri-view as well. I want to pick apart this bot lane just a bit more. Nagakashi on the SF up against WS on that Tim. This lane is pretty decent. My issue is the lane for WS is even better. You're not going to pick up the early points and press into Dork Lord. It's not going to matter too much either in that bot lane. And once WS hits like level 3 is when the credible threat comes in, level 2 is the early threat. If Jokan manages to find an angle, then kills can rack up here. Like, Eris is a very easy target to gun for, as the supports always plug the tree line. So WS always has someone that he can try to rip apart. Akashi should be stable in farming. You're not directly pressuring the SF, so that buildup is there for our Shadow Fiend. But you're also not stopping WS, and that is the one thing with lasting presence. Without Shadowmire, your laning presence on SF isn't as high. The threat of the raises, not as easy to continuously land, and that is a little bit of a boon for the Timbersaw nowadays. If this was Shadowmire SF when we had that era of +1 Shadowmire, it would be a lot worse. This is manageable. Top lane as well, pretty manageable for Savage. Raven isn't going to have a great time when Reflection and Metamorphosis is up. When it's down in a melee matchup for the Centaur, there is a lot of easy setup. Left back into Hoof Stomp, lots of magic damage to pump onto Sagiv if he's not too careful. And that will mean that every 100 seconds or so, you're kind of playing cautiously there for Savage. Not too much you can really get out from Cuckoo. Even with, say, the End Snare later on and the Reel In, you're not really going to be gunning for kills. You can maybe connect that again with, say, when Metamorphosis is up, try to get the Deluge off with a net Reel In. Hope you have enough right click damage to take care of Jing, but chances are this is going to be a very static farming lane as well. So looks like both sides are just kind of set for a little bit of farm. I would say in comparison for safe lanes, the tempo should be the same. A little bit more of a credible early game threat from the SF for sure, as it doesn't take too long to ramp up. Once you have a few souls, you've got, say, level 2 Presence of the Dark Lord up with level 3 Shadow Rays. You can easily make a rotation into that build up to 6 and just try to play off of that Everlasting Presence. Cuckoo asking, press 1 if you think there's a game 3 happen. Kashi, press 4. And we get the go-ahead.
Excellent. Here we go. Here we go again. No deaths quite yet here in this this game too. Still very early on. All lanes looking pretty smooth sailing for everyone involved. No real whitewashes yet. Akashi, I mean, he is a little bit further behind, say, 23 Savage, but you kind of expect that because the Metamorphosis level 1 is going to allow you to basically secure creep wave after creep wave pretty confidently. You're having a pretty good time for Raven though as well on the Centaur, and I think that kind of goes both ways for the offlane, as they are going to jump in on 23 Savage now, but he does have plenty of stick charges to use. But it seems like both WS and Raven probably going to be off to a pretty good start. Sure, I do get a little bit more afraid of WS's Timbersaw than, say, Raven Centaur. But at the very least, you know, Raven, for now, ahead of WS, and it seems like both offlaners probably going to have a lot of impact this game.
Not they will. And the one thing for Raven is that he's making Savage's lane a lot tougher than WS is making the SF lane tough, right? Like, because again, you can't really run up there for WS.
Oh, Akashi finds first blood. WS the first to fall as they'll chase for Joe Cam, and that could be a double coming up as Eris will take it himself. But that's a brilliant start here down to the safe lane for the side of Nemesis.
That was a sick little interrupt out from Eris. As the chain comes in, gets the whip out, interrupts the chain from coming through, and WS just dies. Like, you have to be so careful. Again, it's tougher for the Timbersaw to pressure the SF than it is for the Centaur to pressure a Terrorblade. And that's the offlane differential right now. It's leading to this ramp up for Akashi. Like, yes, again, in terms of CS, slightly behind, but that's not all that you're after here. That threat is ramping up as every kill you get more value in your Presence of the Dark Lord. It's harder to walk up. The right-click trades just feel better and better for the SF. And so it's a very good snowball effect to have here on the side of Nemesis. So, again, a nice start for them. I think Talon's one winning lane really has been mid, but it's not a huge margin for Mikado anyhow. I don't think you were expecting like the Conka to make any plays. Perhaps into the 6-minute rune you could start to rotate in, but it's going to take some time. And again, the one thing for Tiny is it is durable enough that there's no threat from Mikado to try to kill, even with, say, the boat coming up. You're not really going to be able to hunt for kills. And in a static game like this, I mean, that build up into, say, the 10-minute mark, the 15-minute mark, your power spikes on Nemesis are stronger. Like, that's potentially the blink timing on Tiny. That's, say, a Dragonlance Mask of Madness for Akashi if he wants to go for that build. And that's going to lead to the tower rundown where Talon, you're going to be farming at least 2 of these cores. I'm fairly certain with this kind of start for WS, his Kaya timing, his pipe timing is super stalled out. So the impact of the Tim isn't really going to be felt early. And really, that's the one thing. Like, if WS can't play, then Mikado can't connect to him, and you're not connecting to Savage anytime soon. So Talon will be, again, forced to play into an early spike from Nemesis off the start of these lanes so far.
A strong start indeed. Mid lane, rotations coming now for the 6-minute power runes. Mac's going to have help here from Eris. You'll bring Joe Cam in for Makoto, and it seems like they will have the ability to take that regen rune for Joe Cam. On they go to Mac now, trying for a big Tiny kill. Mac, he will get caught by the boat. A lot of damage flying in, though a nice telekinesis and an escape act to come out here for Mac, but he's still going to die. No escape for the Tiny. So not only do they get that regen here for the Shaman, but they do find the mid-Tiny kill for the side of Talon.
Mac's lane has just been bad to worse. In the CS, it's quite fine when you look at the CS board, but when you look at the actual network value, Mac is bottom network core now at 6.5 minutes in. So it's going to be also a slow play into Blink. Heck, he doesn't even have brown boots up yet on Mac. He did have to go for a soul ring just to maintain some presence. But off the focus on mid as well, you free up the side lanes a little bit, give some breathing room for Savage to not be threatened by that Rubik combo. Doesn't really help WS too much in comparison. Akashi's solo threat is still high. But again, it's just some space where you're not instantly dying on either of these off lanes, or on the off lane, safe lane for Talon at least, and you're able to use that space. So good movements all across from Talon. You're still in a very comfy spot for Nemesis, but you know, the question comes to mind now is your Tiny going to be effective? Because round boots are going to be stalled. Your likelihood for a good blink timing now relies on skipping the, at this point, skipping the phase boots. You know, just get round boots, rush into the blink, and then start to make plays at that point. At least, with Stampede, the Tiny doesn't need blink to be effective. He can't just run up and get avalanche toss, so there is that. It's not as bad as it could be with this kind of draft for Nemesis.
Bottom lane, they're going to find themselves a quick ringmaster kill. You've got Jing around. In fact, Akashi's going to connect as well. Requiem, they actually don't find the ringmaster either, so now WS in a spot of danger. Still able to walk away, but Eris does also walk out of there. So no kill to come this time for Talon. They will at least get a Requiem forced out from Akashi, but that's not too big of a deal here. The Nemesis is going to be just fine, but Talon starting to slowly heat up and look for some hunt. Of course, Nemesis trying to sit back a little bit, especially Mac on this Tiny, because he's had a pretty rough start to the game, which is, you know, kind of standard now for mid-Tinies, it feels like. Pretty bad start.
That it is. That it is. Again, he's going to have to just skip the phase boots if he wants that blink timing, which means it's going to be a little bit harder to get damage out. You're not as tanky. Level 1 grow is nice, but the bonus armor from phase boots, not to be underestimated. You do have Stampede if Mac does want to make a play. And then there's this simple rundown potential that can come in. We have a lot of Dormant Curios, 3 on the side of Nemesis, 1 on Talon. God bless that item. Hilarious. I'm sure this is what the Frog envisioned when he placed that item in. Everyone's going to get greedy when you see it. The question is, how greedy? How long do you want to hold on? Because in pro games, a lot of people just, you know, get rid of it by tier 2. But it feels like if you hold on to at least tier 3, that impact is so damn high. But, you know, that's a lot of time that your neutral, non-enchantment part with the actual item is not doing you any favors. So it's an interesting back and forth. It's always it's a good psychological litmus test to see how greedy someone is, Mike.
I suppose it is, Jump. Top lane. Raven gonna turn now. Telekinesis out from Jing to help out, but they've got Makoto to back them up. Of course, Makoto with the boat flying out will be able to secure Jing very quickly. As at least you do get Raven out of there successfully. But again, this is where my problem lies with this draft. I know I've already said it, but you can't play as Nemesis now because Mac has no farm. And he's still going for the phase boots, which means the blink timing is going to be slower than you'd want it even now. And Talon are going to have free reign for probably the next 6-7 minutes until he has the blink up. And quite frankly, by the time he has it up, I question whether it's going to be worth it anymore. Because we've seen this over and over again. They blink in, they avalanche toss, and nothing happens.
Yeah. At the least, I guess for Mac, what you might want to do is blink toss back to Akashi or to Raven for the chain stun or Requiem. I think that's you're not looking for pickoffs. You're looking for the actual repositioning at that point. And again, I'm a little bit surprised Mac actually opts to finish up the full phase boots before blink. So that's a good chunk of gold, at least 1,000 almost that you're wasting on that, which is 1,000 that could have gone into the blink. But I suppose it's fine. He has some wards to farm here on mid, so a little bit of a bonus for himself. Not too much. Talon maintaining the slow game, a 2-2, 2k lead up. Timings are still slowly being worked on. The weakness for Talon is WS in the offlane. Like Artemisar, again, has not had a fantastic start. He's jungling on the right side. The Kaya still a ways to go, still 2 parts off. So that's more time where at least one hero is not playing. Both sides have a hero that cannot play, and that is leading to not much action outside of the occasional support punishment here for either side. So you'll hold it static, you'll hold it easy. I will say Akashi's early timing again is terrifying. Mask of Madness is up, Dragonlance not too far off. You've already got the Blade Mail on Raven and the Vanguard not too far away. So some of that tankiness aura should be kicking in. I'm expecting a Crimson Guard for Raven here as well. You're gonna do fantastic work up against Savage early on in the game. But you will wonder, will you have enough items to deal with WS when he gets his? Because I think that's the big one that this itemization is going against. You are going all in to protect from the physical output. Yes, the wards aren't going to feel great. The illusions do no damage into Vanguard Crimson. You have your right-click opening for Akashi, but if WS jumps on top of you, I mean, you know, none of that helps against the Timbersaw. So there is that. But whether or not the Timbersaw is tanky enough as well, I suppose is a different question, as the magical burst is there. The WS still has quite a few challenges to kind of deal with. Not enough farm to find it. Up top, Raven.
Try and go on to the Centaur. Raven, Blade Mail up, gonna go for a run. Makoto's still on the chase. Will at least get a Stampede forced out. Raven not gonna die. Gets the spell on cooldown though. Another pretty slow start to this game too. 2-2 is the scoreline at the moment. Nothing really happening. Though again on Nemesis's part, I say nothing's happening because they don't have a mid laner at the moment. So I don't quite blame them. And on Talon's part, well, their backs are against the wall, John. I'm not too shocked that they're going to play it slow and just farm. You know, just get to a stage where you know you've got the game in the bag.
Yeah, again, I think it's just because WS can't have any presence right now. Even with Akaya, I'd argue that he'd want at least a casual float up, just to ensure that he doesn't get instantly gibbed down by Akashi and Mac. And even the supports do have some magic damage in them. So maybe just need to wait that out. I feel like once you have the Timbersaw online though, that's when things should start to get spicy. You have a lot of setup for the Tim. You have good heroes to rip apart. They'll smoke up already with Makoto and Cuckoo looking up top. As they have the Metamorphosis on Savage. I mean, they've got the song as well for a reset if things go bad here.
P1 top tower. He's going to go for free. No defense to come. Still smoked up, waiting to see somebody around, and they are actually going to run into Raven again. This time, no Stampede available. He'll just pop the Blade Mail and have some big TP rotations coming in. They really want the fight here. Song is not going to come out in time. Eventually, though, he will get it. The Wheel of Wonder does blow up, but it's not enough. Oh, just barely getting out of there is Cuckoo. He done the math, Jonathan. That's why they call him the master. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
And everyone from Talon, get out of it.
Not only do they get out, they force, what, a 4-man rotation in? It's a lot of free space coming out. Your wards managed to clean up another set of objectives here down bot. You get space out for WS, who is going to rush the Ags, which is another way, I guess, of mitigating that damage with an all-damage barrier. So I do like that coming in as his idea here. And for Talon, again, it's about getting space. There's pressure here on Nemesis to actually play a little bit quicker. SF, he can scale into the late game, but up against Terrorblade, you could argue both of these pause 1s are tempo heroes. I'd say Terrorblade maintains itself into the late game a little bit better. You know, his damage does get scarier. SF, he has talents to back him up at the very least, but...
Raven, in trouble again. He's got Stampede though, and he's going to pop it to ensure himself a way out. Another nice telekinesis from Jing, going to ensure they can't follow up on the setup they had. So Raven playing the escape game once again very successfully. And I do agree that the Terrorblade tends to be more consistent as a position 1. I just don't know on the damage scale though. Because SFs, they do tend to go a little bit crazy. Especially once they get like a Daedalus up. But consistency-wise, I would certainly trust the TB more.
Yeah, I think Kakashi's got the right idea, just going straight for a Chrysalis very early, not opting for something like a BKB. He just wants to have that presence if he will run in, try to get some big hits off. Does have that early damage to back it up, and he is #1 in net worth. It's just a matter of how you find the angles. You know, you've got the blink up in Mac, so surely some play starts to come in here for Nemesis. Talon, for their part, again, still need time to get WS fully set with the barriers. He wants the Aghanims to be up before he's really throwing his body forward. You've got the Blade Mill up on Mikado, and he is going back for the Radiance. That could put a little bit of a damper on Akashi, just a tad bit. At least until he gets a BKB, which he is trying to work towards. So 4K lead from the efficiency. Mac, mid.
Throw the boat out, Mac. Already in a lot of trouble here. They'll just try to burst him down with WS, and they've got him already. On a Jing they'll go. Requiem is going to be popped here from Akashi, trying to allow his teammates a way out as they do take down Jing now. Both supports already down, and a beautiful song. Cuckoo to lock down the rest of them. They'll ignore Raven altogether, go right for the SF. Eris and Akashi down. Raven the only survivor. And now things get a little bit scary. If you're Nemesis, these kind of team fights, they tend to be pretty bad for you. If you're running this style of risky draft and your talent,
Radiant's top tower
gonna go
is
straight for
under attack.
Roshan. No contest, of course.
No. Secondary life at this point can be massive. Should just be probably Mikado. I wouldn't mind WS, but it looks like Mikado is going to be the one taking the bigger risk, because when he's in, he is in. You don't really want it on Savage, as secondary life on TB is really not impactful yet, until maybe Demon Zeal, maybe something happened with that. So 2-6, 7k lead still up for Talon. As is classic in Southeast Asia, Mike, no 10 kills yet. God bless the viewers, they'll enjoy that one every single time. We've got the blink up on Raven, more initiation angles for Nemesis, but their counter initiation is not great, and we're seeing that in the last fight. Right, with Song to set up, with you having to try to stampede out, with all of the hold from Talon, you need to initiate first in Nemesis. They'll try with a smoke. They have to find the angle in. If you don't, then your counter fight again just gets ruined. You're running into Song. They can always reset in Talon if you're not too careful. And for some reason, Mac makes that smoke really obvious bot with the avalanche toss. So Cuckoo shouldn't be in trouble.
Go for the pin gates. Talon, I mean, they're still hanging around. It looks like they're prepping for a fight. Akashi's still waiting on the far west side of the map. Will show himself now to Savage. Meanwhile, everybody else from Nemesis coming from the north. They're going to find Savage. They'll get the start off straight off the bat here on the TB. Savage in huge danger. Gets the man drop in time. They'll land the Requiem though. Savage still going. The toss-up is there and he never gets a Sunder off. Just so much control for the TB this time. They'll even find Makoto, another big target here if they can take him down. Toss back here from Mac. He's going to be onto the Centaur. Makoto will lose the Aegis as Cuckoo now going to show up and has no song for 25 seconds. WS will intervene to boot. They'll try on to Jing. Jing dropping low. Escape back. It will not save his life, but they'll find Joe Cam as a trade. Now a nice avalanche from Mac, but he's been dragged back here by Cuckoo. And Mac will die. His Talon successfully able to trade up after WS does engage. But it's still a very good fight for the side of Nemesis.
That it is. Talon this time misreading that movement on the map. Maybe Savage not expecting the gate movement across. He had some illusions he could have kind of placed in the back. If the smoke broke under that vision, perhaps he could reposition, but not really playing with full caution there for Savage. Punishment is good on Nemesis. Issue is it still doesn't feel like it's enough. At the least you take care of the secondary life of Mikado. You know, you slow down Savage a tad bit, but you need to find the bigger wins. Right? Like, I guess that's a fight into Aegis, so the next fight's the one that counts more for finding that advantage now on the side of Nemesis. For Talon, you are seeing the impact of just WS with his full ags up. That barrier, it is a ton of output that he can just completely ignore, whether it be physical or magical. Doesn't matter for the Timbersaw. This is a little bit greedier, you know, not having something like a pipe, but does look like he wants to play his own game, which is fair for WS. Sanj not too far off for him to have that full Kaya. Sanj Radiance up for Mikado. So some way of cutting through a little bit of the right click damage with the burn and the mischance. For Talon, you have the 8k lead. The pressure's on you if you lose these fights. And again, if Talon isn't taking initiative, you have a lot of openings here for the side of Nemesis. You have the blink, the double blink timings, the toss back plays, the chain stuns lining up your way. Talon has to be the one that kind of makes sure if they are caught, it's not one by one. They'll smoke off Tormentor and start a little bit of a run.
Coming. Talon.
Scan, miss two.
Chase, Eris. And the rest of the gang. They're going to back off though. Akashi, he's decided to farm around their own vision. They will still be able to retreat. They're going to see him eventually here. WS will spot him out, jump in. Hex is there. They've got Akashi locked. Akashi, though, not dying too quick as the escape back is going to buy him a chance to get out of it. They'll drop the Will of Wonder now on WS. WS taking a lot of damage, but Mac misses the toss back. He never gets the toss off. Nice Manta, though. We'll stay away from the X-Boat. Nobody will die yet from either team, as both will look to retreat. The chase continues, though, from Nemesis, it seems. The Croakers are now getting involved. This is kind of scary. Talon will clear those out immediately. Raven now going to be targeted. Torrent will connect. He'll pop the Blade Mail to try and walk out of here, but he's got no Stampede and he will die. Requiem does land though from Akashi, but they've killed no one. As Jokam jumps in again. Error's now being caught. They'll at least try to deal with the Shaman, and they've got Jokam down, but now the Song allowing everyone else to retreat, but a counter Song.
Oh.
Jing, he's found no one with it. Oh boy.
That was a little bit strange. He managed to pop Song, walk into Song, but he couldn't get Cuckoo into Song. Maybe Cuckoo's not affected by enemy songs, like like Faceless Void.
Is that
Chrono doesn't affect him?
I was gonna ask, right? Is that a bug or what?
I think it's a feature if it's the way it works. Again, like Faceless Void innately, for whatever reason, I think it's how Chrono is programmed, cannot be stuck in Chrono. He doesn't get the movement speed bonuses on enemy Chronos. But he still finds a way.
Top lane. Yeah, they're gonna find Mac. Nice pickup once again from Talon. Finding the mid-tiny of Nemesis and Talon. They will start working their way through the top lane. Still a very challenging game right now for Nemesis. I mean, they're lacking a bit of everything right here, John. I think I want to say mostly damage, but even control's pretty rough. They will try and deal with Jokam again. Jokam, though, he's a chicken man. He's right out of there. WS taking care of Eris in the meantime as he will continue just chasing down Akashi. The Stampede will allow him out. Cuckoo unable to get within range for the ensnare. But it really does feel like Talon have literally nothing to be afraid of right now in this game too.
No, not quite. It does feel like the durability is also not there for the side of Nemesis. I expected this Vanguard to be translated into Crimson Guard from Raven, but he's just staying on the Vanguard. Without that physical damage block, like the right click even from Mikado is a threat, but of course Savages starts to become a massive issue with a Metamorphosis. That lack of a barrier, the lack of an aura, is somewhat hurting them because the durability on Talon is quite high. They're looking to play it long hope. And if one side has barriers for durability and the other side doesn't, then the side with durability does win. That's how it works. That's why back in the meta when we had the good old, what was that, Mikey? The Wraith Pack. When we had a Wraith Pack, the team without Wraith Pack would lose, so both sides would have Wraith Packs. Kind of the same situation here. You've got durability with both. You've got durability with, say, this Ags on WS. You don't have aura durability on Nemesis, on Raven. So when you run into right-click, Savage is going to be happy. Only one hero has damage block. No one else does. And sure, you have some innate durability here on Mac. Doesn't matter when the Timbersaw is handling him. But really, your supports melt too quick. And Akashi melts so fast as well, if he's not careful with that BKB usage. 16k lead, 5-12, an advantage of Talon.
Jokam's found Akashi. He's just watching him. Hex is out. Akashi, more help incoming, of course. WS is going to be here. You've got Savage to jump in as well. Akashi is going to BKB up and try to man-fight this one. Jokam is down, but he's got no other chance. The best chance he had was just trying for Requiem. But at least he gets something for his trouble.
And he does. So, I mean, that's 722 gold on Jokam somehow. So you know what? That's worthwhile. You will take it if you're Akashi. That's how behind you are. It's a happy trade. I'm getting a little bit overconfident there on Talon, but you still find it. And you take his courier down. That's his full Daedalus taken away for 2 minutes 40. Not a good time. As that's a lot of damage you're banking on there for Akashi. So maybe now you won't take it. Unfortunately.
Top 2-2 tower, of course, going to go down pretty quickly. 20 more seconds without Akashi on the map, but they're not going to go for high ground. Not enough time yet, but they could start working onto the mid-tier 2 if they really want here Talon. Get an 18k advantage. They're in a very clear lead. Flips the Talon. It's one of those games, though. One or two bad team fights, and things could go pretty sour pretty quick. Roshan now going to be targeted here by Flips the Talon, and it should be pretty free for them. Roshan will roar, but I don't really think Nemesis have a shot at trying to contest this in time.
No. This falls too quick. Secondary life this time around for Savage. So again, he at least has Demon Seal in case Metamorphosis is down, a little bit of impact. And the banner's set for the siege. So they can start to pressure, maybe take that last tier 2 on mid, look for the high ground afterwards. And you're 18k above now at 26 minutes in. That's a massive lead you have over the side of Nemesis at this point. Even a full BKB for WS means he's not going to get easily blown up. Not that he has been anyhow past the laning phase here. Mac.
Here we go again. Bottom lane. Mac. Pull it out. Mac. Well, I don't know what he's meant to do here, John. He's just a tiny. He will die.
Has fallen.
Well, there you go. I mean, Talon, they're just complete control. They're not going to rush the game. They're not going to give opportunities to Nemesis. They're just going to keep taking these small pickoffs. They find Jing as well. Jing with the escape back. Going to survive as they do jump in, trying to find Joe Cam on the Shaman, and Joe Cam will die. Not a bad start. Now the Requiem onto 23 Savage. 23 though, happy to fight with the Aegis up, but doesn't really want to lose the meta. He'll sunder Raven. He does go down. Now the man fight. Akashi, he'll still lose his life. Akashi, he gets the Aegis, but that's about all he gets. And the thing is, he doesn't have buyback, John. It's really bad news.
No. It's going to be at least a set of racks coming out. They do have the banner, but they don't need it just yet. And again, that's a little bit of a mess. You said they were going to take it slow, Mickey. As you said that, Jokam goes in for that play. They want to play it fast. They want to use that advantage, it looks like, as you don't have counterplay. Now, mind you, there is a threat of a toss back. Mac is the key now for the high ground defense. If you can isolate the hero away, could be your angle back in, but your damage isn't there. You need to wait that half minute. At the least, when Akashi respawns, Daedalus is up. If he had it in that last mano a mano, that could have led to the kill. But with that earlier curse snipe, again, that came back to haunt him just a bit in that moment. So, yeah, let's miss out. Maybe this time. A few more seconds left. Talon has to be a little bit cautious.
T3 not lasting. Akashi up in 3 seconds. Talon, though, not retreating. They're going forward, in fact, as they do take down Jing now. Jing without buyback either. They've got Metamorphosis in 24 seconds. Jump in, toss back, Mac. No, he doesn't find one. They've got to help him out. Raven's going to jump on Jokam once again, trying to do it with the Shaman, and it seems like they should have him, but no, Jokam, he finally goes down, but Raven's going to have to give up his own life for that, and there's no buyback available. None. Mac, toss back again, but it's onto an illusion, and he's all alone. See, this is what I'm saying, John. This mid tiny, I'm telling you, it's so game loose.
Yeah.
GD's call. Why are you give Mac DP first game? Are you okay? You know what, WS? I'm asking the same question. Are you okay? Akashi will laugh about it. They'll laugh it off. It's just this mid tiny, man. Like, why pick it? Why take? Like, what's the purpose? Look at this.
Yeah, no, look, I've shared that opinion with you on the mid. They should have just given it to Akashi, really. Would have done the same thing. Give Max something else that could play right. Like, again, we were talking about options left. He could have just gone for the Ember versus Storm matchup, or Void Spirit, or Quap. And God help us, even a Zeus or Leshrac could have been a little bit better with some tempo earlier on. But to be fair, I don't think it's just the hero. Talon also outplayed us. We're seeing the highlights. That beautiful setup with a song, the way they've been playing around just this counter control and the control they have felt a lot cleaner here for Talon in comparison to how Nemesis had to do it. It was a little bit harder for Nemesis to find those theoretical angles that we were talking about. We never really saw successful tossbacks from Mac. His blinks were always just a little bit short in the ones that mattered. Like here, yes, you do find Mikado's Aegis, but the high ground defense, that none of the tosses lined up, he'd blink, he'd get insta-X. Like Jokam had his number. It was just a hard line to find. And for Talon, I mean, again, they get themselves a win condition this time. They have better scaling out. They get WS's specialty on Timbersaw. I feel like if you're Nemesis, you can't allow that to happen. You know, if Talon falls back to this old school Tim of WS that we haven't seen Tim much, even in games where we say Timbersaw is good, then there are issues here. You cannot give away too much in your draft this way. This SF for Akashi, it just isn't that hybrid care we used to see, unless you run it with like Ogre, Magi, or Invoker. That was the SF+1 that we were seeing before. Just some attack speed, some sort of steroid to kind of maintain presence. You didn't have that for Akashi. And again, the timings didn't line up. Like this fight, if you had Daedalus, you might win. You might take the Aegis without dying. You can back off. Didn't have that Daedalus, didn't have the Pierce, and this is the rough one. Mikado Matt kept jumping in for nothing. Like, no tosses. It's just... And what can you do, right? Like, it happens, but still.
It's the
That
hero.
was your entire high ground defense.
He just had no game the whole game too. Like, this is all he could do. Just toss. And then Makoto BKBs, and then nothing happens. It's over and over again. This is what we see every single mid-tiny game. Here we go. Standout player. Who's the standout, John? From Talon? Is it just... what do you think? Is it WS? Is that who we're giving it
I
to?
would say WS. I would say WS.
Okay.
I think
That's fair.
him working the lane was actually really important. I expected the Timbersaw to actually have an uglier lane. Like, if he was being hit more by the magical damage, if he was playing too aggressive with raises, he should have had more than one death. But he was pacing himself quite nicely there. He had the confidence that his team could play 4v5 for at least until the 15-minute mark, it felt like. That's when he got his Kaya. And then even Kaya, he was kind of waiting out the full Ags as well. But him understanding what he needs to do, how much the game relied on him to kill off that Tiny faster, to kill off and take the threat of the center away, to just burst Akashi apart, was really pivotal in giving Talon that opportunity to kind of find a win. So I wouldn't say WS is our standout, but I think Talon as a whole just played really, really well. A lot better. Like, look at Cuckoo. Have you ever seen a scoreline like that? 0-0-17 on the Naga Siren? No. Maybe we should have said Cuckoo, Mike. That's the kind of gameplay that the Godfather lets himself have. You know, no deaths, no kills, perfect support. But WS, of course, he did all of the work. Still, 0-0-17. Like, that's some crazy gameplay from a Naga Siren to not die, not kill steal, and, you know, still have that impact. There you go. Cuckoo takes it.
I missed it as well.
That's nuts.
I didn't notice the Godfather. I mean, how merciful of him to not take any kills for himself. I mean, obviously, Cuckoo could have taken all the kills, but, you know, he is the master for a reason, Jonathan. He gives it to his disciples. 17 assists. That's all he needs. He's a humble man. He's a modest, humble man. He doesn't need to show off. Someone who might need to show off, though, is the side of Nemesis, because that... I keep saying it. These pro players, they don't believe me, John. Just stop picking mid-tiny. It's a guaranteed loss, I promise you. In fact, if you're betting, you may as well. If you see mid-tiny, I guarantee it's a loss. I guarantee. I mean, how many times have I gotten this right, John? It's a guaranteed loss. Anyway, we're going to go to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 3 between Talon and the side of Nemesis. We'll see you soon.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back to the road to the International SEA Qualifiers. We're officially in a best of one for this upper bracket final now between Nemesis and Flips the Talon. Jonathan, we've gone all the way. We've gone the distance here for this 3-game series. Team Nemesis. John, talk to me about it. I mean, draft-wise, game number 3. I don't want to hear the Tiny. Don't talk to me about Tiny. What else are we changing here for Team Nemesis?
Rubik has to go. I think that pick also didn't work too well for Jing. If you think about it, that really didn't do much. I get why. I mean, you have a Centaur lane. Maybe you felt like, oh, you know, we're gonna lift back. We're gonna hoof stomp. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna work out.
Bad.
Didn't even get that in lane. I think Cuckoo again was creating spacing there. It was just a little bit too hard to deal with. They do change things up in terms of bans. They do take care of the Kunkka, so no more Kunkka for the side of Talon, but they'll get access to the Doom that they've enjoyed flexing out as well. Still, Beastmaster's left available. Raven will take that for himself now. So we do have some 2 normally first phase bans that do slide through. And it's going to be interesting to see such strong heroes on hand for this match. I'm very curious to see what way Raven will want to play. I think all we've seen in the qualifiers has been Wild Hunt. Beast mode has kind of disappeared. So I don't think we're expecting like the Ags Rush. It should just be Dominator Overlord now, as we tend to see. And I'm curious to see what Talon will want to do against that. Like the Beastmaster lane into potentially Pause 1 Doom is pretty good for Beastmaster, I would say. Not amazing for Doom. So you might want to shift that into the WS hero, but you're not sure of your matchup yet. Can make it a little bit hard. But you do still have that flex to kind of make that choice on Talon. For Nemesis, you don't have access to Death Prophet, so that's one big tool from Mac taken away. It might be time to bring out something special. You know, again, something like the Lesh that I believe Armel was the one playing last time. But Mac certainly is from that era of mid that used to love it. You know, if you think about Mac, if you think about him and the overlap with Quinn, it's kind of funny. It's almost the same hero pool. It's Quinn back in the day of Optic Gaming. Very big Leshrac and DP enjoyer himself. Mac does the same thing. He can play Pangolier as well, which isn't in the pool, so that does leave the Leshrac as a viable option. But again, it's just hard to figure out if it's a good game for it. It all really hinges on the matchup. Ban out the Gyrocopter on top, so just another carry taken out of the picture. Terribly it's there for Akashi if they'd want that. Shadow Shaman to come out first, so really good lockdown, really strong push with this idea of Beastmaster and Shadow Shaman. If you wanted to go very left field here, Mike, if Nemesis could play a Chen, I think that could be a way. Just overwhelm Talon with push. Overwhelm them with some. What is this?
Ooh.
We got the Rubik out for Talon, so Jokam Rubik out. Huh.
I don't know. The value of Rubik is so high in this meta, but the hero itself just doesn't feel good at all. Its laning presence is really weak at the moment. Even in team fights, like you saw Jing, he was waiting every fight for particular spells, but against a disciplined enough team, they're just going to hold out every single time and just wait until they found the Rubik first. And that's what we saw last game. Jing constantly waiting for the right spells to be thrown, but just not having it. And I believe it was like things like Boat from Makoto that were just held out, and the song from Naga, we saw one good steal, and that just didn't even work out because you just hit the song before you could song the opponents. There's, speaking of song, Naga Siren will make a reappearance, so Cuckoo very happy with his performance from Game 1. We'll pull it out again for Game 2, and I can't quite blame him for that. Nemesis, how do they respond?
5 seconds remaining.
You could go maybe for a saving support at this point. Does feel like something to... Or something with long reach, perhaps. I could try to jump the back, like take care, scout better. We've been calling for it for a while, but this doesn't look like the worst Clockwork game. You're not going to kill anything, but the Rocket Flare is what I'm thinking of. Just getting some vision into the back, trying to figure out your angle better can kind of improve your odds. It feels like that was what gave Nemesis success in Game 1 with the Monkey King. This kind of does the same thing. Mirana comes out. That's a way of getting vision with invisibility. So you can run around, go hunting. The Starstorm facet is an insane amount of damage and can kind of handle the Naga Siren illusions as well, at least early on. So I like this from Nemesis. It's a little bit different. You do have some arrow combinations with a Shadow Shaman rotation, though. That can be quite nice. I want to go back to the Rubik a little bit of Talon. I think the one thing that justifies this Rubik, like you were saying in the last game, stealing big spells. In this game, you don't need to wait for big spells.
God.
Yeah, no, that also doesn't boost confidence. Surely it's Akashi, right?
it's Akashi Tiny.
Sure,
It's got to be
it's got
Akashi
to be.
Tiny. It's got to be. If it's not, congrats to Talon. Congrats to Talon. Another TI. Very happy to see it, boys. It's got to be Akashi Tiny. He's the only player that plays it well. Please give it to Akashi. I don't want to cast the most one-sided game 3 in existence. Please give it to Akashi.
What do you want from Mikado now? If you're assuming Tiny Flex
let me-
1-2.
Let me be a little bit fair here, John. I mean, it is
Yeah,
a decent game for mid Tiny. You know, there's a lot to play around. You've got a Beastmaster, Shaman. There's a lot of heroes to play with for mid Tiny.
Yeah.
Turn to ban.
There is. Except now you're up against
okay.
an MK, so maybe don't run
Yeah.
mid Tiny.
Yeah, no, that's nasty. I was going to say either Monkey King or like a Puck. If not, you prioritize WS with, say, Timbersaw, because that's going to get banned. I think the Tim might have been higher value if you look at this draft. Deals with the creep army of Beastmaster, well, rips Beastmaster apart, rips Tiny apart. You'll lose access to Monkey King, but chances are it can still work out well. I'm curious to see what they'll do now with this flex, because again, they can still make this choice because they're holding out on what they'll close out Talon with whether or not they'd want the Doom Pause 1. They do have to pick first here, so they don't have that second pick last overall.
Radiant team banned.
So you will know your matchups, but it looks like they are expecting WS heroes. Surely you ban Timbersaw. Like, I think if you don't ban Timbersaw, this is just a nightmare for the side of Nemesis. Yeah, you've got magical damage, much more so from your supports now. Good burst. I don't think WS cares.
10 seconds.
And I think that Timb was just devastating. Again, it destroys your creep army, it destroys the Tiny and the Beastmaster to an extent.
Turn to ban.
They don't ban it. It's the Abaddon taken out of the picture,
No.
so...
I mean, I think Abba
Wait.
is a pretty fair ban, because... Yep, go on, John.
Are they looking for... Why would you ban Abaddon to as a save, right? Like, are they looking for like a Batrider mid? You run Akashi, 1 Tiny,
10
Batrider mid against Monkey King?
Cool.
That kind of owns it.
I mean, the thing is, the value was already there. Like, Raw, Shackle, Arrow... Like, the value was already there for Abba, I feel like. I mean, I guess, mid Bat Rider was not a bad idea in my... I'd love to see it, John. I'd love to see Mac choose mid Bat Rider here,
Talon.
if that's the idea. Maybe you're right. Ursa banned from Talon. So they aren't expecting a safe lane Tiny here, Talon. They're expecting perhaps a Mac Tiny again. In fairness, they also banned Quap, so they're not 100% sure on that. See what Talon want to finish off with. Team Nemesis still have the advantage of seeing first.
Remaining. Radiant team pick.
Yeah.
Okay,
Like we
so it
said.
is going to be the Timber. Well played, Jonathan. Good prediction.
I mean, it's such a
But
good
now-
game for it.
But now,
do it.
John, the big prediction I'm waiting for. Where's the Tiny go?
Do it safe, please, for the love of God, Nemesis. Akashi,
10
take it.
seconds remaining.
Toss Tiny away. Toss Talon away if you want that.
5 seconds.
Because I will
remaining.
not hear the end of it from Mike. He's going to be depressed going into game 3 if it's a mid-Tiny here. Take Batrider. Mac, you can play like Bob. You can play Batrider too, right? It's good. Again, you'll crush the Monkey
Hey.
King. No problems.
On the bright side, at least it's an okay mid Tiny game. But if he's against MK mid, it's pretty,
Yeah, no.
like you're not winning the lane. That's for
No.
sure.
What'll be-
Nemesis, they're thinking. Akashi's having a chat. Mac looks nervous.
He's nervous that he's
I
going
look
to have to play
nervous as
Tiny.
well, John. You just can't see me right now. What is it, John?
Yeah, he's nervous that he's going to have to play the Tiny Mikey. He's like, oh no, please,
I'm
Akashi,
sure he
don't
is.
make me play this. Don't make me play this, please. Anything but this. What else is there? So if you have to run mid Tiny, there is a pause 1 Doom on. A pause 1 Terrorblade on hand, but playing it into Doom can be annoying.
Who was it playing Pos 1 Weaver the other day? I feel like if you can run Weaver
It must
Pos
have been
1.
Akashi.
Oh, it is
Yeah,
Bat.
there, it's
Beautiful.
a Bat Rider.
Okay.
Nice.
Thank God.
We got him.
Thank God. They've saved the game. They've saved the game. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a game 3. It's not over.
Oh, yeah, I didn't think they'd actually go left field, but this is something that boosts my confidence in Nemesis. Mikado is going to have a terrible lane. This is bad. And it's going to get worse.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an arsonist Bat Rider. For God's sake, you're not going to turn around. You're not going to right-click. You're going to have to boundless and cry here from Mikado. This is not going to be good. I love this. This is what Nemesis needed. They needed some tempo. They needed a way to pressure Mikado because he has been key to Talon for all these years. He's been on and off on the team. And this is the key. This is it. So they've got a better mid. They've got some impact. I'm expecting Mac to crush. If Mac somehow doesn't crush that matchup, like this is the one Monkey King match that I don't think gets saved by Brown Boots rate ban. This is untenable. If somehow Mac doesn't apply that pressure and Mikado runs away, you're in deep trouble. But that shouldn't happen. And you will have a game. You're going to get a good blink timing. Actually, to be fair, I don't want Mac to get blink. I want him to get that Witchblade. I want him to get Dragonlance, Mike. I want him to get his Shard. Yeah. I want him to chase down and right-click away. Because these heroes, I mean, they're tanky, but you get 20 napalm stacks in them, they're going to be sad. They can't play. They can't even counterfight with a slow. So we'll have to see. This is a very interesting draft, Mikey. At least Akashi Tiny. You're happy. You're happy.
I mean, he's literally the only player in this region that I trust to play Pos 1 Tiny. Truthfully, the only player in this region that I trust on this hero. So let's see how it goes. Nemesis Talon, best of one is what it is now. The drafts look really good to me. I don't think anything's too one-sided here going into the game 3. Like you said, if Mac pops off, this could be a really, really hard game for Talon though. Like that Bat Rider, that core Bat Rider, man. If it goes for that Witch's Blade Dragonlance build, holy, does it feel impossible to contest throughout the mid game? And don't forget as well, once he has those shards up, the structures just start getting destroyed so quickly. You know, suddenly you've got plus 300 damage on Roshan every right clicker's bat for no reason. It's just unbelievable. Let's see how it goes though. Both teams, one game away from qualifying to TI. Just one game, Jonathan, is all it takes. And game 3 has officially started now. Good luck, how funds are coming.
Crazy. I mean, again, did anyone expect to come into these qualifiers and expect Nemesis to get into this point with Talon with Boom and Execration scraping for the scraps at the bottom? And this is already quite the story. And to reach game 3 in this way with this kind of draft, this is pretty hype. I want to see what Matt can do, man. Like this has got. I know how Mikado feels. I'm curious as to what his mindset is, because this is a matchup that used to happen, like more commonly. I want to say like 3-4 years ago, right? Again, you go back to like Pro Series days when Mikado was on Boom. This is a matchup he used to have to play, although not too often because it was mainly like Mac and Bob that were probably the few Batrider players that were really prolific. So I'm wondering if he still knows what to do. It should still be Brown Boots timing for sure, but I know it just feels like a nightmare once you get like it was level 2 napalm up. It's hellish.
Well, for me, it was always Mac and Bob that scared me when it came to Bat Rider. I mean, I think Bob was always the better player on Bat, but Mac always wasn't that conversation for me if you brought up Bat. You know, we'll see how he goes, though. It has been a long time. He did look somewhat nervous. Let's see if he can pull this win off here. I mean, it is a very favorable matchup. Like, there's no two ways about it. This is a Bat lane against Makoto's Monkey King. If Makoto wins out this lane, I mean, you know, props to him. He's a brilliant mid player. But he really shouldn't win.
No. He shouldn't. We'll take a look at that in mid, of course. The first level, probably not the worst. The second level is when it starts getting annoying with a flame break threat. Again, Mikado is just not going to be able to run up as often. We got a very late good luck Jing. And Jing gave the good luck Yao. I'm not sure who he's calling out there with Yao. Who Yao? I guess I know. But still, again, mid lane, probably the more boring one until level 3 at least is involved. You're already seeing, again, you still have some poke on Mikado in the early level. He is going to be more unless he does level that level 1. So not opting to try to play for Jingu because why bother into Bat Rider? The one thing for the Bat Rider into this lane is it's a high value stick lane. So as long as he's actually not copying right clicks or flame breaks, Mikado will regen true just fine. In fact, he might feel happier that way because he can, again, just pull the creep wave back, boundless the range creep, and just kind of focus on the game that way, ignoring the actual matchup entirely. We'll see. It should ramp up again by level 3 or level 4 or 5 is when it should really heat up. Take a look at those other lanes. It should be a little bit of a rough one again for WS to kick things off here. As the Timber Saw into Tiny Marana, there is arrows set up, there's Avalanche Toss to worry about. You are getting nothing here from Jokam beyond, you know, just a little bit of poke with a Fade Bolt. So it's going to be a little bit rougher for WS for sure. The Store Storm can just absolutely nuke him down as well if you're not careful. So again, you've got a very nice lane lined up for that timing. Like, WS can pressure by, say, level 3, level 4 once he's got more points in the chain and Whirling Death, but I don't see Akashi ever putting himself too far into the firing line. And as we saw in game 1, WS on a slow game does have to sit back in the jungle, which is much more easily contestable with a pause 5 Mirana that can Moonlight Shadow and Hunt. So I don't expect this to be as clear-cut for the Timbers Hop pick. Even though it's good for the game, it's a rough game to kind of ramp into. And I'm so curious about how Jokam will play. Because in comparison to the last game, you don't need to wait for big spells from Rubik. So you can actually easily steal Shaman spells and you'll be happy. And just kind of make it work that way. Heck, even Mirana spells could be quite nice. A stolen Star Storm with your Arcane Supremacy is menacing. A stolen arrow with a Naga Siren on hand could just ruin you. So it's for Jokam, the issue is just laning as well. And he's just going to have to sit back, poke with Fade Vault. That's all he can do in lane. Very sad days for Rubik nowadays early in the game, Mikey.
Absolutely. Not a great time for Jokam. Not much he can do during the laning phase. That's okay. How's top lane going? Of course, Savage on the POS 1 Doom. Cuckoo here on the POS 5 Naga. Going to be up against Raven and Jing on the Beastmaster and Shaman respectively. Feels like a pretty free lane for either side. Yes, chances are you're not going to find any kills here. There is an opportunity once Raven hits 6, and the same can be said for 23 Savage. But chances are ultimately that both sides will just basically trade farm. I'd imagine up top is bottom, a lot of action breaking out, but nobody dying. WS does have a salve cancelled at least by Akashi, so there is that.
Just a little bit of a nuisance there. The mid lane is surprisingly going all right for Mikado. I mean, he's staying at parity. 15-2 to the 14 of 7 of Mac, and Mac is lower with no bottle refill. That's kind of a win here for the Monkey early on, at the very least.
Oh, definitely.
He's going to have even more presence. This is not good news for Mac. He needs that rune control. At the least we'll find one Water Rune. Will he? As Cuckoo is actually already posturing. And they have bought one. Mikado doesn't need one. Okay, this is devastating for Mac. This is not good.
Oh,
no,
boy.
Mac, this is not it. This is
really
not
bad.
it, Mike.
Well, he hasn't skilled up Firefly or Flamebreak either. Which I think is kind of part of the issue, right? Is you haven't really committed to a build here. Like, if you're going to fight for the power runes, you know, it wouldn't hurt to have one of those spells up to really ensure you get one. Makoto somehow wins out the mid lane, which, I mean, I guess it is Makoto. Johnny just does Makoto things. That's a huge win for Talon, though. So Mac is not going to be too happy with himself after that mid lane. And at this point, I kind of doubt you even... Like, the MK's fine. Like, he's not dying anymore.
No. I think it's ultra smart as well for Mikado, to be fair, to go for this Orb of Frost over a Wraith Band, over anything else. Right, so with that added slow, sure, he's slowing down in turn rate, but you can slow down the Batrider from running away. So when you chase in with your boots, you do have that big advantage in just getting the Jingu stacks up. In fact, Mikado's rotating really early here, not even 6. Looking for a little bit of movement out.
Well, Kashi, does he realize it's a tree move? He does now. And he'll run away. What even is that?
I don't
So Makoto's like, yeah, I'm just going to scare this guy and that'll be it. Trees move. Be careful.
It's pretty early. Maybe, again, he's respecting Mac as well. And he knows the Batrider can just ruin him with a full refill, with that full reset. So, waits out. Mac's forced to just Firefly the lane. There's a 20-second window for Mikado to play, but level 6 is gained by Mac. So he does have a threat of lasso if he'd want that. We can, again, consider some play. I'm a little bit surprised with how much more you're starting to get now on the top lane for Savage. He does have himself a mana rune creep, so that is causing issues here for Raven. I suppose that's the one thing you do have. You don't need to wait for Dominator to be a nuisance here on the Doom. And he's starting to get that farm up. 33 to 4. He does have the Devil's Bargain, so it's going to be a Midas Cell into Radiance. A little bit of poking on the mid. Cuckoo gets the haste rune, so no play for Mac, but maybe a snipe on these stacks would be nice.
Pretty classic Batrider play here. You do have Jokam with a Fade Bolt at least. He could probably steal a couple of them. He does end up missing out on pretty much all of them. Unfortunate. At least gets a bit of XP and does force back. Mac, who is being caught now. Balance does land, but you've got Jing who's rotated as well. They'll aim down the Shaman of Cuckoo. Excuse me, rather the Naga Siren, I should have said. Cuckoo will indeed die. Eris to secure first blood on the Mirana. And I completely forgot first blood still had not been drawn almost 7 minutes in.
No. It's surprising that we were just so focused on how the matchups were going. There's a little bit of drama in that already. First Blood, not the best on Eris, but you know what? Amarana could do have a little bit of that bonus EXP. So you're happy enough. Again, a fast 6 here can kind of make a huge difference for the side of Nemesis in terms of map pressure. As Talon will kind of sit back and farm, as we know they do. It's just the nature of their lineup as well. WS will need so much more. Kaya Ags is the time you saw last time. That's a lot of space Talon need to buy. Savage will need Radiance at the least to start to have some impact, and chances are he'll also just wait for the BKB. So it's a matter of a waiting game, and for Nemesis to have the support levels up does mean a lot. They can keep finding it. We'll see. But you have that 6th threat up as well on Raven, so the early engagements can happen for Nemesis much quicker than it can for Talon. That is something Talon will have to respect. Like, they literally have no one to play with until another core is willing to throw their body. I mean, they do have Doom ready and Savage. I suppose that is something.
Could try with that. They are going to try now onto Raven, who pops the roar out, but the ensnare was committed by Cuckoo to lock him down, and it looks like there's no chance of him escaping. No Doom even necessary. They'll hand a kill to Makoto, and he will take it, of course, with the Boundless. So you get to hold on to that Doom for another day. Meanwhile, mid Jokam going to be chased here by Eris, not dying quite yet, but eventually they will take him out. And it looks like they want to try and pressure the mid tier 1 a little bit, but you don't have level 6 on your Shaman yet. So instead, Mac is back to just stealing stacks here in the Dire Triangle.
And this is a massive win, right? You're not getting that flash farm you'd want here for WS to clear out later on, or for Mikoto. You're getting that build up into the Dragonlance now for Mac. He's inching towards a point where he will have maxed out Sticky Napalm. And then you're dealing with a nightmare, a living nightmare of a game. So this is all really good news. You're getting the important wins out for Nemesis. You're getting that early spike out on the Batrider. He hasn't had to commit a lasso yet. And for Talon, with this Batrider after, a little bit more of an awkward laning phase starting to come online, and this is where you do have to be a little bit careful. The only save play you have is Song from Cuckoo. That is it. Maybe a net to stop the drag back, but not ideal for the side of Talon. And Mac has so much room. Like, even the Ancients on his own side was built up here by Jing, so a lot of farm. He is opting for the blink after the Dragonlance. It does look like he understands he has to play as initiation, as, you're not going to get a fast blink on Raven. So that will cut through, say, the Witch's Blade at least, but might not even be necessary anyhow. Just having a quick level 5 Sticky Napalm is a threat in and of itself here for Mac.
It certainly is. It's pretty calm, 2-1, almost 10 minutes into the game. It's very slight net worth lead for Nemesis, nothing to write home about. Kashi, second in net worth right now, only to 23 Savage. Just to be expected, because it is Doom after all. Devil's Bargain probably going to make sure he remains high in the net worth and is going for the minus build up, as they are going to look for Raven now. Doom is still available from that last time. Raw will not come out in time, and Raven, he will try to run away, of course. There will be a Jing rotation, try and help out. In fact, the helmet of the Dominator creep drop. It's doing some damage here. Savage is going to be okay to retreat. The turnaround now with the roar up. Going to land onto Cuckoo. Savage being slowed up on the side, and now the Serpent Wart. Perfect lock from Jing. They'll even lose Cuckoo, but Akashi does die bottom. So still a favorable trade for the side of Nemesis. But they do lose Akashi.
Yeah, I'd say if you're Talon, you're okay with that, because this action happens away from Mikoto. Like, right now, the Doom is not the hero to be concerned about. Yeah, he's gonna slow down. The Midas is a little bit stalled out for Savage. Top lane's gonna be shoved in. They have an aggressive ward. They could capitalize on that for Nemesis. But the big one that Talon really wants to save is Mikoto. He's had a little bit of a slower game on the Monkey King. He went for the Orb Corrosion. He doesn't have farming items up. And this is the guy that wants to go hunting. As long as he's hunting, in exchange.
Savage. Oh, they missed the flame break was a bit awkward. They were hoping for it to knock him to the left, but kind of just knocked him south, and they don't want to dive the tier 2 tower this early. The real shame there was as well, Mac was, 100 gold away from having the full blink up, but they kind of just went for the smoke a little bit earlier on, hoping for the flame break into the roar, and it just does not work out for them. Still, 4-2. Net worth lead still the way of the Radiant, but very low. WS has now overtaken a net worth, now second to 23 Savage, just about to overtake the Doom, in fact. So you do still have another good game for the Timber as far as net worth goes at the moment. And you are finding all three cores of Nemesis. They are slowly falling a little bit behind. But it is very negligible. It's barely behind.
Yeah, not at this point yet. It's not a concern for Nemesis yet. It's a very even game. The key thing for Nemesis is to apply this pressure early. While Talon's weak, because again, WS has no presence. Savage is just reliant on Doom, doesn't have presence to run around with Scorcher Radiance yet, and Mikado has literally nothing. So this is your moment to kind of shine on Nemesis. This is your moment to set those aggressive wards out, start to look for some sieges. Mid-tier 1 does feel like it needs to go quite fast if at all possible. And see if they'll be able to start maybe applying some pressure there, with the Serpent boards coming off cooldown here for Jing. At least the Fusel Blade is slowly being formed up for Mikado, still a ways off, with 2 parts lacking. Root control is still favorable for Talon as well, so no resources for Mac, constantly out with an empty bottle, not the best feeling in the world. And that is maybe just holding back a little bit more with how far you can commit. And for Talon, if you do play at a slower pace of game, they're happy. Again, you're recovering on WS, well, not recovering, but building into that point where he'll have items to play with. Savage has his Midas up, so the farm pace really escalates now into that Radiance. I'm a little bit shocked that Nemesis aren't looking to instantly play with that Blink. They'll smoke now with Eris and Mac. They've got the Moonlight Shadow to back this up as well if they want. They miss, unfortunately, the scan up top on Savage. They might walk back to the camp.
Huku will die, so they do miss out on the big kill on Savage, but they'll still get something for their trouble. Take what they can get again. It is going to be a bit of a slower game here for game 3 until we hit that mid-game timing, so not expecting a huge amount of kills yet. You do have the blink now on Mac though, so I imagine he probably still wants to move in once Lasso is back off cooldown. Tier 1 mid tower going to drop though, a nice deny from Joe Camp. And Talon is still doing just Talon things. They're just still farming. They're just not showing on the map.
No.
It's not their time.
No need to. Then just need to wait. Your heroes have gold, but no real items to speak of, so just some patience out. As long as you're not losing tier 2s, I think that's like the breaking point if Talon does start to get forced into tier 2 tower fights early. That's when things can start to get a little bit dicey for Talon, as they really have no easy say there. I think that's, you do have to achieve that inside of Nemesis. Try to dig in if you can. I think your one shortfall here is that, again, Akashi is as well on the timing, so it's somewhat waiting for farm. Like, he needs to go back for Ags. You could try to maybe go Sanjin Yasha or BKB right after. Maybe a Blink if you feel it's a need for it. Chances are you probably don't want to, as again, it just stalls out the right-click aspect of Tiny having to go for mobility first. So just a lot more time for that Tiny to start to get to connecting. And if they are just going to wait for that Tiny, it is worrisome, because that Tiny timing will line up with Treecourse and Talon having some play. Kai is done on WS. It's going to be a Lotus Orb first to block off and reflect some big spells. Could be very impactful if he does get a good usage of that off. The armor is going to be really useful as well, up against the right clicks of the Boar and of Raven himself with that Wild Hunt. Yeah, it's a fine game for Talon to just sit back. I'm surprised again. They've had the Blink. They do have Lasso off cooldown. It should just be go. Should be go, go, go every time you have these spells. If you still have the Moonlight Shadow as well, you cannot play a slow game. I mean, you can, but Talon starts to have some play back, and there's no reason to complicate this game any further if you're Nemesis.
This is still hanging about here, Nemesis, just sticking as a team. Nobody really too split up. Just make sure Akashi does remain safe here down in this bottom lane. So they are going to start looking towards that tier 1 bottom tower. Lasso available. Arcane Rune also up for Mac, so he really wants to go. You do have Makoto actually sneaking up from behind the bottom lane, and he might try to set up an Akashi. This could be a huge kill for Nemesis if Makoto does try. Assuming Mac's around and ready, though. He has just popped his Firefly to clear out some creeps. Tier 1 bottom tower still dropping, but Talon, they're on the way. Song was committed. The creep on the high ground sees nothing apart from maybe WS, who just showed up there for a second. They'll drop the Serpent Ward to the Tier 2 bottom tower. Savage will respond now. They actually find Mac on the bat. So Mac going down already. That's a huge loss now for Nemesis. They'll try to retreat without any further casualties. With the Moonlight Shadow, Akashi trying for a TP in the river does get away. Everybody else just rushing towards the Twin Gates. They'll get Raven out of there. They'll get Jing out of there. And in fact, they've got everyone out of it. So Mac will be the sole casualty here in this defensive Talon. And I guess all in all, it's not the worst case, but it is still a pretty nice pick-off for Talon.
And Miz just getting a little bit greedy on that triangle. Talon don't even need to commit anything big. Right, they hang on to Doom, they hang on to the Song, to Wukong's is still up. Jokam still has the arrow for a little bit longer, not too long at the very least. And yeah, that's the one difference for the Rubik. You do have, again, very easy high impact spells to find. Roche does begin here for the side of Nemesis. Talon, I don't think they quite read out. A good ward to watch this area as well here from Nemesis, who did run in. So this should be the freebie.
It happens really quick when you got a Bat Rider. Getting for plus 200 damage right now with the sticky napalm stats. Jump in, they're going to find a nice freebie. Jokam going to find out the hard way that they are indeed Roshaning. So he will die. Makoto is around the area, but obviously he's not going to feel confident enough to try and jump in on his own. And so Roshan, first one of the game, is going to go the way of Nemesis, and it will be handed to Mac on the back, which I think is fair because he's just too important to lose before a fight even breaks out. Like, you can't have the Bat Rider dying first.
No.
Makoto, speaking of dying, we might see it. Mac, he'll get caught. Arrow will be out from Eris to ensure there's no follow-up, though. And nothing will come of this this initiation.
A little bit cheeky from Mikado, not quite seeing Eris on the left. An easy arrow to come in. And is going to be one more threat down from Talon. No Wukongs for 80 seconds. A lot of room to just play aggressive now for the side of Nemesis. And again, just very free pushes if you do decide to go for it. Just drop the ward, send that Overlord creep up. We'll go with a little bit of a smoke first, just to maybe try to wrap, looking like they want to run down bot into that gate. WS could be in the wrong spot at the wrong time here.
Sure, could be WS. Looking to retreat. Raven, I don't think saw him. It's WS getting out just at the right time. We'll know it as well as they stole the Watcher back. It's such a close game as well. Currently Dota Plus sitting at 56% for Nemesis, but again, it's one of those games, it really does feel like just a 50-50 flip right now between these two teams.
Radiant's middle tower
One big team fight could be the deciding factor as to who gains the real big advantage. But according to Dota Plus at the moment, Nemesis is apparently the slight favorite. Very slight.
Yeah, I mean, at this kind of game point, I do agree. They are in control of the game. They're the ones looking pushed. They're the ones with Aegis. I think that also skews things quite a fair bit. Talon, they have some major spikes though. Ag's back up on WS, so forfeits the Fast Lotus. Wants the barrier first. Maybe a freebie here.
Eris. Nice smoke break here from Amarana. Eris will not be able to escape, but does at least save the life of Raven, who would have certainly just gotten killed off so quickly had Eris not just tanked the gank. Although, they're going to try and go for something here. Nemesis jumping on WS, who had the Axe going. It won't matter, though, if he dies before the Axe ends up exploding. And in fact, it does now, but he's already gone. WS is down. Cuckoo trying to save. Actually avoids a balance with that song. It's a bit unfortunate for Makoto because he had the Jingu going, but he's still going to fight anyway. Cuckoo walking out of there. Akashi dying to 23 Savage. Now they're on to Raven, and Raven's gone. In fact, they've even found Mac. The shackles landing from Jokam. Oh, that's a beautiful fight here from Talon. The worst part is, like, you didn't even need to reinitiate as Nemesis, but they thought they had the advantage in their position. It turns out they didn't.
No. I mean, you expended so much to kill off WS. They should have known their resources were running low to take that fight. And Talon gets a reset. And you have to remember, Song of the Siren does have innate healing now. It does come with that for free. It's not something that just comes with a shard. The shard just improves it. And as well as that, again, you're seeing the impact of just having Jokam and Rubik. Like, yeah, you get the drag back, that's Roar and Lasso down just for WS that you don't pierce out fast enough. Your wards are in the wrong spot for the follow-up fight. Beautiful song coming out from Kuku. Mikado does not mind that repositional Boundless to set up for this Wukongs in such a dodgy area. And yet the Rubik actually has impact because you have a Shadow Shaman you're playing into. Just get the Shackle. Nice and easy. You have that added range. You can just control and Talon suddenly get a 6k lead playing into an Aegis. This is not good news if you're a Nemesis fan. This is not good news for the All Pinoy rejects, as the game, in terms of kills, again, we're not even on double digits, right? But it's a 6k lead. The tempo has swung back to Talon. And now, with Mikado soaking up some kills, he can be the actual scaling core. Like, he's got Yasha off of the Diffusal, he'll get a BKB, he'll get Sanjin Yasha, he can look for bigger and bigger items. The damage will come from him. The durability on WS, just with the Ags alone, is immense. And he's gonna get a Lotus Orb next.
Oh, they're gonna find Jing here on the Shaman. Nice easy pick up on the Jing, and in fact, they've even got a Kashi down south. Have they found him? Jokam? Oh my god, he does.
Oh, Jokam.
He gets there in time. Jokam, he found the primary target in the Poswon Tiny. And Akashi, he can do nothing to survive. Beautiful setup from Jokam. And he's showing us the Rubik. I mean, it's a weak hero, John, but in the right hands, still very effective.
That it is. And again, I think the key thing for Rubik is you don't look for big teamfight spells to steal. I don't think you have for at least 3 years now. But people have forgotten the impact of stealing these small spells. Stealing the Shackle, stealing the Hex, stealing the Arrow to give information back. All of this does a lot for your team. And we're certainly seeing that coming in here from Jokam with that quick little blink pickup now. Just doing immense work. Double digits being achieved by Talon. 7 to 10, 7k lead up for them. And for the side of Talon, again, if this game going into the 25 to 35 minute mark, it's their game to play. This is the spike that you were concerned about here for the side of Nemesis. And they'll have a BKB on Mac. That's one tool. He doesn't quite have a shard, and he doesn't quite have attack speed to try to leverage this Arsonist facet. He's not able to lay onto towers as well. I think the thing for Mac in this game, it honestly feels like you have to kill Kuku. It's almost the same story as game one. This Naga Siren cannot be allowed to live because the counterfight potential for Talon is way too big. Way too big. The reset's too much. The repositional advantage you get is massive. We'll go hunting now with a smoke. I mean, if you're not initiating on Nemesis, I don't see how you take these fights.
Neither do I, John. Talon smoked up and waiting. Mac's gonna show in the mid lane there for a second. They won't jump him though. Smoke on smokes now. Savage gonna have his smoke broken. Jump in. Mac goes the Boundless. Immediately stunning him up, but Mikoto, he does get caught anyway, and he's gone. Mikoto is down. A massive start here for Nemesis. As Talon, they have to leave. And they will, but not before they take down WS here on Nemesis. Oh, it looked like such a poor start as well. Mac jumping in to the immediate stun, but he still found the Mikoto Monkey King. And that's just a huge advantage now for Nemesis.
That's a one here you can't afford to lose in the front line. We were just talking about where the damage is coming in from. It is from the monkey, more than anything else. And this time, it was the initiation out from Nemesis. That's them taking advantage in a very awkward spot. Still paying off. 9 to 10, 3k lead, still maintaining for Talon. But you are seeing just the angles for Nemesis. They are there. It's a little bit quirkier, but if you find, say, Mikado, or maybe not WS, we've seen that already, but if you find Mikado, suddenly the follow-up fight without Wukongs feels really awkward. At least for Talon, they didn't expend anything. But for the side of Nemesis as well, it's not like those are long cooldown spells. Lasso's coming off cooldown again. Roar coming off cooldown in 10. Not much to really wait for. Maybe the next Moonlight Shadow, sure. At least now for Talon, they do have the blink on Savage, so they don't need to rely on Mikado to find this angle out with the Boundless, or with WS just throwing his body forward. Now you could actually follow through with a Blink Doom, but Akashi has his own Blink up now as well. So multiple ways to approach these fights on both sides. I would say it's maybe simpler to play on Nemesis still, because again, you have this crazy threat of Roar, the follow through from the Blink Lasso or the Blink Troll. Avalanche Tosh is pretty big. So it is easier to play.
Times are tough now for Talon. I mean, they're going to smoke up again.
Yeah, they going to run in. Savage finds himself on Arcane Room, gets a jump onto Mac, but Aurora saves him for the moment. Mac just TPs away. Who cares about Doom? Raven's there with a stun. And that's one major spell gone. Arcane would at least mitigate some of that. Jump back in. Catch out Raven. Catch out Jing as well. But here comes Akashi with that fresh blink. Catching out Cuckoo. Doesn't get the song. And he's taken away as well as they keep the chase. Trading a support. Looking for Akashi next. Can they maintain vision? Looks like they can. They've got him down. Toss back the save for a little bit longer, but not long enough. As Mac tried to come in to help his teammate. Does have the lasso. Will have the path with a Firefly, but WX isn't giving up the shield. Explodes right on top. See, they will blink away, saving himself for the moment. But a massive win for Talon, finding 3 for 2. Still not letting go, Mikey. They're still chasing a little bit. But Mac, he's safe. He's fine.
Well done, John. My apologies. Quick disconnection there. Maybe he's not.
Is he safe? He's not safe.
No, he's not, John. No, he's not. He's down.
Oh my goodness.
Massive fight for Talon now. I didn't even get to see how that fight started, sadly, John. I had a quick disconnection happen to me. What the hell happened?
I mean, it was so awkward. Savage got Arcane Rune, instantly blinked doomed Mac, so he's taken out. But then the roar came in from Raven, allowing the TP away, so it looked fine. But the rest of the heroes of Nemesis were trying to re-engage. So Mac was forced to run back in after the Doom fades away, and it just fell apart. They still had the numbers there on Talon, and very fortunate for Savage that he had the Arcane Rune. Doom is back up, not Boom. Boom is down lower bracket. Doom is back up, and he's set to go again. I mean, again, this game is so close. One lost fight, you lose a lot in terms of temperature. You lose a lot in terms of map control. And Talon reel it back their way for now. This could easily swing back. Again, when you think about the initiation here for Nemesis, it's simpler. Talon have to kind of go all in, and one bad all in can end things. It's just a pity no one was there to follow through from Raven's Roar. I think that was the moment to make that turn in, but just a little bit too far apart there for the side of Nemesis, Mike.
I wonder if they can fight here in this Roshan pit, John. Nemesis losing a big one. They'll get a nice scan out, so they know Roshan is happening. They've got the information, but they need some confidence in themselves to try and fight in this position. You do have the constant arrows that you can just kind of spam out here onto the Roshan if you want to check its HP, but it doesn't really seem like they're going to set up for a fight, but rather maybe just push out all the other lanes and make sure they're set up for a long and tedious push for Talon once the Roshan is done. It is a very slow Roshan as well, by the way. Very, very slow indeed. It'll get done eventually.
And will. We have some tools coming in here for Nemesis in this interim period. BKB up for Raven. So again, your lack of debuff immunity peers outside of Doom can cause some issues here on the side of Talon. But this BKB can also work against you. We've seen it before. If Song turns on with a BKB, you not being affected by this Song can actually just murder you. So we'll have to see how Raven kind of works around with this BKB here. 11 to 14, secondary life for Savage given to him, as he has a BKB to follow through for life 2, of course, down to 7 seconds. Surprised it's not onto Mikoto, but it does feel like Savage will be taking that risk with a blink up, so he will want to initiate for the team, following through from WS. For Nemesis, I'd say right here, you kind of are okay playing defensive. The key thing is, you have to initiate first. If you initiate first, everything's fine, no matter whether or not you're being the aggressors or not, even if you're not smoking aggressively. Like, if Talon smokes up, if you jump in first, you're happy. As long as you get the lasso off, as long as you get your spell usage off, you will disrupt Talon's game plan, because it's very sensitive for Talon, Mike. Like, one bad position, one repositional play with lasso, Talon can get ruined. So, it's a lot of pressure on Mac to deliver. He is trying. He still doesn't have his shard, which I'd say is mildly disappointing to not have the infinite stacks of goo, but I suppose, Napalm, I suppose it's not as important here since they're not sieging as easily, but certainly as the game progresses, that's something to watch out for as well. At least the Witchblade is coming in. That's going to be
is.
quite nice to boost the impact.
It is, but times are very tough right now for Nemesis. Still anyone's game, though, I gotta say. Like, it's really not that one-sided at all. Torment are going to be taken. Talon, they'll hand that one over to WS. So free shards up for him now. Kashi working towards his own BKB. The big timing for me with Tiny is always going to be the BKB into Daedalus. Like, once the Daedalus is up on this POS 1 Tiny, then yeah, it does kind of start to feel pretty scary, just how much damage it can burst out in the matter of seconds. But until that point, you know, it's still pretty scary. And don't forget as well, 23 Savage, if he dooms the Tiny, it just feels like it's not even a hero anymore. It's kind of what happened last team fight to poor old Akashi. They'll run through the top lane here with Mac, but it seems like Talon might start forcing them back by going through bottom.
And they've got some clean angles for a bit of a siege. That shard coming out from WS is actually pretty useful. Again, you saw their issues with taking objectives. The flamethrower does allow a little bit more to come out, at the very least. That it is something. Mikado is keeping tabs up top. Does have an amp damage rune for a little bit longer, so could make the call to try to go for a defensive fight, but they're not even throwing bodies. They are going for the non-committal push here on Nemesis. Still, maybe the smoke rune gauge can pay off. They'll try the angle through the gate. This rear angle onto Savage, onto the rest of Talon, could ruin them. They still have the Moonlight to back this up as well. Talon has to be a little bit cautious here.
Kashi's coming in from the front. Nemesis still rushing through the bottom lane, but Talon have moved into the mid lane. Akashi's got the full BKB coming out now as well. No buyback gold on the Tiny, but BKB completed. AC up on Savage. They're going to jump in. They'll try for Cuckoo first here with the Tiny. Meanwhile, the lasso as well onto Jokam, taking down the Rubik. Cuckoo was forced to pop that song because Akashi was just dealing with him too easily. Meanwhile, Raw committed now onto 23 Savage. He's starting to drop really damn low on this Doom, but he has 2 lives available. They'll take the first one. Doom not able to come out onto Mac. Jing will go down. Is the fight over for Talon? Cuckoo will be lost as well. Akashi finally has his chance to kill the Naga. Cuckoo, props to him, John. Kept Akashi busy that whole fight.
And he does. At least Akashi didn't have to pop a BKB charge. Wouldn't want to anyhow. So you make a pretty big win out for Nemesis. You managed to find that flank. Again, if you initiate on Nemesis, the game is so much easier. The Rubik is a high priority because he steals Shackle. You're kind of ruined. And they never got the Doom off from Savage. So very nice hit and run from Nemesis. They don't over push it. They don't overstay their welcome. And they now have another angle with full blink on Raven. So for Talon, the mindset now has to be, you got to start thinking about multiple Lincolns. You've got to have that protection, even on the supports. If anyone here could farm a Lotus or Lincolns up, it will make a world of difference. Just to ensure your backline just doesn't get instantly ripped apart, give you some time to play. And Nemesis stave off the threat for high ground. With that Aegis gone, Talon aren't going to be too keen to look for objectives, but they might be keen for a fight. They are smoked up. The issue is, it doesn't look like they're drawing the right lines.
They've got to be a little bit careful here. They haven't got song for 35 seconds. You haven't got the disengage this time. Only waiting. Nemesis. Oh, they're going to find a target. Akashi. That's a big boy. But Akashi's casually walking out of there. Savage, he doesn't have the damage on his own. He needs some help here. They'll roar up Savage. The ward dropped as well. Savage in big trouble. He's got no secondary life either. Savage is gone. No buyback on the Doom as now Akashi moves back in. Jokam is gone. WS being targeted. Akashi barely alive. Trying to run out of the Wukongs. Will make it out for now, but not for long as Cuckoo. Cuckoo secures the kill. He gets it with a deluge. So Akashi down thanks to Cuckoo. A perfect song. Lining them up. Boundless gonna land on 2. They might lose at least the Shaman, but they are continuing the fight. He's trying to deal with WS on the Timber. Cuckoo again going forward onto the Shaman. Is probably going to find Jing. Meanwhile, WS is dying. Cuckoo finally shackled up. Meanwhile, Raven now getting chased down by Makoto. The Makoto, he's been controlled. Makoto's been controlled. Cuckoo, the last survivor, he'll make it out. but they actually won the team fight.
Oh, what a mess. What a mess for Talon. A big win for Nemesis again. As Talon overcommit, and Savage runs in by himself. The rest of his team not ready to back him up. You do have that Blink song ready on Cuckoo at the least, but again, the timing's just not right. That overcommittal to chase the Tiny past the tier 2 costs Talon. They lose their advantage. Nemesis in control, or at least evening out the game here. As you are seeing the difference it makes when they can find the angles they'd want with all these blinks up. Yeah, you lose your Tiny. It's still a little bit of a pain, but you lose 4 on Talon. That just takes it all away. And you look at the position they're taking in this fight. McClutter's not even in the area. He's walking through the bot jungle when Savage jumped in. Like, they were not ready on Talon for that move. And that big disconnect just cutting everything off. And Talon, they need to play as a unit.
Times are getting quite scary here, John. Like, yeah, that was a big error from 23 Savage. Just not ready with the whole team, but oh boy, I mean, things are getting a little bit tense now in this game 3. So Talon, it felt like they had a clear advantage. They've kind of closed the gap very well now as Nemesis. And my main concern, if you're Talon, is you are now approaching that point where this POS 1 Tiny is becoming a pretty big issue. And it's not even kind of maxed out yet. It's getting there. He's not done, John. He's got plenty of room to go. He hasn't even got a Daedalus up yet.
No, he has the Revenant's Brooch up, though. You don't tend to overstack that, at the least.
Never mind.
So, that's... I can see a little bit more. Maybe the Swift Blink coming out. I think that's the next step. Perhaps an Axe. But we don't tend to see the Axe. A Harpoon would be nice as well, just to get control. My concern when you go all in on Revenants, though, with BKBs up, the only thing that will kill are supports. Like 6 seconds, even at the lowest duration, is enough for them to turn on you with your magical damage. And you have to remember, BKBs do provide 60% magic resist as well. So that cuts through, that converts your damage out. It's out of the window for that. So it can be a little bit back and forth depending on the timing here from Akashi. I have to see 2k advantage for Talon, negligible at 38 minutes in. It does feel like we're setting our eyes now for Roshan, which, again, for this draft in Nemesis, they take Rosh a lot quicker. They've got damage for that Tiny. They've got damage with his Batrider, and Mac is going Mac for the Shard now with the Lincolns to protect him. Even the double Gore now available for Raven. Talon are not set for this. They don't have any Lincolns. They only have the one Lotus Orb up. They don't have their own refresh for, say, double Doom here on Savage. This is a bad spot to be in for Talon. This is in control now for Nemesis, despite this 2k disadvantage. They are set. If they find this angle with the smoke, if Roche spawns fast, that opens up the high ground completely.
Oh, Kashi's moving in. Eris will move in first. Kodo, Cuckoo, he's going to get spotted. They've loved the Naga Siren first, and they will move in. Cuckoo, deleted immediately. Buyback available. They won't rush in for more. They're having a look for Roshan. Roshan, not going to be an early timer, though, sadly, for the side of Nemesis. So Cuckoo should be available by the time Roshan's about to spawn. Unless they can find more kills. WS now getting caught out. Mid-chain. They will stun him up with the Avalanche and a toss. Even Jokam now caught in the Serpent Wards and probably is going to be targeted. But he will go into the ethereal form, but it may not matter. Meanwhile, Doom now Savage. He jumps in on a map, but it's still not looking good for Talon. They're falling like flies left, right, and center. Here comes Makoto with the Rook on Timber trying to salvage. WS, though, is down. They've lost the Timber, but they found Akashi.
Well, Akashi.
They've taken Akashi down to the Tiny. Chase on for another. They want to find at least Jing on the Shaman, and Cuckoo, he'll blink in. Finds the Shaman. It does cost them a few buybacks to make that team fight work. But Talon, they still make it happen.
That they do. They find the bigger kills in the end. They lose a little bit more. The buybacks not being there in the supports does make it pretty spooky for Talon, as these supports have been dying fast as what we've seen.
Oh, Savage? Savage? He's okay for now. We'll use the Outward Staff, but he's not going to be okay for long unless there's some help coming. And there it is, Cuckoo. He's going to make his appearance, but Savage is down. That's a big loss. I mean, Roshan's up right now. Cuckoo in trouble as well. Cuckoo trying to get away, but there's no way out. They just gave up Roshan.
What is this?
Stupid.
They just lost Roshan just because they wanted to farm that top lane.
Oh, God. Yeah, no, Nemesis should have that. The respawns are really short as well. And again, the itemization here in Nemesis is just so smart. The double roar from Raven doing a ton of work. The Lincolns from Mac, that protection from the Doom is massive. Roche does not take long. At least it's a daytime Roche, so they have to walk across the map.
Max got the plasma now, John.
Oh yeah, this
He's
is
got
when it
the
gets
full
fun.
plasma up. Yeah. It's going to start to feel really dumb. I mean, Mac, if you watch him in the middle of the fights, he's doing a crap ton of damage. If he's allowed to stand there with his BKB, it's a stupid amount once he gets his stacks going. And
Look at his rush.
I don't know, man. Talon, there's been a couple fights recently where it's like, well, now it's almost like you don't want Tia. Doden plus flipping 55% for Nemesis now, John. It's been a very close affair as Makoto also caught. Jing finding another primary target. Jing on this Shaman. The bane of Talon's existence this game 3.
And he is. And that's really just full Roshan going your way. Doesn't take long. You've got the output. Secondary life up for Mac.
And an apt. Gaben's blessing as well.
Yeah, Gaben's blessing on top of it with a bottle. And Talon, this is dire straits. This is the point of the game you didn't want to hit. You don't have your own refreshes. You don't have Lincolns. You have only one Lotus. You have nothing to protect from debuffing into piercing, which you have in spades here for the side of Nemesis.
Mac?
I know, this is scary.
Mac buys shards. There you go. He queues it up. Thank God for that. He buys it.
He went back for the Lincolns. He went back for the Lincolns for Aspen first. He was queuing it up for a while. He opted for the other items. So,
We're going high ground now, John. He needs the shards. Right? It's shards time.
This would be a lot
He's
quicker.
bought it out.
Yeah.
He hasn't got buyback gold, mind you, John, which is kind of scary, but they're onto the racks. That's still a lot of damage from the Spat Rider, even without the shards on. But now the shards will connect. Structures suddenly get sticky napalmed. How great's this, ladies and gentlemen? Bat Rider is sieging on his own, as he does. There goes your racks. And now Talon 1 racks behind in game 3 of this upper bracket final. On the road to TI, Jonathan. Nemesis.
It's a big moment.
They're very close here, John. Nemesis. Very, very close.
They're in cruise control now. I'd say. For Talon, the approach angles are so hard. And they did that to themselves. They're just playing hastily. Savage getting ahead of himself. Too far ahead of himself. Is going back for refresh. Double Doom might make a difference. And you have to watch again for that Lincoln's up on Max. So it has to be Raven that gets the chopping block and Akashi. We'll see a smoke on smoke scenario. Talon trying to fight outside. This is do or die. You lose this fight, it's over. You have some buyback, sure, but your support's don't.
This is the team nobody wanted. These are the players nobody wanted. And now they're just one good fight away from TI. How vindicating would it feel for Nemesis to know they're going to TI first over any other SCA team? It'd be amazing right now. They're not there yet, but they're pretty damn close. The smoke, the Moonlight Shadow, it's amounting to nothing yet. They're just preempting the Talon and trying to smoke into them, which they were. But Talon, not feeling confident, will retreat. It seems like Nemesis, they'll start to slowly move up. Slowly but surely. Yeah. Watch Mac. I mean, Mac's going to be hidden like a truck. You've got to be careful. If they can kill this Bat Rider, it'd be a fantastic way to start a fight. But you got to do with 2 lives here on this Bat. And, yeah, I mean, things are only set to go worse, by the way, John. He is queuing up a Swift Link on this Bat Rider, so it's not going to get too much better as time goes on.
Like, I'm not sure what Talon's expecting when you're a tier 4, so you're just being sieged by the creeps and no one's there to push back. Of course, Nemesis would play it safe. Very optimistic of them to hang back. Even the arrow to scout out now from Eris. Spots out Cuckoo. They get that long-range stun, so they hug that position for too long. They just have to give out the tier 2. The issue is, again, how do you initiate from Talon? It's got to be a really good Doom out from Savage. High ground is not particularly amazing for Talon. There's no good set of tree lines. I mean, it's Bat Rider with shard, right? It really doesn't take long with his build, with his facet. It's insane. It's
fast.
This is going.
Talon.
This is. They could go tier 4s after one good fight. Talon has to be so careful.
You don't want to go lower bracket, Talon, but you got to do something. You've got to do something. WS, be careful, sir. He'll Lotus Orb and walk away. Tier 3 tower already gone. Looking for their secondary barracks here is Nemesis. One good fight from TI. That's all they need, John. One good fight. Mac will keep going. There's the jump in. WS is going to try and burst down the bat the first time, but it does not work. Mac will survive. And that's the game plan. Keep Mac alive. That's what you got to do right now if you're Nemesis. Do not let that man die. He'll jump in again. BKB pop. Akashi, he's in as well. Refresh, trying to blow up WS, and he's got him. No, he hasn't. WS with the Outworld stuff. He survived a little bit, but they finally take him down. He's got buyback though. He'll come back into the fight immediately as Savage jumping in. Refreshes. He got 2-man onto Raven. Meanwhile, WS jumping in, trying to find Max. Will find at least the back. For the first life, that is. Secondary life incoming is Akashi. He's going to jump onto Makoto, but Makoto balances out of there. Akashi still going. WS now in trouble. They're looking for the dieback. Savage to jump in. Raven, he's doomed up a second time with the toss in. They're still trying for the timber. WS, he's gone. Now onto Savage they go. The Doom in trouble. Surely to die. They'll find Raven, but Savage is down. He'll buy back as well. Makoto now in danger. Makoto to go down to boot. Buyback is available for the MK, but it's 3 versus 4. 2 versus 4. Nemesis 2 versus 5. They've got it. Nemesis surely going to TI here this year. Talon trying to defend one last time. Savage, he'll jump in, but it's all for naught. Nemesis. GG has called. They've done it. They have done it. Mac on a rampage. They've got TI. Akashi even says it qualified. Oh, can you believe it? Can you believe that, Jonathan?
I can, and we've been talking about it. You told me I was overselling it yesterday, Mike. What did I tell you? Nemesis, not to be taken for granted. And they're dancing, they're celebrating the team, the all Pinoy rejects, the players that couldn't find a team after leaving their teams, gathered together in this new org, and they get to move on. They beat Talon in spectacular fashion. And for Team Nemesis, what a journey.
Oh my.
What a journey for them on this road to the International. The first slot going to Nemesis. Talon has to scrape it out with Boomer Execration, and that is not going to be fun. And yeah, I mean, how can you? But I think this team should have that confidence going in. They were winning everything in the back. The scrims were going well. And this team just catches everyone by surprise. Spectacular performance out from the side of Nemesis. Talon falls short. And they were having such a good game 2, a decent start in game 3, but moments like this, where Savage just goes in by himself, only WS to really back him up. Like, there's a little bit of a disconnect here in town. There's a little bit of pressure. And this is a team that you'd expect to play better under pressure, and it's certainly not the case here.
Oh my.
A massive loss for Talon, but again, Nemesis, damn.
How many new timers have we got here? We've got Max never been to TI, I believe. Jing's never been to TI. No, Jing's never been to TI
Eris
either.
has. Yeah, Eris hasn't.
Eris has. So you got 3 out of 5 players
Eris
never been to TI. It's their first
It's 4.
time.
I believe it's 4. It's only Akashi that's been there, right? With Talon.
Raven?
Yeah, 4. Raven has been, right? So 3
Raven's
out of 5.
definitely been to TI.
Yeah, 3 out of 5. 3 out of 5. So it's still massive. Oh
Yeah,
man, and for Raven, it's a return after a drought. How long has he been out of TI? Feels like a little bit of a
long time
for good old Raven. Oh my goodness, what a storyline for Nemesis. My heart's racing. That was insane. I'm so happy for these guys. They proved their point. The rejects might, Mac got kicked from Boom. Where's Boom at now? They could lose to Execration tomorrow. They're not guaranteed. Akashi got removed from Talon a year back. He's going to TI already. Talon's going to have to take that second seat in a very brutal lower bracket final tomorrow.
Oh my.
And my goodness, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable, but honestly, I somewhat expected. Talking with a few guys in town, they were like, we're kind of losing to Nemesis. And they win out. Man, this team is just scary. With how they draft, the one team that can make the carry timing work, Mikey, maybe that's key. Having a player that can actually play that flex to a great degree as well.
He's the only guy. He's the only guy I trusted, Jonathan, on this POS 1 Tiny. I said it many times. The only man was Akashi, and he made it happen. I mean, personally, I think obviously it was a massive team effort. I think the standout play is going to be very hard to pick this game, John, from Nemesis, because it was Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of fantastic plays here. I mean, Jing on the Shaman was disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Then you had Mac on this bat who lost lane somehow against MK, but then ends up making a comeback anyway, just dragging out the game. And of course, the man himself, Akashi on this Pos 1 Tiny, the only guy that seems to be able to make this damn hero work.
Yeah.
At least in this region.
It all connects together. At least here, all connects together. And man, to outplay Talon like this, massive. Talon as well, again, I mean, they're going to have to look in that lower bracket, but what a performance out from Team Nemesis, taking it 2-1. If I had to call a standout player, oh, it's so difficult, but the easiest one to say is Mac, but I feel like this falls apart if no one, if you're not connecting with everyone. If you weren't getting the good Moonlights, the good arrows from Eris, like we saw that interrupt in WS, the good Shackles coming out from Jing, this build up on Raven to go for that fast refresh, it's hard to say. The easiest one, again, is Mac, just because he made the Batrider work. His laning was not as good as you'd want it to be, but he recovers, he delivers the goods. He was finding good lassos. That big lasso on Mikado, when they broke the smoke and he got stunned, still found the angle. Like, that opened up the game massively for the side of Nemesis. And, man, what a storyline for them. I mean, I think, you know, the closest Mac got to TI was what? Wild card qualifiers when we had that, you know, in Singapore? I think that was the closest.
Polaris, was it?
He was there, yeah. Polaris made it there. So that was the closest they got, but man, to finally get TI for 3 of these players, insane. I'm so happy. The Kukuis are all cheering away. And you know what that means for Talon as well? What did Talon lose to? 5 Pinoys.
That's right. That's right. That is right. That's what I've been waiting for. I'm waiting for you to just stop talking here, John, because the main point is, once again, Savage proven incorrect, John. Maybe 1 Pinoy just not enough, and he had the master Pinoy, John. He had the Godfather himself. Still not enough. You need a couple more. I'm sure Cuckoo, he'll be scouting, John. He'll be having a look around. He'll be having a look. I mean, like I said, Palos might be available. You never know. Maybe Palos. Bring Palos in.
Not quite. We'll take a look at the bracket. We'll bring that in as we can take a look at that journey taken here for the upper bracket as well. Again, look at that journey that Nemesis took. They beat Tech Free Gaming, who made it pretty far in the lower bracket, 2-0. They beat Boom Esports 2-1. They beat Execration 2-0. Like, they just rallied through, and they beat Talon out 2-1 as well. And they had the rougher part for the upper bracket. They faced the bigger teams. They take that first slot to the International 2025 all the way in Germany. Big props to them. Get those passports ready, boys. Only a few months away. Of course, for Talon, they drop into that lower bracket where they will have to face up against either Execration or Boom. A little bit of a rematch for them. Well, not even having to face off against any of them so far. So it's a little bit concerning for Talon, because I feel like Execration at their best can beat them. I feel like Boom at their best can beat them. The issue is, will we get the best of them tomorrow? Will we get the best of Talon? Because it feels like today they just somewhat faltered as well. In moments when they needed to play at their best, like we saw them play in DL26, did not pop out fully for Talon. And again, big props to Nemesis for getting that win. What a journey here in the road to the International in Southeast Asia. Again, no one would have put Nemesis up there. No one. And you know the worrying part for the 2 teams below, Mikey? Especially for Boom, I saw their predictions for the 2 teams that would qualify. 3 of their players said Talon Boom. 2 of their players said Talon Execration or Talon Nemesis. So they're not even confident on Boom. I believe that was Armel being a little bit depressed. So, you know, that's worrying for the lower bracket finals there. I think they have to get that confidence in Boom up against a team like Exe. And for Talon, this is the situation where your odds are really bad. Sure, there's still the team favorite. I think most people would agree. But what we've seen with Talon when they have to play lower bracket final, Mike, the team that has to go through the lower bracket final first tends to be warmed up, tends to be ready to play. And Talon, they're a slow up, Mikey. And they are slow every now and again as we do take a look at all of the teams we have involved already.
Yeah, there they are, Jonathan. Team Nemesis. They earned their spot there. They are well and truly committed now to the International 2025. Obviously, now the real boss starts. John, the visa boss, is now their problem. But I'm sure Team Nemesis already onto it. I mean, I can only imagine the emotions right now for the boys. I mean, we talked about it, but 3 out of the 5 players never been to TI. You saw in the footage right after the game as well, like it looked like they're about to break out into tears. Like I think the only one that looked probably chill is Raven, who was still celebrating, of course. But I dare say that the other players looked pretty emotional. And speaking of players, Jonathan, I believe we've got some winners on the line for an interview here. Hopefully we can bring them up and see what they've got to say to us. John, are they here? There they are, I believe, coming. Akashi, congratulations, sir, on your victory, and you've made it to TI. How the hell are you doing?
Seems fine, and we're so confident in these qualifiers.
You were confident. Akashi, talk to me about what made you guys so confident going in these qualifiers.
Probably our scrims win, I think, because every time we play with Talon every day, we can beat them in the scrims, and based on that data.
Akashi, does the win feel better for you knowing you beat Talon after last year? Does it feel a little bit better?
Yes, probably, because a lot of qualifiers that they failed, and suddenly TI.
Yeah, it's crazy. Go on, John. I'm sure you got some questions. Go on.
I get qualified now.
Yes.
Now I can talk to him.
All right, I'm curious here, Akashi. Was there any pressure for you guys going into the qualifiers? I get the confidence is there, but was there ever pressure on yourselves? Was there an expectation to make it this far?
There's an expectation, but no pressure, because we're maybe like dark horse in the qualifiers. Like they always think that, oh, this time Nemesis is like they're weak, and suddenly they got 2 zeros by us.
Yeah, that's fair. And I'm curious, what changed for you guys? We've seen you guys in a few qualifiers. You know, Nemesis has been around in this form. What was different for this one? I mean, what do you think led to your success in these scrims, in these fights?
Maybe we're just so confident in our game style and heroes that we can dictate the game.
Fair enough.
Akashi, can I ask you what happened in game 2? Well, what went wrong in game 2? Because game 1 and 3, you guys looked amazing, but game 2 a little bit rough. Well, what do you think went wrong?
Maybe the draft for us. It's kind of hard for us to team fight.
No, fair enough. Akashi, the other boys. I mean, you've got 3 players out of the team that have never been to TI. How the hell are they feeling?
They're so excited, and I mean, like, tease them, like, oh my god, you guys qualified and TI already, no major tournament. And they're saying thank you to us, both us to Raven.
I mean, honestly, you guys played a brilliant game. I honestly can't believe you guys have made it all the way here. Other teams, though, Akashi, like who else is qualifying? Tell me, out of these 3 teams, who else is getting to TI?
I want Kuku to TI so I can greet him there in the ceremony. See you at TI.
There you go. John, any more questions for Akashi?
Yeah, I had one more. I want to give this moment to you, Akashi. Is there any message you want to get out? Like anyone you want to give a shout out to? You have a message for the Kukuis who, you know, I know you guys get into things a little bit. Any message to give out?
Shout out to big fans of Nemesis, guys, and shout out to my girlfriend also. And I am the anti-Kukuis, guys. Beware.
Well, there you go.
All right.
There you go, Akashi. Congratulations again. We can't wait to see you play TI, and best of luck. You're representing SCA now. We can't wait to watch you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Akashi. Well, there you go. I think that the pressure might have set in once I said he was representing the region, Jonathan. You saw how serious the mood dropped very quickly. He was like, well, hold on a minute. He's right. I am representing SCA. And it's time, Akashi. Now the pressure's really on because you're going to have my dumbass talking about how upset I am every time you guys drop a game. So don't drop any damn games because I get very upset.
Yeah, it should be spicy. I'm looking forward to it. You know, I remember all the way back when we were saying like, oh, you know, Polaris could be surprising in TI. Never did. Now we get Nemesis up. It's so promising. We do have our schedule for the last day of this road to the international here in Southeast Asia lined up. Tomorrow is the last time you'll be seeing all of these teams for a little bit of time. starting with Execration up against Boom at 1 p.m. Again, we're moving a little bit later because we have less games into the lower bracket final of Talon up against the winner of Exa versus Boom. So action-packed. 3 teams that most people would expect 2 out of 3 of these teams to qualify in. Now it's only 1 out of these 3 that can get into that spot, Mikey. God bless you. You gotta love Southeast Asia. You never know what you're gonna get, Mikey. And this is the year for it. I mean, I'm so hyped. Just to see, like what Akashi said. Jing never made it to like a major. Eris never made it to a major. He goes to like APAC League. Sure. They've not been to anything big. Right. And they just get shot up to TI. Like, think about it for, in NA, wildcard, my boy RCY, sure, he made it to like a Wallahi or 2, but our boy RCY also makes it. The Filipinos are feasting, Mike. We've got a 5-man coming in, plus 1 in America. We're all over the place. Wow.
You've done happy. It, John. You've done it. Oh, you should be happy, Jonathan. You should be happy. And well, what's even better news for you, John, is Talon's opponents tomorrow. They've got Boom Esports and Execration potentially. So hopefully it'll be an even happier day for you tomorrow, John. Who the hell knows? I don't know what's going to happen. In fact, let's just predict it right now before the show closes out. Boom versus Execration. Who makes it to the final?
Boom versus Exa. I want to say, I'll be spicy. I'll say 2-0 for Exa. 2-0. That's what's in my heart. 2-0 for Exa. Yeah. Wow. I'm confident. I feel confident.
And then Exa versus Talon.
2-1 for Talon. That I'm not so confident. Not gonna lie, I'm not very confident about that one. But I'll say a 2-1 for Talon. I'll say a 2-1 for them. But I don't know. A 2-0 for Exa though, on that egg boom. No, God.
No,
who knows what happens, Mikey? It's Southeast Asia. Who knows? It's confusing. It's scary. We throw a lot. It's bad.
We do throw a lot.
But that's C.
It's great. It is C. It is. It's home, John. It's home.
It's home.
Anyway, that's it for tonight's Dota 2 action here for the SEA region, Jonathan. Of course, we do have tomorrow, finals day once again. Lower bracket semi-final and lower bracket finals going to be up tomorrow. Apart from that, though, it is MLP Dota. It's John X Fire. It's been a pleasure. Congratulations once again to Team Nemesis, and we'll see you all again tomorrow to decide who the second team is to qualify to TI 2025. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.